most of it, I think I'm gonna end up using. I just love just the freedom. I think I'm gonna use this all day. So just feel free to just monitor my levels and stuff like that. And I noticed what was great about this is even when I was by the podium, there was no feedback. That you guys are sick. Trust me. put it at the bottom here, or just put it on top here? Anywhere you feel comfortable. Okay. They said we should leave this here at all times. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Before we begin, we acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. It is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also recognize that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. We are grateful for the opportunity to convene on this land and honor its original inhabitants. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 5th edition of Canadian SME Small Business Summit, presented by Amazon Business. I am SK, founder of Canadian SME and the organizer of today's event. We are thrilled to have you here as we celebrate the creativity, resilience, and innovation of small businesses across Canada. October is Small Business Month, a time to recognize small businesses' vital role in driving our economy and enriching our communities. From local shops to tech startups, small businesses fuel growth and prosperity. As we move forward, it's also Cybersecurity Awareness Month, a reminder of the importance of securing our digital spaces. I would like to extend a special thank you to some key individuals who have supported this event. Darian Kovacs, the founder of Jelly Marketing from Vancouver, the Honorable Richie Valdez, Minister of Small Business Canada, Karen Sevendensen, Senior Director, Small Business Client and Business Strategy from RBC, Paul Gasper, Director of Small Business at UPS, Kevin Grimes, Country Manager for Amazon Business Canada, Cameron Allen, Partner Account Manager at Intel Canada, Tarandeep Singh, Director of Small Business and Regional VP, Commercial Marketing and Revenue Management at IHG Canada. Also, Darcy Richard, Vice President, SMB Marketing at Bell Canada, and Mark Feeney, VP at Cooperators. Your contributions make this event possible, and we are deeply grateful. Finally, I want to thank everyone who has supported this event. Your contributions make a difference, and together, we are helping to shape the future of small businesses in Canada. I'd also like to take a moment to extend my sincere apologies to all our sponsors and exhibitors if we have missed anything or if there are any oversights during this event. We truly value your support and partnership, and we are committed to continuously improving and ensuring a great experience for everyone involved. Your understanding is greatly appreciated, and we thank you for being a vital part of this event's success. And now, I forget to play this. Can you put the presentation? Francis, it's very difficult for me to say your last name. I'll just call you Frank. I don't know how to say it. Let me introduce today's host. Frank, also known as Frank the Emcee, is a dynamic event host and motivational speaker with over 20 years of experience. From corporate events to festivals and award ceremonies, he captivates audiences with his energy and charisma. Known for his ability to motivate and inspire, Francis brings passion, experience, and a personal touch to every event. His mission is to leave a lasting impact on people's life through engaging performances and impact speeches. Please join me in welcoming Frank.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing today? SK couldn't really pronounce my last name, but that's okay. And you're going to have to pardon me because I'm probably going to have difficulties in mentioning some names here, but please bear with me. I want to welcome each and every one of you for being here this morning. You could have been anywhere else, but you chose to be here, obviously, to celebrate Small Business Month. Obviously, Amazon Business presents the Small Business Summit 2024 by Canadian SME. So once again, I am Francis, also known as Frank the Emcee, and the last name is Ida Mudia. So SK, thanks for trying. All right, so thank you so much for that introduction. I want to thank everybody once again. So we're going to proceed right now. You've already given the acknowledgments, which is great. So we are dedicated to leaving a lasting mark in the world of events and entertainment, and this is pretty much what we're going to be doing today. We're going to focus on businesses, how to grow your business, how to succeed with your business, and to get some vital advice and information and some knowledge from the panelists that we have that are going to be presenting today. Okay, so before we get started, I want to express our heartfelt gratitude to our partners who have been instrumental in the success of Canadian SME, Small Business Magazine. Their support has enabled us to bring valuable tools and resources to Canada's small business community. The Honorable Rechi Valdez, Minister of Small Business, is actually here, and she's going to be pretty much blessing us with her warm welcome. We also have the Honorable Victor Videlli, Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation, and Trade, Ontario. Daniel Tish, President and CEO of Ontario Chamber of Commerce, OCC. These are the special thank yous, and I'm going to proceed. We have Dan Kelly, CEO and Chair of Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, for their support in all our initiatives and to small business communities in Canada. Now, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of information about the Canadian SME and Indigenous SME Business Magazine for those that are not aware or don't have enough information. At Canadian SME, our mission is to provide essential resources, tools, and insights to entrepreneurs and small business owners across Canada. We are dedicated to supporting the growth and success of small-scale businesses, helping to strengthen not only the Canadian economy, but also Canada's presence on the global stage. Our magazine shines a spotlight on the hard work and innovation of entrepreneurs, giving them the recognition they deserve through our flagship events such as the Canadian SME Small Business Awards, the Small Business Show, the Small Business Summit, which is today, and of course, the Canadian Business Talks, which creates opportunities for small business owners to share their success stories, inspire others, and build meaningful connections. Our Indigenous SME Business Magazine highlights our commitment to honoring the unique histories, contributions, and entrepreneurial spirit of Indigenous communities in Canada. We aim to celebrate and amplify the voices of the Indigenous. Entrepreneurs fostering more inclusive and diverse business landscapes as well. Together, Canadian SME and Indigenous SME Business Magazine continues to empower and uplift the diverse small business community in Canada. I thank each and every one of you for being a part of this journey, and let's make this event unforgettable. Can we give a round of applause, please? Now, we're going to actually just dive into a short video that we'll play right now, just to give you a little bit of insight, just to pretty much spice up the day, and to just give you guys a little bit of more inspiration and also information of what's to come from start to end. So please proceed with the video.
Welcome to Canadian SME Small Business Magazine. Canadian SME is the premier and most relevant platform for SMEs in Canada. We highlight growing businesses and thought leaders with a strong focus on innovation, growth, and marketing to generate the results you believe you are capable of. Our vision is to empower Canadian small and medium enterprises. Canadian SME Small Business Magazine is dedicated to empowering SMEs by providing expert insights from industry leaders. Our content is practical, actionable, and tailored to meet the unique needs of small and medium enterprises. Through our comprehensive portal, we offer solutions to diverse business queries, all in one place. Our mission is to engage, educate, and nurture SMEs, helping them scale, connect, and thrive in their community. Canadian SME is more than just a publication. It's a platform where small business owners from across Canada can connect, learn, and thrive annually. Canadian SME orchestrates 3 significant events: the Small Business Show in the first quarter, the Small Business Awards in the second quarter, and the Small Business Summit in October, aligning with the Small Business Month celebrations. Our mission is to foster community, knowledge, and growth among Canada's entrepreneurial spirits. We would like to thank the Canadian small business owners for trusting Canadian SME And we also would like to thank our long-term supporting partners, our exclusive banking partner RBC, our exclusive shipping partner UPS, our exclusive tech partner Google Canada, our exclusive hospitality partner IHG Hotels and Resorts, and our exclusive email partner Constant Contact for their continued support. We also would like to thank our strategic partners. Canadian SME Small Business Magazine could not have prospered without the generous support of our partners. Without their constant belief in us, we would never have excelled in bringing the best tools and resources for the small business community in Canada. A big thank you to all our partners. Welcome to the Small Business Summit 2024, fueling Canadian SMBs with digital transformation, inclusion, and adaptability in collaboration with Amazon Business Canada. Thank you for being a part of Canadian SME Small Business Magazine.
Perfect. So that information was pretty much vital, and of course, something that we have to just take in and just realize where we've come. We've come a long way. I believe this is actually the fourth or the fifth event we're holding right now. So we are definitely a great supporter of small businesses in Canada. So just an introduction to the event theme. I want to welcome you guys once again to the Small Business Summit 2024, presented by Amazon Business. This year's theme, Fueling Canadian SMBs with Digital Transformation, Inclusion, and Adaptability, is designed to help small and medium-sized businesses navigate the modern business landscape with confidence and innovation. Today, this summit is your arena to revolutionize your business strategies and to explore an exhibition teeming with cutting-edge solutions and to immerse yourself in thought-provoking discussions and take advantage of unparalleled networking opportunities. At the Small Business Summit 2024, we are committed to bridging the gap between small business needs and the power of digital innovation. This event is your guide to harnessing technology to transform your business, helping you stay competitive, inclusive, and adaptable in today's fast-paced world. Our lineup of experts will be participating in panel discussions covering topics like digital growth strategies, inclusive leadership, adapting to market changes, and so much more. Keynote speeches will touch on critical industry insights, while workshops are specifically designed to provide you with actionable tools and practical strategies to propel your business moving forward. Now, I do believe that room 104 was actually dedicated for the workshops, if I'm correct, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the workshops are now going to be in the hall. If you can't, just in case you're not sure where that is, you can just approach any business SME representative to show you exactly where the workshops are. So that pretty much explains why we don't have that room available to us. So we apologize for any inconvenience. Now, this summit provides a unique opportunity for entrepreneurs and business leaders to connect with over 30 industry experts from across the country. With representatives from a wide range of sectors, you will have the chance to exchange creative ideas, expertise, and insights while showcasing your own services and innovations to Canada and beyond. Our exhibition space is filled with cutting-edge solutions tailored to fuel your business's growth. From technology vendors to service providers, you'll find everything you need to revolutionize your business strategies. As we like to say, when company executives and owners from various industries come together to support one another, remarkable things happen. So let's embark on this incredible journey together at the Small Business Summit 2024 and celebrate together. This event is more than just a gathering. It's a platform for growth, innovation, and collaboration. Whether you're here to gain new insights, forge strategic partnerships, or discover new tools, today is all about fueling your business with the transformation it needs to thrive in the future. Thank you, and let's make the summit an unforgettable experience. Thank you. So we have our Mixer networking hour. Now, before we dive into our speaker sessions, I want to highlight an exciting opportunity to connect with fellow attendees from 4:45 p.m. to 5:45 p.m., and we'll be hosting a special Mixer Network Hour, Mixer We're all mixing, all the same. Thank you. Mixing hour or mixer hour, all right? So, generously, this has been sponsored for all of you to enjoy today, to network, to collaborate, and grow together. This is the perfect chance to relax, mingle, and forge meaningful connections with industry peers. Whether you're looking to collaborate, share insights, or simply expand your network, this mixer offers a fantastic environment to do so. If you haven't already secured your spot for the exclusive session, please visit the registration desk to purchase your tickets. And don't miss out on this valuable opportunity to grow your network and spark new ideas. The Canadian SME Small Business Summit 2024 is thankful to its sponsors and partners who are all exhibiting at the hall. I'd like to take a moment to extend our deepest gratitude to Amazon Business, our presenting sponsor for the second year in a row. Amazon Business has been an incredible partner in supporting this event and the small business community in Canada. Their commitment to empowering small and medium-sized businesses through innovation solutions and resources perfectly aligns with our mission of the Small Business Summit. We are incredibly fortunate to have them again champion for this platform, helping us create a space where business owners can learn, grow, and thrive. Their continued support enables us to bring together entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and industry experts from across the country to share knowledge, make valuable connections, and explore new opportunities. On behalf of Canadian SME Small Business Magazine, our attendees, and the small business community, we sincerely thank Amazon Business for their unwavering partnership and for helping make this event possible. So please, let's give a big round of applause to Amazon Business. A bigger round of applause. Thank you. I'd also like to take a moment to acknowledge two other key partners who have been instrumental in the success of this event. First, a big thank you to RBC, our banking partner, and UPS, our shipping partner, for their continued support and for being with us for the long term. Their unwavering support for small business and their contributions to this event over the years have played a pivotal role in helping Canadian entrepreneurs achieve their financial goals. Let's give another round of applause and a louder round of applause to UPS and RBC for their outstanding partnerships. Constant Contact, our email partner, for ensuring we stay in touch with all of you seamlessly. IHG, our hospitality partner, for ensuring a comfortable and welcoming environment. To Google Canada, our tech partner, for keeping us connected with cutting-edge technology. I'd also like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to Intel and CDW for joining us as our diamond sponsors for this event. We'd also like to extend our sincere thanks to Cooperators, our platinum partner for this event. Thank you, Cooperators, for your invaluable partnership and for being a vital part of this event's success. A special thank you to our Cloud Managed Networks, our gold partner, for your crucial support in making this event possible. We'd like to also express our heartfelt appreciation to our keynote partners, Bell Canada and CSM Tech. Let's give a big round of applause for Bell Canada and CSM. We'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to Encore, our lanyard partner for this event. Thank you, Encore, for being an integral part of our summit. So, I'm just actually going to read off that monitor over there just to give you guys a little bit of insight about the agenda and what it's looking like for the rest of the day. So, we have an exciting agenda that's going to be filled with governmental dignitaries, panelists, speakers that are going to be giving you guys insights, ideas, knowledge, and tips on how to grow and succeed with your business, okay? So we have a whole bunch coming up from 10 o'clock. We have 10:15 to 10:30. We have 11:30 to 11:45. We have 12:45 and so much more. They just switched that on me, but it's okay. we have a lot of panel discussions taking place. How's that? So you guys stay tuned. I know there's going to be time where you guys are going to take in a break. You guys are going to be going to the workshops and so forth. Please always think about coming back because we have a lot of important panelists that are going to share some insights that will be valuable to you. Okay? Oh, thank you. Can we get more than one? Thanks, guys. I feel comfortable now. All right, so we're thrilled to welcome our exceptional exhibitors today who are here to provide invaluable support for your business goals. They offer essential tools, insights, and resources to help you realize your growth and ambitions. We strongly encourage you to connect with these friendly professionals and explore the diverse opportunities they have to offer. Mobile app and Asus laptop giveaway announcements. I'm excited to share an important update about the Canadian SME Business Summit 2024. We've created an exclusive mobile application designed to be the vital tool for attendees to efficiently collect and manage contacts during this event. You can easily download the app by scanning the barcode on your badges or leaflets. And here's a fantastic opportunity. Sign up for the app and you'll receive a chance to win $20,000 prize package, 2 Acer Chromebooks, 5 Amazon gift cards. That is a great opportunity, so please sign up for your opportunity to win these prizes. A quick reminder for everyone, we have provided attendees with a sheet listing all exhibitors. You're encouraged to visit each booth, network with the representatives, share your contact details, and collect their signatures after a successful interaction. The 7 attendees with the most signatures will have fantastic prizes, maybe even $20,000 prize package. Now, these prizes will be announced on stage at 4:45 p.m. Also, at 4:30 p.m., we'll be announcing the 2 winners of the Acer laptops displayed on the screen to qualify for drawing and to make sure your exhibitor sheets are filled out with signatures from the exhibitors to make sure you get a chance to win this particular prize from Acer laptops. Keep visiting these booths and gathering those signatures. You won't want to miss this amazing opportunity. Good luck to everyone, and let's make the most of this summit. Now we have the panel and moderation mention, the moderator mention. Some of the topics that the panel and the moderators will be covering will include embracing digital transformation, navigating the future of Canadian small businesses, fostering inclusion, building diverse and equitable workplaces, leveraging AI for small business growth, unlocking opportunities and efficiency, and of course, we'd like to give a special shout out to our moderators who have been working hard to bring you these great panels, which is why I stressed earlier the importance of actually being here to actually obtain and absorb the knowledge that's going to be shed today for everyone to actually use and to help grow their businesses. Now, we have our workshops, and we're going to give you the workshops overview. The conference will be completely unforgettable with our amazing lineup of speakers delivering workshops in room 104D. Make sure you don't miss it. Well, we're going to miss it in 104D, but we can't miss it in the hallway because 104D is no longer available. So please, we apologize. The workshops will be in the hallway. All right? Our first workshop is a federal procurement fundamentalists or fundamentals. How Government Buys What You Sell workshop by Parvatan Dikshar number 3. Did I pronounce that right? I'll just say Parvatan D. Please excuse me. I don't want to butcher your last name. All right. The team leader, he's a team leader and Public Services Procurement of Canada, and that's coming up at 10:45 a.m. Next up, Ali El Ayobi, the president and CEO of the Blueprint Toolset, Inc., and he's going to be presenting Ignite Joy of Work at 11:30 a.m. Our next workshop is brought to you by Webware.ai. We're excited to have Corey York, co-founder and CEO of Webware AI, and he's here to present From Data to Dollars, leveraging AI for smarter business marketing at 12:15 p.m. Don't miss to check out Odoo, all your business on one platform. Simple, efficient, yet affordable by Nicholas Cooper, business analyst at Syncoria at 1 p.m. Learn revenue acceleration for SMEs with Microsoft Copilot with Gord Smith. He is the partner, founder of ALTA or Alta Consulting, and that will be at 1:45 p.m. Now, SM Boost, AI as your trusted ally by Asan Patel, and he's the director of Global AI Compliance Engineering and Fairly AI, and that's going to be taking place at 2:30 p.m. And lastly, 10 free resources to grow your business. You can get started today by Darian Kovacs, founder of Jelly Digital Marketing and PR and Jelly Academy at 4 p.m. Now, we're going to have welcome remarks from our Minister Rechi and Tassi. Now it's time to kick off the event with welcome remarks from some truly outstanding individuals who have made significant contributions to the small business ecosystem. Their insights, leadership, and dedication to supporting Canadian entrepreneurs have been instrumental in driving innovation and growth across the nation. It is my absolute honor to introduce our first speaker of the day, the Honorable Rechi Valdez, Canada's Minister of Small Business. The Honorable Rechi Valdez was elected as a Member of Parliament for Mississauga, Streetsville in 2021. She has been a member of various parliamentary committees and associations, including the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs and the Canadian-NATO Parliamentary Association, as well as the chair of the Canada-Philippines Parliamentary Friendship Group. So please join me to welcome the Honorable Rechi Valdez.
Well, good morning, everyone. How are we doing today? Ooh, standing room only. I love it. So I'm going to ask that again. I came here for some entrepreneurial energy. How are we doing this morning? That's better. Good morning, everyone. Happy Small Business Week. I, too, would like to begin by acknowledging that we are gathered here on the traditional and unceded territory of the Wendat, the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, Métis, and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Thank you, SK, Maheen, and the rest of the team here at Canadian SME Small Business Magazine for putting together this amazing summit together and empowering small businesses from across Canada. I want to take a moment. Let's give them all a round of applause, including all the volunteers that have brought us here together. Frank, thank you so much for sharing that video. It kind of brought back all of my previous memories being an entrepreneur. You're going to hear me say this over and over again, but you make up, in terms of entrepreneurs, 98% of businesses across Canada. You generate half of the economic output. You employ about 66% of Canada's workers. The impact that you have in this country and economy is absolutely crucial. And there's a lot riding on your shoulders, and I understand what it feels like. When I was watching the video earlier that Frank pulled up, it kind of brought to mind all of my entrepreneurial adventures and memories. I launched my bakery after working full-time for 15 years in corporate banking, thinking that was it for my life. And when my daughter Cassidy turned 1, I decided to venture into the kitchen and decided to be audacious and bake her first birthday cake. Well, that 2-tier pink fondant vanilla cake ended up being something I never knew existed inside of me. I discovered my creative passion, and it was that creative passion that propelled me to say, okay, I'm about to take on the biggest hustle of my life and start my own business venture. And yes, so I was working really late at night, after, working full time, putting the kids to bed, baking in the commercial kitchen through the evenings, and then delivering on weekends between grocery shopping and hockey practice. And so I understand, I'm very familiar with the feeling of the hustle and how challenging it can be for entrepreneurs. And I'm truly grateful that I get to bring that perspective both to Ottawa, but also the cabinet table. So as the Minister of Small Business, I'm thrilled to celebrate the contributions you are making in your communities and, of course, our economy. And we're seeing Canada's economy getting stronger. Just yesterday, you might have missed it, but the Bank of Canada lowered its interest rate by 50 basis points down to 3.7%. Canada's inflation rate has finally fallen to 1.6%. And next year, our economy is projected to have the fastest growing economy in the G7. That to me says that there's ample opportunity. So the timeliness of Canadian SME Summit is perfect. It also shows that our economic plan is working, and it includes that what we've done to help support small businesses adapt in this changing environment. So the theme in this summit is fueling Canadian SMEs with digital transformation, inclusion, and adaptability, which you can see here, the pillars up here. So I kind of want to touch on these pillars and how we're supporting small businesses. When it comes to digital transformation, our Canada Digital Adoption Program has invested $1 billion and helped over 60,000 SMEs across this country, helping them bring their businesses online, boost their business technologies, and of course, leverage artificial intelligence. I referenced Retail Canada, Council of Canada's survey that they just released 3 days ago, and you can see a positive trend. Because of these supports, SMEs are now leveraging 2 to 3 channels for sales. They've significantly increased their sales on digital channels. They have more diversified sales in various different channels, and they're more optimistic about the future. These are all positive trends. When it comes to AI, which you know we can't ignore, it is the future. Our government recently announced $2.4 billion in terms of strengthening Canada's AI ecosystem, including small businesses being at the center of that. And so I'm pleased to announce today that we launched the new Regional Artificial Intelligence Initiative that will invest $200 million to help accelerate AI adoption by SMEs across the country. So I'm sure folks in here, there's a few businesses I am sure that are really focused in this area, so please look out for that. Applications are now open. And this is in addition to $100 million we are investing in the National Research Council's AI Assist program to support and innovate Canadian SMEs that are incorporating AI into their core products and services. Now, this wasn't the only news that came out of Small Business Month. Earlier this month, we launched tangible measures that will lower the cost of doing business and putting more money into your bank accounts, and of course, ultimately boosting your bottom line. So just a show of hands here, who uses a credit card? Yeah, we're all guilty of it, whether it's like your credit card or you have it on your phone. Who uses a credit card to pay at stores today? Raise your hands. There's probably a lot of us that, yes, because, I mean, when was the last time you paid for something with cash? We are constantly using our credit cards. And so for small business, the impact is real because there are interchange fees that small businesses are being charged on the back end. And so what we've done, so as of October 19, which was just a few days ago, your Visa and MasterCard interchange fees will be reduced up to 27%. We've negotiated agreements with both Visa and MasterCard to ensure that you can keep more of that hard-earned money that you are making. This is $1 billion over 5 years that small businesses will save. We also announced, yes, we can clap for that, it's positive. And we also announced the Canada carbon rebates for those of you who missed that announcement. So you will, for those of you who filed your taxes by July 15th, by the end of the year, that will come into your bank accounts by direct deposit or through check. And so I'm pleased to say that through the federal price on pollution, where you are receiving the Canada carbon rebate payments, that will come into your bank by the end of the year. So just to give you, what does that mean? For example, a business here in Toronto, if you have 10 employees, you'll receive $4,010. For a small business in Mississauga, Streetsville, and my riding, with 50 employees, that will be $20,050. And for a medium-sized business, let's just say in Niagara Falls, with 200 employees, that's $80,200. Real tangible money for small businesses for you to choose the best way that you can use it. And the best part is, you do not have to apply for this. It will automatically happen so long as you filed your tax returns. No jumping through hoops, no red tape. The CRA will automatically handle it for you. Now, so let's just say, yeah, you can clap for that too. You've asked for it, and so we're delivering. Now, for those of you that said, oops, forgot to file my taxes by July 15, that's okay. We have ensured that by the end of the year, you still have some time. So go ahead and file your taxes by the end of the year so that you can receive these rebates in the future. Now, if we take a look at inclusion and adaptability, it's really, really important. We have really leveled the playing field for entrepreneurs, whether that's a women entrepreneurship strategy, which is a $7 billion investment with the women entrepreneurship strategy that is unlocking access to financing, networking, and mentorship for Canadian women entrepreneurs. Like, I seriously wish this existed when I was an entrepreneur, but nonetheless, it's available now for women entrepreneurs across Canada. Since 2018, we have helped more than 110,000 women entrepreneurs. So, you can imagine the impact of that. It is tremendous. On top of this, we've also created and tailored supports for Indigenous people, Black entrepreneurs, members of the 2S LGBTQI+ community, and of course for young entrepreneurs through Futurepreneur Canada. By the time I became an entrepreneur, I was in my mid-30s, had responsibilities, but what I really, really, really want to try and do is really support young people whose bright minds and innovations need and should be supported. When everyone gets a fair shot at turning their ideas into reality, our communities can thrive and Canada can thrive. Now, I realize I gave you a lot of information, so those of you on their phone, it's all good. Richie Valdez, that is my name. If you look me up on literally every single social media platform, there's a link in my bio. We've created for you a business benefits finder tool. It's a lot. You go into Google and you're like, okay, today, what do I need help with, right? It's like overwhelming and you can go get lost in the vortex of the internet. This business benefits finder tool, by putting in the information about your business, it will actually provide you with recommendations, not just for federal supports, but for provincial supports also. There's 1,500 supports available today, and it will recommend the solutions for you. It's easy, online, you can save your work, so don't worry. It's all there through the Business Benefits Finder tool on the link of any of my bios. I highly encourage each and every one of you. You should know that it exists, and it's constantly being updated real time every day. My goal ultimately is to advocate for the services, programs, and supports that help businesses thrive and grow. And as a former small business owner myself, I really know that it does take a village. So I want to thank each and every one of you, just as Frank and SK said, thank you for prioritizing the time. I know you're all busy, but when you take the time to really listen to the panelists, to walk around and network, put yourself out there, that is when the collaborative opportunities can happen for you to scale and grow your business. So again, happy Small Business Month. So happy to be here, and enjoy the rest of this summit. Thank you so much.
Please give her another round of applause. Thank you so much, Rechi. And just like she said, I can't stress it enough. Obviously, thank you guys for being here, but it just goes to show the essentials of actually being in a networking environment where you can actually get knowledgeable information that can be beneficial for your business or even a business of a family member or a friend. So I do thank you guys once more for being here. Now, we do have the privilege of sharing a recorded message from a distinguished individual who has been vital in supporting small businesses in Canada. And now let's hear a message from the Honorable Philomena Tassi, Member of Parliament for Hamilton, West Ancaster, Dundas. Minister Tassi is no stranger to public service. She's a former Minister of Public Services and Procurement, Minister of Labor, and Minister of Seniors. Born and raised in Hamilton, Minister Tassi's journey has been one of commitment to her community. So without further ado, let's watch the video.
Good morning, bonjour. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge that I'm joining you virtually from Ottawa on the traditional unceded land of the Algonquin Anishinaabe peoples. Thank you to the Canadian SME Small Business Magazine for organizing this important summit and for everything you do to support small businesses like all of you gathered here today. As the minister responsible for FedDev Ontario, I get to visit small businesses like yours and see the impact that you have on our country. You are the heartbeat of our communities, driving innovation, creating jobs, and fostering strong local economies. By supporting small businesses across Canada, we can help you all as you strengthen our economy and ensure that the Canadian dream remains vibrant and accessible for future generations. The Government of Canada is dedicated to helping your businesses, workers, and the communities you call home so that you can explore possibilities and unlock your full potential. At FedDev Ontario, we offer a number of programs and services to help small businesses to scale up and grow. We can also help Ontario entrepreneurs find government business information and services. You can call our toll-free number to speak with one of our information officers to help find information specific to your business. I encourage you all to visit FedDev Ontario's website to learn more and see how these programs and services could support you. To everyone taking part in this summit, thank you for all your hard work and dedication. Your commitment to innovation and the growth of our businesses is truly inspiring. I wish you a wonderful day, collaborating, learning from each other, and driving our collective success forward. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Please give her a round of applause, even though she's not here. She can feel the vibes. So thank you, Minister Tassi, for your unwavering dedication to public service and your support for small businesses in Canada. Our third guest speaker for this morning is from RBC. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Kevin Svensson, Senior Director, Small Business Client and Business Strategy for RBC. A career-long advocate, yes, round of applause, please. A career-long advocate for small businesses and their owners, she leads cross-functional teams to deliver innovation for tomorrow and solutions for today as small businesses start, manage, and of course, grow. So please, round of applause again for Karen Svensson.
Thank you, Frank, for the warm welcome, and thank you all for the warm welcome and applause. I'm very pleased to be here on behalf of RBC to welcome you to the 5th. We've been here since the beginning, and it's amazing, the 5th Annual Small Business Summit hosted by CanadianSME magazine. If the last few years have shown us anything, it's that the Canadian small business economy is resilient, adaptable, and agile. Not only have small businesses responded heroically to more than 4 years of economic volatility, but they also continue to be optimistic about the future while battling lingering effects of the pandemic, rising cost of living, tight labor markets, and digital disruptions. Amidst unpredictable world events and evolving economic conditions, it's safe to say that small businesses are navigating one of the most challenging operating environments of our time. However, business owners can and do mitigate risks by focusing on what they can control, like spending time here today, and doubling down on what's working well. When we conducted the RBC 2024 Small Business Poll earlier this year, we saw that 95% of business owners believe current economic and market conditions are encouraging them to be more proactive in their long-term business planning, and 70% of small business owners believe the current economic and competitive landscape serve as a catalyst for growth and innovation. What an amazing backdrop for everything we're going to do here today. This brings us to the theme of this year's summit, fueling Canadian small businesses with digital transformation, inclusion, and adaptability. This theme is not just timely, it is vital. We hope today's conversations will spark insights and provide actionable inspiration to help businesses start, manage, and grow their enterprises into 2024 and beyond. We often hear about the tireless dedication of small business owners, working long hours, Richie talked about it, and from her experience in their businesses, but finding little time to work on their businesses. That's why this summit is so important. It has been thoughtfully designed with you in mind, the Canadian small business entrepreneur, placing you at the center of a conversation that recognizes the transformative power of new technologies. Our goal is simple: to equip you with the tools and strategies needed to unlock your business's full potential and to empower you to compete and thrive in today's digital economy. Thank you for being here with us today. Together, we will explore, share, and learn how embracing digital disruption and innovation will enable continued success and growth in an ever-evolving business landscape. I wish you all the best. Have a great day. Learn lots. Meet tons of people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. Some vital information. How's everyone feeling so far? Whoa, whoa. How's everyone feeling so far? All right, because I'm happy to be here. You guys happy to be here? All right, amazing. Okay, so our next speaker. With his team of small businesses and business ambassadors, he empowers small business owners to determine the best mix of customized services, technologies, and innovations available to them. So please join me in welcoming Paul Gasper, Director of Small Business, UPS Canada.
Good morning. Okay, I've got some good news. The one thing I noticed is I'm going to end up repeating a lot of what the previous people just presented, so I'm not going to go from script, and I'm going to get this going so we can get to the first keynote. But the energy in this room is not where it needs to be. So, good morning, everyone. Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay, a little bit better, but man, we need coffee in here, I think. So, all right, I'm just going to touch on a couple of quick things that I want to share with everyone here, and then we'll get the day rolling. Obviously, I want to thank the minister out of her busy schedule to come and join us and provide some very important points and topics for us to think about throughout the day. Obviously, special guests, partners, sponsors, everyone that's here, you've already heard it from Frank, but please take the time to go out there, not just to see Amazon business, not just to see UPS, not just to see RBC, but everyone else that's out there, they took the time to come here to make sure that they can help you provide their insights and knowledge as to what they have to offer. I also noticed that SK, when he was up here, he was apologizing. He was apologizing in case anything had gone wrong. And what I think we need to let him know is that putting on an event like this is not easy. I've seen what it takes to put this on behind the scenes. It's a lot of work. So instead of him apologizing, I think we need to give SK and Maheen another round of applause for what they're doing. But my greatest or more important welcome is to all of you that are here. Anyone that has got a business, thinking of starting a business, just thinking of ideas right now, it's good that you come out and network. In this room, all of the bits of information you're going to hear and all of the networking and connections you can make out there is invaluable. I guarantee you that if you put the effort in today, you will walk away with something you didn't know, something you've learned, something that's valuable for you. So put the effort in. First thing was being here today, so hats off to you. And I'm glad that you did that, to invest in yourself and in your business. I'm not going to talk about what the topic is today. We all know what the topic is for today, right? So let's dive right into that. But it is important, right? So I'm probably older than most of you that's in this room. So I can tell when I started my career, digital was us walking into an office. I was sales back then, and 5 of us trying to see who can get in there first because there was one computer in the room who can get on there first. And the email we used was an internal email system because email really didn't exist yet. Compared to today businesses need to put out their services, their tools, their solutions before it's probably even finished. So it's MVP products, getting it out there to market and tweaking them already because things move that fast in today's world, right? So very important topic, and I think we'll get a lot of great insights today as to how the world is changing and what we need to do to move forward. I do ask that if you are a product-based business, or thinking of getting into a product-based business, or just like to learn a little bit more about logistics, I'm about the third or fourth keynote coming up here. Please come and see what I have to share with you. I guarantee you that you'll leave at the end of my keynote with either a tip that you didn't know, something you just learned, or an aha moment. I guarantee it. So if you're in that space, or you just want to come out and see it, please do so, and that'll be coming up real shortly as well. And then, of course, I've got my colleagues here at our booth. We're here all day. Love to connect with as many of you as we can. So with that being said, enough of me talking. Let's get Frank back up here and let's get the day started, all right? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. And I also thank you for trying to get the crowd a little bit hyped. So guys, please give him another round of applause. That's more like it. Thank you, guys. So that's great. And, just like he said, and we've actually mentioned it a few times today, feel free to actually just network and meet people, and also feel free to actually talk to Paul to get more information on how he can actually help you with your business and the success of your business. I just want to acknowledge UPS Small Business of the Day campaign in partnership with UPS. Okay? So if you're a small business owner in Canada, you can apply to be featured as the UPS Small Business of the Day. Every day, Canadian SME Small Business Magazine, with support from UPS, our exclusive shipping partner, features a different small business on our social media channels. As the UPS Small Business of the Day, you'll receive free promotion on Canadian SME social media channels, so simply apply now by visiting CanadianSME.ca. So, we're going to proceed with the morning keynotes. We're excited to dive into an aspiring lineup of keynotes featuring the industry leaders who will share valuable insights on innovation, growth, and future of small businesses. These sessions are designed to equip you with actionable strategies to elevate your business. So let's get started. The first person we actually have is not able to join us today, and that is Kevin Grimes. He's actually sick. We just got the last minute notification that he's terribly sick, so he couldn't really make it today. But I will actually go ahead and just give you a little bit of information about Kevin and proceed with the next keynote speaker. So Kevin Grimes is a country manager for Amazon Business Canada. His keynote, Unlocking Growth Through Digital Transformation for Small Business Owners, is here to give you how you can explore small businesses and use Amazon Business to streamline operations and drive growth through digital tools. So even though he's not here, if we can just please give a round of applause for Kevin Grimes. He has his associates here, so they'll definitely let him know that we clapped for him today. So that's good. And now I'm excited to introduce Cameron Allen, partner, account manager at Intel Canada. With over 10 years of experience in tech and AI certification from MIT, Cameron has worked with industry leaders to drive AI adoption and growth. Today, he'll be discussing redefining AI adoption, timelines, and skill sets, offering insights on how to separate real AI advancements from the hype and what skills and applications will impact your business both now and in the future. So please welcome Cameron Allen.
All right. Mic on? Hello, hello. There we go. All right, what I'm not going to do is thank anybody. I think we've all been thanked 10 ways to Sunday, and let's get into it. My name is Cameron Allen. I'm the Channel Account Executive for Intel Canada. What I am here to do today, though, is give you yet another presentation on AI. Are we getting a little bit tired of hearing about AI yet? I know I don't actually get sick of talking about it. This actually caps the 8th presentation in 14 days for me on this topic specifically, reframing AI adoption. You know, we've been talking about AI for so long now, we've framed it all, we've come all the way back around to the beginning, and it's time to reframe the conversation now. But the reason that I want to talk about reframing, specifically in the context of today's SMB audience, is because the hype has gotten a little bit too much in the last year or so. So I want to bring things back down to a little bit more of a grounded reality. I'm not going to give any specific examples or use cases today in just a quick 15 minutes on stage, but what I do want to do is talk about the mindset that I think we all need to have when it comes to AI adoption, both in our businesses as well as in our day-to-day lives. You know, we're suffering from something that we're calling the AI whitewash, where anybody and everybody has an AI product offering now. And some of us in this room may be guilty of this, myself included sometimes. I like, you know, the Wolf of Wall Street meme here where it's sell me the pen. Well, it's got AI in it. You know, all we need to do nowadays apparently is say the word AI, and that should be enough to wow our customers and want them to buy our products. AI toothbrushes now are apparently a thing from Oral-B. I don't know what the artificial intelligence is in there. Maybe we're using predictive algorithms to target the plaque on your teeth. Not too sure. And actually a personal example for me from this summer from Callaway Golf. So I go into Golf Town back at Father's Day. I'm going to buy myself a new putter for Father's Day. And the salesperson comes up to me and says, oh, that's the new Odyssey AI1. It has an AI club face in it. And I had to, stop from rolling my eyes and groaning at yet another AI sales pitch. And for any golfers in the room, I did still 3-putt with that new putter on the first hole. So yes, I got suckered into buying it. No, the AI didn't help. These things aren't AI. And I look forward to the day when we get past the hype, get past the buzz, where companies aren't just using it as a quick cash grab to try to grab our attention. So where are we at with actual AI, impactful AI that matters to our business? If we take the metaphor of space travel, if we assume that AI is going to be this wondrous technology, it's going to solve all of the world's problems, if the end state of this analogy is intergalactic spaceships hurtling through space, where are we on the timeline of development to this level of sophistication? The reality is we're about here. We're at the wooden flying machine stages. We can kind of get off the ground for a second or two with AI before we come crashing back down. And you know what? That's okay. This is going to be a long journey. For the people that are tired of hearing about AI, I'm sorry to break it to you, we're going to be talking about this for the next 2, 5, 10 years. This is going to be a long journey. I have customers that come up to me and they ask, I got to figure out my AI strategy. I just went out and I hired a VP of AI. What do I do now? And I'll tell you what I tell those customers at the end of the presentation here, but I want to level set and frame the context of this adoption timeline with an example. January 1st, 1983. Does anybody know the significance of that date in relation to technology? Shout it out if you know it. Gentleman in the pink in the front, I think he knows. You have an idea? January 1st, 1983 was the day that the internet first went live. It was the ARPANET back in the day through the Department of Defense, but we can trace the internet back to January 1st, 1983. September 4th, 1998 is the day that Google first launched, effectively bringing the internet to the masses. Now, if you do the quick math on that, that's a 16-year gap from from creation to mass adoption. Now, I know it's not going to take 16 years for AI to get there, but humor me for a second. If we take the same time frame and extrapolate that, let's say from December 14th, 2023, when Intel launched our first AI PCs last year, that same 16-year time frame brings us to August 17th, 2039. So my point being is it is okay if you don't have all the answers to your AI deployments sitting here today. This is going to be a long journey. Hopefully, I get invited back in 2040, and we can all sit down and debrief how this AI fad turned out. We are at the outset of this. It's going to be a long journey. Hopefully, some of you have seen this before. This is called the Gartner Hype Cycle. So Gartner publishes this for any number of new technologies. They've done it with Bitcoin. They've done it with IoT. This is the hype cycle of where we're at with AI right now. Now, we've spent the last year or two, in what they call the peak of inflated expectations. This is the hype. This is sunshine, rainbows. AI is amazing. It's going to solve all the world's problems. This is AI toothbrushes for everybody. And it's a little bit hard to see on this slide, but this is freely available. You can Google it. Each of the individual points on this line are different aspects of AI technology. And the color of the dot denotes how long Gartner expects it to take to reach what they call the plateau of productivity. This is where you get, sustained revenue, refreshes. This is where we've kind of reached mass adoption. And if you notice, there's almost nothing on this scale that is going to get there in the next 2 years. A quarter of these technologies are going to take a decade plus to get there. Now, the part I'm excited about is the next 2 or 3 years where we go through what they call the trough of disillusionment. And I love the names that they give these phases. They're very, very ominous sounding. The trough of disillusionment, what that is, it's basically reality check time. This is where we strip away the hype. This is where we get rid of the AI toothbrushes. And this is where customers, consumers, businesses are going to start demanding practical applications grounded in critical thought. Critical thought is something that's going to be very important later on, and we'll talk about that. So how does this apply to small businesses? I'm assuming you haven't all gone out and hired VPs of AI yet. So Intel, along with CRN and several other consulting firms, we went out and asked for feedback from customers where they're at on their AI adoption timeline. And most of the feedback can be summarized into 2 main buckets here. Larger enterprise are ready to start investing in AI. They've done the POCs, they've run the demos, they've allocated budget, they know what they want to do in the next 1 to 2 years. They are willing to take a measure of risk for the sake of innovation and being able to capitalize on that leading edge. Now, for small businesses, they're still very much in that investigation phase of their adoption cycle, and that's okay. They're experimenting, they're asking questions, but every single customer that we surveyed in the small to medium commercial space was taking a wait-and-see approach. What is the larger enterprise going to, what can I learn from them? What pitfalls are they going to fall into that I can learn from? Because obviously we don't all have the same massive corporate budgets to risk failing. But there's cautious optimism regardless. No matter who we spoke to, of all the customers we surveyed, whether large, small, regardless of industry, 50% said that they had seen a positive impact in their business because of AI in the last 12 months. So a year in, and we're already starting to see more than half of customers seeing the positives. When we look forward though, when we ask, do you expect AI to make a significant positive impact in the next 1 to 2 years, that number goes to 85%. So 4 out of every 5 customers believe that AI will make an impact in their business in the next 2 years, kind of bucking the trend that Gartner expects. So we'll see who ends up being right around that. So how can you make sure that you're taking advantage of this? Depending on where you fall on the AI hype conversation, you believe it's either going to be something very good or maybe not so much. And you end up at one of these 2 fairly distinct realities. And actually, it's worth noting a quick side tangent here. Hopefully some of you saw earlier this month, a Canadian won the Nobel Prize in Physics for his work in developing neural networks that laid the foundation for LLMs and the AI boom that we're seeing today. Geoffrey Hinton, who is actually a professor emeritus just up the road at U of T, in his acceptance speech, he's widely accepted as one of the 4 godfathers of AI. And in his acceptance speech, while he did note the good that AI can and will do, he did say that his biggest worry with AI is that the unintended consequences will be systems that end up becoming more intelligent than human life and end up taking over. So that's a little bit terrifying when the guy that invented the thing is raising these red flags. But I'm in the other camp. I'm not a naysayer. I don't believe in the doomsday prophecy of it. And I'll tell you why. One of the reasons I joined Intel was because of our corporate mission, which is to create technology that improves the lives of every person on the planet. Improves the lives, not just the businesses, of every person on the planet. And so why am I kind of more in this optimistic, let's call it more utopian camp on the right-hand side here? It's because there has been one skill set that has become very prevalent in the early days of AI, and one that I believe will become much more resurgent in the years to come. And that is critical thinking. Businesses that can think critically about how they're going to deploy their AI applications are going to exceed those who can't. At this point, currently, we are not able to strip away AI from the user. It is only going to be as good as the inputs we give it. So whether it be what applications you're looking to procure, what prompts you're going to be writing, how you're going to deploy that VP of AI you're going to go out and hire, the technology is only going to be as good or as bad as the people that are using it. And I'll give you another example here of critical thinking. Before I do that, so when customers ask, hey, what do I do with my AI strategy? I put the question back to them. What is your business outcome? How do you see success looking like for you? Customers think that AI is a standalone practice, but it needs to augment and overlay with your overall business strategy. So I challenge them to think about how they want to deploy their AI solutions, and technology in general for that matter. A strategy for strategy's sake is just going to fail if it's not tied to a tangible business outcome, no matter what industry you're in. And I'll give you one other example around critical thinking that I think makes a difference. Does anybody have any idea how many countries have held elections in the last 2 years? 50, 60? It's more. It's actually 90. So 90 countries, which is more than half the countries in the world, much more than half if you consider, let's say, non-democratic regimes that aren't holding elections, but more than half of the world's governments were up for election in the last 2 years. Now let's say the next cycle, let's call it 3 to 5 years from now, those countries are having elections again. What if 3 to 5 years from now, we as a society have become better critical thinkers because of the AI that we're using? What if we're asking better questions, more poignant questions, because of the prompts that we've been writing? What if we become better judges of responses, of truthful responses, whether those be responses from a machine or a chatbot, or from just people around us? Now, I would argue that the unintended consequences of AI are actually going to be fairly positive in society. So as I wrap up here today, I want to leave you with one final thought. At Intel, we believe that every company is going to be an AI company. Every user is going to be an AI user to one extent or another. It's not that AI is going to replace people's jobs, but rather people who can use AI will replace people who can't. Businesses that can think critically in their deployments will outlast the businesses that can't or won't. You know, at Intel, we have a community of over 300 ISV partners that we work with in our ecosystem. We're going to have 500 certified AI use cases by the end of next year. So there will absolutely be a use case for you and your business that we can work towards. You know, right now, silicon and semiconductors drive a $504 billion addressable market. So these are products powered by semiconductors. And because of this technology, we expect this to more than double by the end of the decade, to be a $1 trillion addressable market by 2030. This is going to be the largest corporate shift in strategy and focus since the Industrial Revolution. So the opportunity is out there for you. I would challenge you to think about how you want to go and capture it, and I look forward to going on this journey with you all for the next 10 years. Thank you.
Please give Cameron another round of applause. Thank you so much for your information there. I had no idea that the internet was actually launched in 1983. That's amazing. I was actually probably 6 years old, but yeah, it's good to know. Thank you so much. And this is what I'm talking about. We're getting insightful information, and we're going to continue right now by welcoming Paul Gasper back to the stage. But before I do so, I'm just going to read a little bit more information about Paul, okay? So as you know, I already mentioned before, Paul Gasper is a director of small business at UPS Canada, and his keynote, Leveraging Logistics for Digital Transformation, will explore how UPS is enhancing its network to support e-commerce growth and offering faster deliveries and more delivery options. Paul will also share how small businesses can leverage discounted UPS shipping rates and logistics solutions to reduce cart abandonment and deliver top-tier customer experience. So please join me in welcoming Paul Gasper back to the stage.
You know what, since Amazon is sponsoring this, let's say you're on Amazon and you're there and you're purchasing something today. So you go on there, you purchase your item, you've confirmed. What's the very next thing most of us do? Any ideas? What do? A lot of us do take this out, right? Why do we take this out? Because we go to our inbox and we start swiping up and down and we're like, where's that confirmation email? It's been 3 seconds, it should be here already. How come it's not here? I just placed that order, right? This is the world we live in today. As consumers, we want information, we want it immediate, and we want to understand what we can control and change and do. And that is critical to understand, and we understand this as consumers. So I challenge you, as business owners, you need to make sure that you're providing your customers that same level of information and details so that they've got what they need. Now the slides aren't on yet. Oh, they are, perfect. So I'm going to dive right into this. Don't want to spend a lot of time on this first slide because I want to dive into some of the tips that I want to share with you. But logistics in the digital transformation is huge. You can see with what is on the slide here, there is all kinds of aspects where logistics is impacting or being impacted because of the transformation we're seeing from a digital perspective. And that is what we're seeing today. And what we just heard is from an AI perspective, it's even going to be tenfold, right, as we move throughout the years. But why that's so important, and especially if you are in the e-commerce space, is because there has been a boom. Canada actually, prior to COVID, was a little bit slow when you compare us to the US and other markets around the world to adapt to e-commerce. But we started to, just before COVID, start to recognize this was an interesting and fun thing to be able to stay home and purchase things and have it delivered. And we all know what COVID did, right? We're all locked at home, and what happened? We all got on that bandwagon. So it has exploded. You can see from the stats on the slide that it is a huge opportunity that continues to grow and will continue to grow in the years to come. But the one thing that we still see today, and you can Google this and you'll find it online, shopping cart abandonment is a huge issue. And I don't care if you are a startup or you're a Fortune 500 company, it's something you focus on. Because you focus on the fact that there are people today that come to my website, they actually put something to the shopping cart, and they walk away. Why? Why did they leave? Why did they not make that purchase? Well, what I can tell you, what I'm going to share with you today, is we've done a lot of research on this with consumers, and we recognize that there are certain things that consumers expect. Like I said at the very beginning, right? They want information. And if you're not sharing information with them, they might go elsewhere. And our research is showing that. So I'm just going to give you some high-level tips. And I'm hoping most of you recognize this already. But like I said earlier on, you're probably going to have a few that will be going, that's interesting. I expect this as a consumer, but my website does not do this. Or I never thought that this would be important for me to add to my business. So let's go through this little bit of a chart of different options that you need to think of. First thing is storing your cart for later. And what I mean by this is, how many of you have actually gone to a website, been on it for a while, finally found something you like, put it into the cart, and then got distracted? Got a phone call, left, whatever the case might be. But then you came back to that website. Usually what you see when you come back to that website, especially if it's a larger e-commerce platform, the top right where the shopping cart is, it's got that one in there, right? Even though you didn't log in, it's recognized your IP address. It recognizes who you are, and it saved that item for you. Consumers want that, especially if you've got a lot of products. Now, if your website sells one product, it's a lot easier for me as a consumer to go, okay, I got to go and bring that into the cart again to finish my transaction. But if you offer multiple things, our research is telling us that some consumers are saying, if I have to go looking for that again, I might not bother at that point and leave, right? Technology today to actually recognize that person coming back and find and making sure that you're positioning back where they left off, especially if something's in the cart, without forcing them to log in. It's great to have people become customers, But don't force everyone to log in and become a customer if they don't want to be. I might be on your website, I like what you have, but I don't want to create another profile. I just want to buy what you have and move on. So provide that opportunity for them, and you will reduce any abandonment that could happen. Multiple payment options. Who's heard about ransomware? Right? We hear it. If it's not daily, it's weekly, at least monthly, right? It's happening, it's out there, right? So consumers, unfortunately, also deal with this. It could be their credit card being stolen, whatever the case might be. And we've heard from consumers that if they're on a website, they might love what you have to offer, but they're thinking, this is a small business. How secure is their website? And they're telling me to put in my credit card information, but it's not showing me that it's, verified and secured. They're not offering me other alternatives like Google Pay or PayPal. So consumers are telling us if they don't have these additional options, that they might walk away because they're unsure how secure your website might be. So again, provide multiple options on your website when it comes to the payment transaction. Multiple service options, right? What do people want? Probably free shipping, and that's going to be the last thing I'm going to talk about on this journey here. But before we talk about free shipping, you got to make sure that you provide your customer multiple options. There's a lot of research. In fact, there's one that just came out last week from one of our competitors that covers the exact same information because it actually explains that customers want things fast, but if it's going to save them some costs, they don't mind waiting for it as well too. But they want that option. And the reason they need that option is because, you know what? It's not going to cost me to actually wait 3 days to get it. That's fine. That's great. But if your business is based here and I'm in Vancouver and I want to buy your product because it's going to be a gift for somebody or I need it for the weekend, and I go to the shopping cart and I recognize that you're telling me that it's going to get to me in 5 to 10 days, well, what's 5 to 10 days? Am I going to get it in time? And if I'm not going to get it in time, do I even want it at this point? And guess what? Consumers are telling us in our research they're walking away. So even though most of your customers might want the lower cost or no cost option and they can wait for it, you will have a percentage of your customers that are going to say, you know what? I'll pay the extra fee, but I need it tomorrow. So have those options for them. Oops, I went the wrong way. Accurate time in transit. I just gave you the example of 5 to 10 days, right? The tools that are available to you from UPS and our competitors are today, it provides you that details. It gives you specifically that knowing that my package to my customers coming from my postal code to their postal code or to their zip, you've provided or they've provided information you need in order to tell them, guess what? This package is going to get to you via ground in 2 days by end of day or tomorrow by 10:30. You can position that to the customer. And you should make sure that whoever your carrier is, you're utilizing their APIs, their tools, and you're integrating that and pushing that back to the customer. Because again, think of yourself as a consumer. Do you want to know when you get to the shopping cart that it says you're going to get it 5 to 10 days? Or do you want to know that you've got options and here's exactly when you're going to get it? Right? And I can see some of the heads nodding. Track your orders. That goes back to the whole cell phone, right? You can push back to your customers the information that they want in order to track their package. And let's take it one step further. When they actually finish their transaction and they've now purchased something from you and you've now shipped it, when you push the tracking number or information to them to track it, and you actually click on that, where should it go? Or let me rephrase that. Let's say you've actually are using UPS and you've actually shipped something to your customer, you're now pushed out the tracking number. When that customer clicks on that tracking number, where should that customer be going? And when I ask that question, a lot of people think that, hey, I'm going back to the UPS site because that's where it's going to tell me when that package is actually being received, when I'm going to get it. And you can do that. You can send your customers to our website. We will take care of your customer. We will tell your customer when they're going to actually get their package. But it's your customer. Why are you sending them to us? That same information we're going to tell them, we can push to you. And if we push it to you, you can do what you've probably seen when you actually are buying stuff, And when you click on it, it doesn't go to the carrier's website, but it goes back to that business that you bought from. And what you see is usually on the left side of the screen, here's all my tracking information. But on the right side, what does it do? It actually gives you an opportunity to sell to that customer again. For example, Paul, here's your tracking information. By the way, those shoes that you bought in black, we've got it for you in brown. And if you click now, we'll save 20%. You can sell to a customer again because you've got their attention. And why do you have their attention? Because I want to know when I'm actually going to get that as a consumer, and I'm clicking on that tracking information. So utilize that technology, that integration, to push that back. Landed cost is an important one, but this is when you're going global. And this is an area that you can differentiate yourselves from the competition. And what it means is that it allows you that when your customers are buying from you, from other markets outside of Canada, and you're shipping to them, that you can now, in the process, tell them, here's the total cost. Not just the shipping cost, not just the cost of the product, but any brokerage, duties, or customs into that market that they are located in, that you're shipping them to. And that's going to differentiate yourselves, because if you don't notice today, let me tell you something. When you ship something, typically the terms through a courier environment is prepaid, which means that the receiver in another market is the ones responsible for duties, customs, and charges. So if I'm in the US and I'm buying something from you, and it's over a certain value, into the US it's $800, the de minimis. If it's over that value, they're going to receive, in addition to that package, an invoice to pay for brokerage, duties, and customs. But instead of having them have that bad experience, you now with landed cost can tell them up front, here's what it all is going to cost. And by the way, I'm going to charge you up front now, so when you get your package, you don't have to worry about anything at all. So again, if your business is going to go global, it's a great thing to differentiate yourselves. Talking about differentiating yourselves, returns. Returns I always refer to is that one cousin that you meet at a barbecue that you only see at a barbecue, and you really don't know if it's really a cousin, and you really don't want to know if you can go talk to them or not talk to them, and how should I deal with this? Well, returns seems to be that same thing when I talk to businesses, right? Because as consumers, what do we all expect when we're actually on websites? We want to understand, if I buy this and I really change my mind, can I return it? What's the return policy? Do I have to pay for my own shipping to get it back? They want to know that. And by the way, whatever your return policy is, have it up front. I've seen websites where I can't see it, I can't find it, it's not in the terms. But then when I go through 3 screens of the shopping cart, and I get to the last end where I process, all of a sudden there's an icon that pops on that says, here's my return policy. Too late. People are not going to go that far to see your return policy needs to be explained up front, so I understand that, right? But again, as consumers, we expect that. So why not adapt it and embrace it as business owners and differentiate yourselves? Allow customers to understand that, hey, buy from my business, but if you don't like the size, don't like the color, here's what my return policy is. Now again, you might sell perishable goods. Well, yeah, my return policy is there is no returns, right? So there's depending on your business, there could be a different type of policy. But if you communicate it up front and you can provide a good customer experience where I feel comfortable interacting with you, you're going to separate yourselves from the customers. Free shipping. Show of hands. Who believes that free shipping exists? It's a real thing. Oh, I got a few hands, right? Guess what? It's a myth. Doesn't exist. Somebody is paying for that shipment to move, right? There's no such thing as free shipping. And I'll give you my own personal experience so that you can see how it works when you actually see it and you're wondering, well, I get it. No, you don't. A couple years ago, my wife was on a website. I won't mention the brand, but it was a big box chain. She was on their website. We needed a small little light for one of our rooms in our basement. She happened to see it on their website. She said, hey, this is perfect. She told me to log in and purchase it, which I did. So logged in. I purchased it. It was $39.99, no shipping costs at all. It was free shipping. Again, $39.99. Bought it. I was even happier because it was delivered by UPS 2 days later. I installed it. Everything was great. About a week and a half afterwards, I happened to be in my local store, the local location. And I'm walking through it, and what do I see on the end display? The exact same light. And I know it was the same one, and it wasn't on sale. It was the exact same light because I took a photo of the SKU, and I still had the box at home, and I matched it. It was the exact same thing. In the store, they were selling it for $27.99. A week and a half before, I got it for free shipping at $39.99. Did I really get free shipping? I didn't, right? So those are the tricks that the larger brands out there do, and things that you can incorporate into your business to offer it as well too. And if you can work with something and offering free shipping, it's a great thing to do, because there's research out there that actually shows that they've taken consumers and they've said, hey, if I can sell you this item for $75 and charge you $25 in shipping, or sell you this item for $100 free shipping, which one do you want? And 100% of the people say that they want this one. It's the same cost. It's $100 at the end of the day, but it's that perception of that free shipping. So how do you compete? There's things that you can do. You might say that, hey, you got to spend a certain amount in my shopping cart before I can offer you free shipping. Or you need to buy a certain amount of items before I can offer free shipping. Or you incorporate into the price of the goods, like in my example as well too. All kinds of tricks out there that you can do in order to offer that free shipping experience to your customers, because it's in the psyche of the consumers today, which we all look forward to it as well. All right, I got some homework for you. 3 points and then I'm done. Probably thinking, homework, really? Yeah, there is, because I think if you haven't done this exercise, this will help you. First of all, family and friends intervention. And what I mean by that is if you already have a business with a website and it's fairly new, or you're about to launch one, this is an opportunity to ask your friends and your family to go onto your website and to tear it apart, to really give you feedback as to what they think about the website. Was it a good experience? Was it a bad experience? What I like, what I didn't like. So don't ask mom and dad, because mom and dad are going to say, hey, it's great, I love it, But really get that, maybe that cousin that you barely see at the barbecue. Ask them, what do you really think about it? Because you're going to get some honest feedback initially on how to work your actual website and to make tweaks. Go shopping. What I mean by going shopping is go to your favorite websites today that you go on to. And don't necessarily go shopping unless you want to, that's fine. But mark down what the experience is. Besides the product or service that they offer on there, what is it that you like about the website? What is it? How's it laid out? How's the information being shared? And is any of that different from yours, where you can incorporate some of those ideas and some of those looks and feels for it? And number 3 is a little bit of a covert operation. And what I mean by this is if you've got any competition today in the Canadian market or anywhere else around the world, go to their website. How does their website look? How is it that they communicate with their customers? In fact, this is where you probably should go shop. Because if you got competitors, you should be online buying from them. Because you should understand what was that experience online, but what was that experience after the fact? After I bought it, did I get an email? Did it give me tracking information? How many emails did I get? When I got my package, did it say thank you in a note? Did they follow up afterwards saying, I saw that you got the product. Can you give me a review? Like, there's so many things that, again, as I'm saying this, you're probably going, I remember these things. I've experienced as a consumer. Well, these are things you should be thinking about as well, too, for your website to make sure that you've got that all built properly. All right. The last thing I want to share with you, you should have saw in your bags that you received, but if you don't have one, come and see us. Any business, if you sign up with UPS through the CanadianSME Summit offer, you get 50% flat off. First question I get asked is, well, how much do I need to ship? Doesn't matter. You can ship 1 package a year. You can ship 10 a day. There's no minimums at all. Well, how long does the offer last? As soon as you sign up the account, until you cancel your account, it's there. So if you're looking to talk to us, or if you're looking to get an offer to get started either today or for some future date that you need it for your business, come talk to us. Love to hear about your business and what your plans are as well. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, Paul. Some insight, insightful information here. Talking about a lot about technology, UPS strategies, and so forth. Now we're going to be proceeding with a panel of discussions, and we just need about 10 minutes just so we can get set up, so we can have our panelists join us on stage. So please feel free to just talk amongst each other, network, and just give us about 10 minutes so we can get the stage set up for our discussions. Okay? Thank you so much. And it'll start in about 10 minutes.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
Check. All right, guys, so please feel free to come back within 10 minutes. Please don't roam away too far. You don't want to miss the panelists. They're going to be giving us some information coming up in less than 10 minutes, okay? So please feel free.
Moderator is part of this. Moderator? Okay.
4 billion people check their email every day. That's 4 billion missed opportunities if your message doesn't make it. To reach your customer's inbox, you need a winning strategy. And Constant Contact delivers. Literally, over 97% deliverability. Elevate your email game with easy-to-use templates, writing assistants powered by AI, and in-depth metrics. Ensuring your email is flawless, delivered, and read. Constant Contact delivers. Give it a try.
Okay.
Your business gets even more rewarded.
With an award-winning loyalty program at 6,000 IHG hotels and resorts worldwide.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're in the business of you.
We're here to help you plug in,
Connect and recharge.
make an impression,
and meet with confidence.
With 19 brands built for business,
Your business gets even more rewarding.
With an award-winning loyalty program at 6,000 IHG hotels and resorts worldwide.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts.
Doesn't matter you've never done it before. You unlock those problems. You adapt to change. You learn to evolve. You're pioneers in challenging times, finding your own frontiers. Wherever you e-commerce, UPS is with you.
I would like to welcome you guys back. Please come back to the conference room. We're about to start with our panelists. So feel free to come back in, grab a seat. Can we have somebody get people out there, please? All right, guys, we're about to start with the panel discussions. Please feel free to come back into the conference room. You don't want to miss this insightful information, so please come back, grab your seats, and join us. We're going to start in about 3 minutes. So if you can hear me, please come back into the conference room. Thank you. Please make your way back into the conference room for our next panel that's going to be presenting. Welcome back, welcome back. Please have a seat. We're about to start in about 3 minutes. Thank you so much. All right. Well, welcome back, most of you. I guess people will join us while the discussion takes place. So we're now excited to begin our first panel discussion, Embracing Digital Transformation, Navigating the Future of Canadian Small Businesses. In today's fast-paced business landscape, digital transformation is essential for the success of Canadian SMBs. This panel will explore how adopting digital technologies can enhance operational efficiency, improve customer engagement, and maintain a competitive edge. We're joined by an incredible lineup of experts. The first speaker we have is Mickey Velamorovich, Head of Product for Alexa Translations AI. We have Nick Djirdjevic, Emerging and Expansions Markets Leader of Amazon Canada and Millennium Business Canada. Todd Lukasevich, CEO of Business Sherpa Group. Sina, please give them a round of applause as they approach the stage, please. Sina Sajigian, CEO of New Binary. Manraj Mand, Managing Director of Watchdog Security. Adam Kupsta, Founder and CEO of Encore Cloud Services, Inc. Shobib Nakvi, Sales Manager, Startups and Small Business at CDW Canada. Please give them a round of applause. And we're going to have more people join us as they proceed with the discussions. So this panel is actually here to share some real-life case studies, discussions, and of course talk about the benefits of AI and automation and provide practical strategies for navigating digital transformation. So without further ado, please welcome our panelists to the stage. Welcome, please. Round of applause. Go ahead, guys. We're going to get more people to arrive.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So good to be here. I love these events, by the way, because not only do we get some amazing insights from these amazing looking professionals that we have here, but also all of you. I mean, I think the conversations that we see, that we have in these hallways about business, about where we're taking the business, what challenges we have across the board is really always inspiring. So super, super happy to be here. And we're really happy because we're the first panel, so we really get to dig into some really meaty discussions for today. And as our introduction noted, we're going to talk about digital transformation. Now, this is a topic that has been on top of many SMB lists for a very long time, and it continues to be so because, you know, digital transformation continues. As we know, as we've entered a new world, particularly of AI, Gen AI, large language models, of course, that it will never really slow down. So now when we think about, there are really a lot of areas the SMEs can put through digital transformation. So a lot of areas of their business models. But the question always is, where should they focus? Like, what should they really prioritize, especially for those that are starting out their journeys from a digital transformation? So Nick, how about we start with you and your take on that?
Thank you. So I am not on this screen because I have to step in for Kevin Grimes, who is our country manager for Amazon Business Canada. But I'm also from Amazon Business. I oversee our emerging and international expansion opportunities for Amazon Business. And maybe I can just start by introducing Amazon Business because I don't think you guys really know what we do because you know Amazon, but you don't know Amazon Business. And so Amazon Business really started out with looking at our customers who were shopping on Amazon who were actually businesses like yourselves. They were using Amazon to try to do their business shopping with their personal accounts, and what we heard very often is that they were having a difficult time separating what is their personal stuff that they need versus what they need for their business. And this was causing a lot of churn and overhead in terms of accounting and separating what was going on, and also didn't provide the level of visibility because small businesses had different individuals within their organization using their own personal Gmail accounts to be buying for their business needs. So we ended up launching Amazon Business as a separate website to Amazon meant for businesses and to help them actually transform their procurement digitally. So on Amazon Business, we're actually taking all of the needs of the small businesses to kind of create a one-stop shop where we're finding that customers are now able to separate their personal and business shopping. They're able to add multiple users to the same account to be able to control all the spend that's happening within their organization and have the data and the visibility behind what trends and purchasing is going on. And we're also continually innovating on behalf of our small businesses. We're thinking about different ways that we can help you guys, of course, save money because we know how important cost savings are to small businesses. Over 30% of the products that you actually find on Amazon Business are going to have either business discounts or quantity discounts compared to what you see on Amazon.ca, the consumer part of our website. We're also finding different ways to allow you to leverage your Prime account. So if you have a consumer Prime account and then you sign up for Amazon Business, we actually have a Amazon Business Duo account that lets you use the same free shipping benefits that you would have as a consumer on your business account for for free. So we're consistently thinking about different ways that we can help small businesses transform their digital procurement by taking the experience they love on Amazon as a consumer, but then making it more functional for their business needs. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of an overview of how you can procure digitally with Amazon.
No, absolutely, and I think what's important is to have that delineation between obviously their personal dealings and business dealings, and I think one of the components there becomes important is data, right? And so, maybe Manraj, I mean, you're the cybersecurity expert, so maybe your take on this whole idea of like as they're entering this digital transformation phase, and even beyond cybersecurity, what are some of the things they should really focus on as they're starting these journeys?
Testing. Okay, this works. Yeah, so I mean, it's no surprise businesses are adopting emerging technology at an unprecedented rate, whether it's IoT devices in their commercial buildings, cloud for their infrastructure. The one problem is, in my opinion, is that oftentimes or not, there's that false perception of security where, oh, I don't need to worry about it, Google handles it for me. Oh, I don't need to worry about my security, AWS hosts it. But what a lot of times these businesses don't realize, and I talked about this a bit on my last year's panel as well, is the shared responsibility model. So anytime you adopt a new technology, there's always some onus on you as the business owner to set up that technology correctly. And what we've seen time after time again is businesses are not setting up the technology correctly, leading to data breaches, cybersecurity issues, and just incidents involving data. And that's actually one of the reasons we set out and started Watchdog Security. So we kind of recognized the problem with human error, especially in the small business area, and we built a solution that essentially integrates with all your SaaS apps, your cloud environments, your network, and essentially does all the work for you in terms of finding misconfigurations, telling you how to fix it, and alerting you as soon as something happens. So really, I think for all businesses, whether obviously I'm a bit biased, I'm going to say use our product, but at the end of the day, whichever product you go with, I think it's very, very important to consider the security of the applications and the technology you are adopting, and really look into that shared responsibility aspect. That's probably what I'd say.
Oh, that's perfect. Thank you. Absolutely. I think that's where the understanding of that don't underestimate data security aspects of things, 100%. Shoaib, maybe from your perspective, any other sort of use cases that either you've seen in your organizations or anything you can sort of provide to SMBs on, just kind of be careful with this side of things, and especially sometimes what happens, by the way, and I'm sure many of you have been there, is that I got this shiny new object thing, the shiny new toy. Oh, this is cool. Let's do this. But then you reflect back and say, well, that's doing nothing for my business model. So all of a sudden you're about the, outputs versus outcomes, because you can say we're doing this, and it's like, well, but it's not helping my business. So what would sort of be your recommendation to try to prevent that from happening and really align the transformation with actually business goals and objectives?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for having me here, Mickey, and thank you for the Canadian SME team for having me as well too. Great question, right? So we see this all the time. My team specifically at CDW has multiple teams and works with all sorts of organizations, but my team specifically works with startups and small businesses, and we've been doing this now for over 4 years. We work as a full-stop shop for all of their IT needs, and really, what we do is not really push a solution, but meet them where they need. So where they need us. So we see all types of organizations, whether they're fully built out in the cloud from day one, whether they're just at the point of idea generation and just looking for that simple hardware to start, looking at maybe I think the Intel folks were talking about it earlier, but making sure they have an AI-ready machine from day one. Making sure that they have all the right security needs from day one. We meet them exactly where they need to ensure that they can be successful.
No, that's great. Thank you so much for that perspective. And so, we kind of started the discussion with, what areas can SMBs digitize? And reality is every part of their business model. The one that I often get interested in, maybe because sort of my background in consumer and marketing, is really when we think about consumer engagement, especially for those SMBs that have a tremendous amount of customers. What are some of the ways, I guess, if we think about like the two core components, obviously acquisition, but also retention. So if we think about what parts, like what digital tools and platforms can we maybe use to ensure that we're getting kind of both sides of the story. And Sina, I would love your perspective on this one.
Is this working? Okay. So I think there were a lot of great tips shared in the last talk by Paul. I think there are a ton of ideas how we can engage more customers, and one of the ideas was to talk to friends and family, give feedback. That's a great idea, but I think a better idea is to talk to your customers, see what they want. As a general rule, we work with a lot of SMEs and SMEs, and we try to implement lean methodology with them to try to answer these questions, like what is the priority? I think the hard questions to answer is, okay, we have all of these ideas, what is the most impactful one to tackle first? Because SMEs don't have like unlimited budgets to do all of them. So the most important thing is what is the priority? And your customers can tell you what is the actual priority. And how many people here have heard about lean startup methodology? Can you give me hands? Not much? Okay. So I encourage you strongly to get familiar, because a lot of people think that only applies to startups. That's not true. We work with enterprises to implement that. I think government can implement that, but that's a discussion for another day. And that's, I think, gives you a platform for prioritizing. In a simple word, it tells you, look for pain points. Ask them what are your pain points, and try to collect enough data from your customers.
So basically what you're saying is define the problem first, try to figure out what you're trying to do before you actually get to implement something that's going to help you get to that objective.
Exactly.
Right?
Digital tools are just tools. Technology is just a tool to solve problems. We are ultimately solving human problems. New people entering the workforce. Look at the data. It's shocking. And this is not unique to Canada. It's about US. And these retired people, they have money. So most of the money is in their hands, but we're neglecting them when we talk about these things. So don't assume that because the new generation is very digital native, we have to digitize everything. If majority of your customers are elderly, for example, your financial services, talk to them, see what they want. They want things digitized in a different way.
100%. And what I love about what you said earlier is talk to your customers, right? It goes back to even some of the lean startup like Eric Ries, Steve Blank, always talking about get out of the building, talk to people. And I think that's really important to understand what is exactly are your customers struggling with. So Adam, maybe from your perspective, and you're sort of in the, let's call it core of business cloud computing. I mean, I think that was one of the things that was probably often even misunderstood about what problem is trying to solve. So perhaps from your perspective, how would you maybe position some of the ideas of how to create that customer engagement by using digital solutions?
Yeah, so customer engagement really starts with collecting data about the customer. We heard a lot about AI being, on the, I'll say the, we're kind of over the hill, and we're looking beyond the hype, right? So a lot of SMEs out there may be looking at AI, but don't know really where to start. And my advice there is just to start with data. Start looking at your customers, learning about your customers, because you're going to find that your services need to be a lot more personalized in the future. Customers are going to be very selective in that. They want that personal experience. And you don't have to be super creepy about getting information about your customer. You don't have to go, spy on social media accounts or anything else like that. I mean, it could be as simple as just observing their behaviors, how they interact with you and your services. So you may have one customer that, taps their card on the payment terminal, the other one inserts it, types in a PIN, and that's a valuable point of telemetry that you can then, use AI down the road to further analyze those behaviors and better understand. The other thing that I would recommend that especially the small and mid-sized organizations do is to leverage chatbots in their customer interaction. It does greatly accelerate the whole customer engagement process, right? So you definitely want to stay away from the 8-point phone menu that you have to spend 2 minutes listening to, that always changes every time you call in. And kind of leverage chat and LLMs to help route the customer's request from that request down to the actual result, because that's really where your efficiency shines, right? And lastly, I'll say start embracing electronic engagement methods, right? So I'll use the example of Apple and Tesla, right? So with Apple, if you call Apple Care, for instance, and if you have a question about your device or your recent purchase, whatever it may be, at least when I call, they already know that I'm calling from a certain number. They verified me with my voice, and they call. Are you calling about your recent iPhone purchase, or are you calling about your Apple TV remote that wasn't working? And through those interactions, it just really shortcuts that entire process. And with Tesla, I mean, for anyone that has a Tesla, you'll kind of know what I'm talking about. But when I first bought my car 2 years ago, I was a little bit taken aback because there wasn't a 1-800 number to call and schedule an appointment, right? Or even ask a question about the car. It was all done through the app. So it's that single pane of glass that you interact with the service or with your product, and now you're able to schedule service. And then once you send a text message to your service advisor, the car uploads telemetry, right? So by the time you take it in, they already know what parts you need, what's wrong with it. And it just creates a frictionless customer service experience. These things are fairly easy to do these days, and I think for relatively low cost, you can certainly enhance your existing services or enhance your existing customer delivery with some of these next generation services.
That's great. That's a great example. I love both examples you used, obviously, from organizations that do this quite well. Todd, your organization touches a lot of different industries and components. Any sort of thoughts from your end on this question?
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, Mickey. I mean, Business Sherpa Group really focuses on that back office corporate service support for SMBs. And what we try to do with each solution is bring in that tech stack, digitize and find efficiencies for the client. And from a client engagement standpoint, client success standpoint, what we tell our clients and what we do ourselves actually is a bit twofold. I mean, we definitely do the customer experience interviews, almost holding yet quarterly QBR with the customer versus just ourselves, and really trying to find those data points that we need. And AI is great for that. Even simple AI tools like Copilot, summarizing that data and pulling out what we need. But more importantly for us, it's really utilizing and managing our CRM as well. The capabilities now in CRM, including some of the AI add-ons you can get for them, they're game changers. We do all our marketing through our CRM, we do all our customer interface through our CRM, and we can track, what's open, what's of interest, what's not of interest, and then through the communications, and then we have all that data, right? And what we also find, especially more so through our interviews with our clients, is like everyone, they want data. And serving a broad spectrum of SMBs, we have that data. So whether it's building even a simplistic portal where we can share that data, where we can share relevant information, knowledge sharing to the client, that's what they really value. We're looking to build that customer experience through that.
No, it's great. So one of what I really love about this interaction here is that there's a couple of things that really came through. Number one is really define the problem that you're trying to solve, and do that by talking to your customers and talk to them often. And then the second point was data, because I can pretty much imagine if we were sitting in any business conference even 5, 6, even 10 years ago, data is important, but now data is critical. And simply because we're in this age now of generative AI powered by large language models, which are all essentially just compilations of an immense amount of data. So, of course, no conference will be complete without really digging into AI, and we're the first ones here on this stage to actually dig into this question here. So, when we think about these problems to be solved for customers, and when we think about, obviously, what data is required to solve these problems, and Adam, you brought up a couple of examples already, and Todd, you as well touched on them. But is there anything else that you've seen that you've either helped your customers develop or deploy at this point, or even deploying in your organizations, that has kind of solved a really big problem? So maybe Adam, we'll start with you again.
Sure. So thanks for that. So at Encore, we specialize in helping customers adopt their digital platforms and reduce the risk and complexity of all that. And one of the things that we do to help with that is provide what I'll call digital managed infrastructure services right at the edge of cloud providers, and something we call cloud adjacency. So we have to run our stack, right? So there's servers, there's storage, there's routers, switches, all that stuff. And one of the things that we've done early on, since we started back in 2015, we've decided to automate a lot of our operations. And over the years, and now it's actually really good to the point where we, as a service provider, we have failures. Our job is to make sure that these failures don't manifest themselves into customer impacting events. So a lot of the things that we do to mitigate some of these internal nuances is we automate them. We automate the incident management and the incident response process. So if something fails, we identify it. I'll call it the robot, basically isolates the issue. So if it's a bad server, bad power supply, bad rack, when we have bad power going to the rack or one of the PDUs failed, we would isolate that and effectively backfill those components automatically through our online hot spare inventory. And the human still gets a call at 3 o'clock in the morning, like one of our operators, but not to necessarily solve the technical problem. It's to be notified that something was done to fix it. And their job isn't, half asleep at 3 o'clock in the morning to dive into some really technical, deep technical problem solving, but it's really to more validate if the robot actually did its job correctly. And then if it didn't, then we spend the next couple of days fixing it. But over the years, that level of operational agility is going to really, it gives us that advantage, and it's going to give your business that advantage as well if you look at your operations. And AI is just going to bring those superhuman capabilities into your existing business. So, something definitely to investigate.
That's great. And Shoaib, how about you at CDW? I mean, anything exciting happening that you can speak about?
I mean, from our perspective, we help customers through this journey all the time, right? So, especially nowadays, customers are looking at how they can use AI in their organization, what they can use it for. So, we help them with ways that they can maybe get more efficient, become more efficient, and optimize their day-to-day through automation. We help them with adopting the right tools that can help them grow their business and really reduce redundancy. At the end of the day, I think it's important to recognize, again, AI isn't necessarily replacing us. What it's doing is making our jobs better, making our businesses better, making our businesses faster, work more efficiently. That's the end goal that we help our customers identify. And really, what it can do beyond that is also help all these organizations, all of our customers with their customer engagements as well too, right? There's a lot of data. We were talking about data earlier, but you can use AI in a predictive analysis as well too to understand what your customer needs are. So a real life customer engagement. We have a customer, I can't name them here, but they're in the food services industry. They work with they serve only, their motto really is serving only fresh food, right? So with that, there's a lot of waste that comes, right? If their customers aren't ordering the right products, then they cannot serve that food later on. So what they do is they use AI for predictive analysis to understand what their customers are going to purchase, and then based off of that, that's how they manage their supply chain. So really cool ways that AI can be used in your organization, and it is something very worth looking at.
So it sounds like your predictions are that it's not going to replace anybody necessarily, but it's going to make all of us more efficient, more productive. It's going to take away some of those more menial tasks, automating those things, and creating that, I suppose, efficiencies that AI really gives us. Sina, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I certainly do. I think especially that I think. AI means different things in different times. Mostly when people talk about AI today, they talk about generative AI and LLMs, which is just a small portion of what's happening in AI world. And for example, we're seeing great progress in computer vision. Like we have models that do things that it was impossible 5 years ago. We have models that can segment exactly multiple objects, for example, in a real-time video that we couldn't even give a bounding box in a single image 5 years ago. So people see the surface and think this is going to replace me, but there are a lot of different aspects that needs to progress at the same time to be able to replace people. Especially, we have a stronghold in manufacturing, for example. Replacing a human in manufacturing, if it's not possible to do with the robots right now, requires a lot of progress in different aspects of AI. It has actually nothing to do with LLMs. So, yeah, I don't think that they're going to replace a lot of jobs anytime soon.
No, absolutely. And I think that, again, we're only at the forefront, and you mentioned something very important. Everybody kind of thinks about only a couple of examples of what AI can do. I mean, AI has been around for a very long time. It's just that it's evolving now at a pretty good clip. Now, the challenges now, even with this now, as this digital transformation journey gets more complex, even with introduction of these various AI tools, oftentimes we get excited about what we can do, but ultimately for a lot of small business owners, the adoption gets pretty challenging. I think that whole transition, how do you go from basics to, or from not having anything to basic level of transformation, and then maybe kind of, bring it forward. So I know a lot of you are probably thinking about, yeah, that's all great, but I still struggle with, I do have some of these challenges. And so, Nick, you mentioned at the top of this panel how, you guys at Amazon went and said, listen, we really have to have a dedicated, component for your business side of things. And I imagine that probably had some of those challenges of having customers sort of transition from, well, I have the platform already, how do I kind of take this next step? So maybe just from your perspective, how can some of these SMEs sort of overcome these issues of digital transformation and especially adoption once it's in the organization itself? Yeah, I would love every one of you to really give a very quick, what's next? I mean, here we are, tail end of 2024, like what's next for digital for SMBs? And Nick, we'll start with you. We'll kind of go down the line, punchy, quick, because we want to leave some questions, time for questions. So.
Yeah, I think I kind of covered it already, but it's just how are we going to be able to integrate within Amazon? How are we going to be able to integrate our AI tools to actually help and simplify your lives and then make the data much more easy and accessible to you when you don't have a large organization to go through it? So that's the kind of stuff that we're working on.
I'm actually going to somewhat repeat myself, but I'm going to go back to, there's just so much more efficiencies you can get out of digital adoption. But it's really understanding your requirements and prioritizing that, and really moving forward to where you want to focus and grow your business. Because at each level of scale, you're going to have to change the foundation, your technical foundation that you're growing upon, and there's a lot of decisions to make. So be careful and know what you need.
So there was a proclamation in Paul. The other presentation that any company is going to be an AI company. I kind of agree with that, but I want to take one practical step back and say AI is just software. If you want to become an AI company, you have to first become a software company. And Adam touched on, more and more need for customization. Even, if you pick off the shelf like ERP or CRM, most of them are software development platforms these days. They're so complex, like Salesforce, that you most often see that you need developers for you to customize. And that means either internally or externally, you need a software development team. And a lot of time, we see people use the term AI for automation, but they just need pure software automation. They don't need AI for that. And they're trying to jump to conclusion that AI is a thing. I think the next big thing is that most companies are going to be software companies first. And you need VP of AI at some point, but I think you need VP of technology before that. And that's, I think, more practical future I would picture.
Yeah, I guess for me, I'm gonna be a little bit biased in my what's next statement, but I truly believe what's next for all businesses, and not in the future, but today, if not yesterday, is cybersecurity, right? And thankfully, today at Watchdog, we're right over on the corner booth over there. We actually have a great free plan for small businesses. There's no limits, no credit cards, and at the very minimum, it can provide your organization with baseline cybersecurity. So you'll get some training, you'll get some phishing simulation exercises, some benchmarks. A couple of really cool things there. We've had a lot of small businesses really be appreciative of this program, which is why we come back every year. But that being said, if you do nothing else for your security, sign up for a free Watchdog security subscription, get your employees trained, and start having some baseline security before you eventually start adopting more advanced security down the line.
I'll actually expand on the requirements topic. I think, as a small, essentially as a small mid-sized organization, you really have to strip away what is not core to your business. So basically outsource, right? And leverage things as services, because that's going to make you a lot more efficient. I'll give you an example. Most organizations have a help desk or a help ticketing system of some sort. It doesn't make any sense to maintain one internally. You can, subscribe to any of the couple of hundred solutions out there, and you're going to get more utility out of that. And as you break down your business into these discrete services and start stitching together those digital capabilities, you're going to be able to stitch together that workflow using those exposed APIs. And each of those components can then evolve on its own. Let's say 5 years down the road, your ticketing needs change. You can swap out, Atlassian for ServiceNow as an example, or vice versa. I'm not going to, I'm not picking on any vendor, but it's going to make you a lot more agile in this marketplace. And from an infrastructure perspective, a lot of organizations are still based or rooted in infrastructure. So you're running your own switches, networks, VMs, all that stuff. That's generally not core to many of your businesses. So leverage organizations that can help you with that. I mean, like our cloud adjacency is basically delivers all of that for you as a turnkey service, so that you can actually spend more time on leveraging technologies like AI and other digital modernization initiatives to add impactful value in how you differentiate your business to your customers.
Perfect. And I'll just talk a little bit about what's here right now. Obviously, there's certain trends that are still here that are going to continue to be here. Remote work, making sure that you have the right tools in place, you have the right security in place, you have the right cloud infrastructure in place for that environment. Making sure really that the focus is just technology optimization, making sure that you have the right technology to be able to follow through with these trends. If you have the right platform to begin with, you can follow these trends and you can grow. And I will say it as well too, we have our booth over here. Feel free to come by and meet some of our account managers as well that work with small businesses and help them with their technology needs. They would love to provide their insights as well.
That's great. Well, gentlemen, thank you. This was a very insightful. It was a great conversation. So many great points that you've raised. So many great insights. We got about 5 minutes, so definitely want to take some questions. Unfortunately, we won't be able to take too many. But again, you'll probably find most of these guys out here in the halls and ask for any more questions you may have. But any questions from the audience at this point? No, do you see a hand up there?
Hello, good morning. Thank you so much for this very insightful session. So my question is, what would you say would be the average cost for a small business to transition to tech or AI or automation, whichever digital support, as against using human resources? So what would you say would be the cost implication on both sides, and what would be the benefit of that to the small business?
Anybody want to take it? All right.
Check. Hi. I can start that. The benefit with digital services is that they're elastic in nature. So you don't need to have a very big budget to consume services like AI as an example. I mean, AI itself is very costly to acquire. I think one of the latest NVIDIA processors, I mean, they're upwards of like $40,000, which is way beyond the budget of most of us. So you can leverage cloud services for those AI capabilities and pay as you grow, essentially, right? So the more you consume, the more you can essentially afford in terms of budget. But a lot of the digital services that support small businesses, I mean, they are very low-cost subscriptions, right? So I mean, like a contact management tool might be like $100 a month or something like that. And if you farm out your business functions to these service providers, you might end up spending $1,000 or so a month, but your value as a business becomes your business becomes more valuable when you're able to stitch these tools together using APIs into your own unique workflow. So if a customer opens up goes on a shopping cart, orders something, that shopping cart automatically engages with UPS to, from that process, allowing your business to be more efficient. So you can, leverage your staff or yourself and essentially continue innovating using these services. But they don't have to be, very expensive. You can definitely do this very cost effectively.
Perfect. Thank you, Adam. Any other questions? Oh, I think we have one, yeah. Mike's coming.
Hey guys, just a question. In terms of AI, what are some of the challenges that you're hearing from your customers in terms of leveraging AI technology? Because from my lens, what I hear is that a lot of folks think that it's going to replace their job, but I don't see it that way. I think it's going to create a lot of efficiencies for them to do their job better. But I'm interested in your view from what you hear. Thank you.
I can make one quick point to that, and then I'll pass it on. But one of the challenges we're seeing with our SMB clients is actually the adoption. So the decision's been made at the highest level on a fantastic, AI technology or tool that will bring efficiencies. But it's having the whole organization adopt it and use it to its maximum capabilities. So it's that gap between leadership purchasing this tool. It's going to be a big benefit to us in terms of ROI, and then the employees and the adoption of actually using it.
So I'll just expand on what Todd just said there, the knowledge, right? So I know Manraj was talking about it earlier as well, the prompt engineering, the knowledge. That's going to be the biggest challenge that we often see. How do I actually use this? How do I use this within our environment? And there are some customers that will even test it out and won't use it. We can help a lot of our customers with AI readiness assessments, AI training, co-pilot training, lots of different programs. Another fear, just taking this in a different direction though, another fear and why it's important to manage your AI environment, if you are using a public tool like ChatGPT, I think Manraj touched upon this as well, it's not secure, right? It's a public tool. If you're in a very specific space, you're a fintech company, for example, and you have to host data for customers, and that can't be shared, right? So you have to look at the security requirements as well. So that's definitely one of the challenges, and then adoption as well.
And the one thing I'll kind of add to both of those points is what we're seeing is basically data, right? So a lot of organizations want to embrace AI, and to your point, it needs to be trained on your specific data. So it really boils down to the types of data you need to collect and how you collect that and as it relates to privacy and data stewardship, compliance postures, etc. So private AI definitely for those fintechs and those financial service organizations, but more importantly, it's how you collect the data that is used to train the model. And then how do you store that data? We get those questions a lot, and that's one of the things that we help our customers prepare for.
That's great. Thank you. Gentlemen, this was a lot of fun. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for the panelists, please. All right, so we're at time. Unfortunately, we do have to get off stage to make sure we don't get in a lot of trouble. But again, thank you so much. Hopefully this was insightful for all of you. and I hope to see all of you through the rest of the event. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Oh, a handshake first. Thank you. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Just want to thank our panelists once again for that great discussion. So now we're going to actually proceed with our next keynote speaker. Now let's welcome Tarandeep Singh, Director of Small Business and Regional VP. But before he comes to the stage, I just want to give some information about Tarandeep. So obviously, as a Director of Small Business and Regional VP, Commercial Marketing and Revenue Management at IHG Hotels and Resorts. So his keynote discussion today is going to be on navigating business travel strategies for small and mid-sized enterprises. And he will tackle the challenges small businesses face with business travel, from budget constraints to last-minute changes. Tarandeep will share how IHG Business Edge can offer solutions to streamline travel needs and help your organization overcome these obstacles. Joining Tarandeep for the Q&A session is Mark Reeves, Regional VP, Franchise Performance Support at IHG Hotels and Resorts. With extensive franchise expertise, Mark will discuss how businesses can leverage IHG's resources to improve performance. Together, they will address some common business travel challenges and how IHG Business Edge can provide effective solutions. So please join me in welcoming Tarandeep Singh and Mark Reeves to the stage. Please, a louder round of applause. I know the room, we have more people coming, but thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Thank
sir.
you so much.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Pleasure to meet you.
Well, it's great to be here. Thank you so much for having us. We're honored to be the hospitality partner for this conference, and thank you for your interest. We'll just work up some logistics here, and I need to stay away from those microphones, or the speaker.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for that great introduction. So as you've heard, we're with, Tarandeep and I are with IHG Hotels and Resorts, and we've had some great interaction at our booth, which is just outside these doors, second booth on the right. We'd love to see you take some time and chat with us. But today we want to talk about some tools that will help you as entrepreneurs. We realize that travel is a side shoot and a necessity to conducting business, obviously, but you have other reasons for business. You need to make money, and so travel is something you need help with. And so that's obviously a topic of conversation today. We want to be able to be that trusted partner for you. Just as we talk about IHG, I think it's interesting to note who we are and our scope globally. And so we're just looking for the next slide. But I will tell you, we have 6,500 hotels globally as of our quarter 3 earnings. And some of our brands, one of our most popular brands is Holiday Inn Express. So I think many of you may have heard of Holiday Inn Express. It's one of our most loved brands globally for its convenient locations and very smartly designed rooms and great, much loved breakfast, continental breakfast in the morning, and of course, fantastic Wi-Fi. So you can see our scope there, 6,430 hotels globally, actually now 6,500, and almost 1 million rooms around the world. We have 200 hotels in great locations across Canada. So with that, I know that travel isn't often fun. I myself am nearing 100 room nights this year. I can't believe it. So the active travel can be exhausting and tiring, but I would say, and maybe hopefully you agree with me, the most enjoyable part of travel is arriving at a hotel and knowing you're home for the night and you can sleep well and get rested and recharge for your business day ahead. But Tarandeep, can you tell us a little bit about some of the most common challenges for small business owners?
Sure. Thanks, Mark. Thanks for the introduction as well. See, we've been talking to a lot of SMEs. We have a lot of clients for IHG across Canada and across the globe as well. I think the more we talk to clients, there are a few things which really come out talking to a small and medium enterprise. And I had the pleasure to attend the event in last, I think it was June, if I'm not wrong. And the more I talk to the clients over here, cost management, especially because things are, getting costlier, travel is becoming costlier. Cost management is on the top of the mind for most of our SME clients. So that's something which every owner of a small and medium enterprise wants to look at in terms of how they balance that part. Number two for me, I think, based on the interactions that you have, booking complexity. For an SME, think about it. I mean, you are travel those 100 room nights this year. For an SME, how do you kind of focus on the core business that you have, but at the same time be involved at looking at how to manage the travel, right? Most of the clients that came in today, we're talking about the same thing as well. So that's something which is, again, the number two on my list from a challenges point of view. I will put the policy compliance. Very, very hard for an SME to first build up a policy. You need those resources to kind of manage that policy for your team members, how to make sure that people are then following that policy. So that can be a tricky part as well. And next, I think, will be more around lack of resources. Again, for a big company, it might be very easy to have somebody like a travel manager or an office manager manning all of that part for you. But think about it, on an SME, all the people that we've met today, they don't have the luxury to have a list as well for this year. And I think managing and tracking employee well-being, again, I think very critical. Yes, we are looking after a business, but every business owner wants to make sure that when their employees are traveling, they are looking after them, right? Especially after pandemic, the employee well-being has been a very, very critical part of it. And then how do you manage and track that part? And lastly, I would say is lack of flexibility. That's for any SME, there can be a last-minute travel, there can be last-minute changes in the plans. How flexible you are in that whole approach, that is also something which is on top of every owner's, founder's mind, that how do I make sure that I manage all of this stuff, but I also have the flexibility to do what I want to do from a travel point of view. So that will be my key points.
Yeah, business pivots on a moment's notice, right? So being able to have some choices and travel quickly.
True, absolutely.
As business pivots is important. I think the other thing that's a key issue or concern is cost and budgets. And can you tell us a little bit about how organizations are managing travel budgets now, and how can they be more effective in that?
Right, when we talk to the SMEs in particular, or any big or small within that space, number one thing that will really come out is implementing a travel management program. Now, that's true for any organization. If you want to manage that budgetary part, you need to make sure that there is a program for that, right? In a structured program, and this is where I will talk more about what we offer as well, because this is where IHG really comes in and offers a program like IHG Business Edge, which is allowing the SME, the owner, and the employees to make sure that they are able to go online, book the travel with perfect ease, get the discounted rates that you want, get access to those 6,500 hotels you talked about, 200 hotels in Canada, coast to coast. How do you get that flexibility, right? That's something which is there as part of this particular space, right? So travel management program is, I think, very, very critical if you want to really manage your travel budget in particular. The next for me is going to be, I have a budget. How do I now make sure that people are within that budget, right? Yes, business need will always be there and you will travel, but how do I make sure that people are traveling within that budget? So that monitor the spending part is again very critical. Again, from IHG Business Edge point of view, we provide all our clients with an easy portal. You go online, you figure out where people are traveling, what is your monthly spend, and it's just easy. Click of a button and you have all the reports, and you can, pick up somebody like a Mark and say, oh, Mark, you are spending too much on travel, right? So that's something which can be done at any point in time. Next for us will be, I think, prioritizing that employee comfort. I talked about employee well-being. Again, at any point of time, as an SME owner, I want to know where my employees are staying. I know that on the portal that my people are traveling because, again, right, a lot of people work remotely, right? SME might be based out of here, but they might have people remotely spread out across the country, or even in US for that matter, but people are traveling. How do you keep track of that? So that's, again, the employee comfort part, which really kind of comes in to make sure that we prioritize that employee comfort, and also making sure that at IHG, as an employee, you go out there, focus on the business need, right? You're there in Montreal, Vancouver, Edmonton, wherever you are traveling, why you are traveling. So you focus on the why, we take care of you. When you come back, we make sure that you get the best night's sleep, you get the right hospitality, not one time, not two time, consistent 24/7, 365 days of the year. You get that brand promise, that trust that makes you pick up a Holiday Inn hotel or a Holiday Inn Express or an Intercontinental hotel across the globe. Last, I would say, is encourage productivity, and I think I kind of referred to that because it's all about focusing on what you are there for, leave the travel part, and we will take care of you. So that's I would say, is the travel budget key elements for me as such.
Excellent. Yeah, those are good. Here we go. Those are good takeaways in helping entrepreneurs manage those sometimes unforeseen costs. What strategies do you recommend for handling last-minute travel changes, and how can technology help with that?
This happens all the time, right? I mean, last-minute travel, yes, you can plan the perfect client meeting. Can you take care of the weather? Can you take care of airlines going on strikes? That is something that you have to be ready 24/7, right? And again, this is where we want, as an SME, for you to make sure that you are empowering the employees. So they go online, they make sure they're following the policy, but they go online and they are kind of, doing all the travel easily. So that flexibility is kind of there in terms of that employees. Having a plan A and a plan B always works in everywhere, right? I'm sure SMEs are planning that for their businesses as well. Travel is just an element of that. So have a plan A and plan B. Yes, it's very easy, and that's a word of caution, word of advice over here. It's very easy to pick up the lowest rate for a hotel. But remember, the lowest rate usually comes with fences, right? So you might not get that flexibility if you want to book that cheapest room available. And very importantly, always try to book with the provider directly. So rather than going on, third-party service providers, try and make sure that you work with the travel provider directly. Technology and travel partner, very, very critical for us as well. And I would say centralized information is, again, also one of the elements which I would say that really helps to plan that last-minute travel. How will you take decisions if you will not have access to the right technology and right information at that particular moment? So those will be my 4 critical points over there.
Good takeaways. I know earlier this year in first quarter I was stuck in Calgary in a blizzard, and so it was really nice to be able to go on an app and find a room really quickly.
Yeah. And we are hoteliers, right? It happens with us as well, all the time.
All the time. So I guess we've been alluding to some great concerns and trends, but can you tell us a little bit about IHG and the Business Edge program specifically, and how that helps entrepreneurs and small business owners manage travel?
So as I mentioned, right, I mean, it's a program which is tailor-made for SMEs. Every client that we've spoken to in the last, 2-3 hours that we've been here at the booth, everyone is looking at cost, right? So this is where we talk about cost savings. You sign up for IHG Business Edge, you sign up for IHG One Rewards program, that's our loyalty program, and you get those instant discounts, which are applicable to you, 6,500 hotels across the globe. So I think that's something which really kind of stands out. And what we have done, Mark, over the last couple of months, actually, this is very latest, is we've tied up with some other partners which bring in extra benefits for SMEs. And I think by just bringing those partners like Dell, Hertz, iStock, all of these players, it has just taken our whole value proposition of the program to a next level. As an SME, we are not just saying that you sign up for us with IHG Business Edge for travel. We are actually being a partner for you by bringing all those additional benefits as part of the program. The other thing that really kind of stands out for us is more around the streamlined processes. So, again, going online, following that whole itinerary kind of a model, clicking through the portal, making your travel bookings, getting everything from that portal that you want to track for your employees. And one additional benefit that really comes in handy where you're looking at kind of enhancing the travel experience is where we, after your first day, we give you the Silver Elite status. So you straight away go into Silver Elite status, which actually unlocks more benefits and opportunities for you from a program point of view. And the whole flexibility and support, you get stuck anywhere, there is a backup team to support you for anything that you want, and the flexibility which is, again, at the click of a button. So I think those are all the benefits that really come together as IHG Business Edge. And again, as I said, right, for me, it's not just a travel program, it's a partnership. And that's what I value with this program.
Yeah. I love the enhanced experiences instantly. I mean, silver status with IHG One Rewards is, that doesn't kick in till, 10 nights? So to get it instantly is great, and then there's an additional service lift.
Absolutely.
So fantastic. Tell us a little bit about what trends you foresee in business travel in the coming year for small business.
First one is really makes me happy is the travel spending boost. I think SMEs are spending more and more on travel. Travel is something which is on there as part of the whole landscape of SMEs. Within our own program, we've seen more enrollments, we've seen more engagement. So that's a very, very healthy, positive sign. The other one, I think, hybrid travel model, and I will kind of refer to that in two ways. The first is more around remote working versus face-to-face meetings. I think remote working is not just an output of pandemic, but this is here to stay now. You will see more and more of that happening, but then in SMEs space, you also need to go out and meet your clients as well. So that's something which is hybrid. But also, talking about that whole employee well-being space, the pleasure word, right? How do you combine business and leisure together? How do you make sure that you go all the way to Vancouver on a Thursday, Friday, do your meeting, but you can always stay back on a Saturday, Sunday and have a little break. So that's the leisure hybrid model that I think which is here to stay as well. If you are searching for travel today on Google, you will also find this word called sustainability. I think sustainability and travel are going now more and more hand in hand, and I'm very proud to say that at IHG we have taken a big leap on this space. Our IHG Green Engage program, our carbon footprint program, our IHG carbon saving program, all of these programs are really helping us to make sure that we are offering you, as a travel partner, our hotels which are thinking about environmental consciousness. So I think that's something which is really there.
I'll jump in there and I'll say, I mean, we've surveyed businesses and what's important to them. You've told us, actually, we know that 75% of businesses that seek a hotel partner want to know if there's sustainability measures or they're reducing their carbon footprint. And quite frankly, if they're not, you've told us you won't stay with us. So that's important.
That goes without saying. Duty of care, I think we've talked about that. Technology integration. Technology is growing and evolving every day with AI now coming in as well. So I think that's another future travel trend that you will continue to see. How do you continue to adapt to that technology advancement, and how does it impact your travel as well?
Well, and I think you as business owners are juggling, balancing is a bad word, integrating work and family, right? And so our hotels are dialing into that and understanding those needs and have amenities and features in the facility, in the hotel, that support the integration of work and family for you. So, it's sad to say, but I think we're almost out of time. And so can you just give us some final thoughts, Tarandeep, on kind of key takeaways that we can walk away with today?
I have, I really look at the power of three, so I have three takeaways for you. First and foremost, for all the people in the room, leverage the travel management tools. You need a travel management tool to manage travel, otherwise your travel will be all over the place. And I think that's very, very critical. As I said that, IAG Business Edge is not just a program, but a partnership, so definitely look at that as an option. Come to booth number 21, we just there out on the left-hand side, second booth, so just be there and we will talk more about it. Focus on cost efficiency. We've talked about cost savings in our discussions as well during the day, but it's not about cost saving. It's easy to do cost saving. What we want you to really focus upon is cost efficiency. If you are efficient in managing that cost part, the saving will come in automatically. So I think that's another key takeaway for me, for the audience. And then the last is adapt to future trends. Your trends are changing. Your employees will tell you what is it that really helps them to have a better travel experience. Listen to your employees, adapt to that travel experience. Make sure you have a partner in your travel management program, which is not just partner for today, but partner for tomorrow. Who's your partner who's investing in technology, who's investing in that new partnership that I talked about, right? We did that because we heard it from our clients. So I think that's the 3 key takeaways that I will really have for any SME who's listening out to us today, to just go back and think about it.
Well, thank you all for joining us today. We would love to see you at the booth. We're really thrilled that we could be a partner at this event. And again, we're just out the side doors, second booth on the left. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Please give them a round of applause. Thank you for such insightful information. Thank you. Guys, I thank you so much for still being here, for still remaining attentive, because we do have a few more panelists to actually approach the stage to give us some information. So thank you so much for your patience and for being here. And I hope you can benefit from the information that's being displayed throughout the course of today's summit. All right, so we're just going to get the stage, get ready for our next panelist. Give it a couple of minutes. Perfect, shouldn't be too long. For those of you that are still here, how are you guys still feeling? Are you guys still energized? Can I get more than one hand clap? Okay, thank you. You guys are champions. You guys are still here. We appreciate that.
That's for you, darling.
All right. I'm just going to ask one more time. How are you guys feeling? All right. For the people in here, that's great. Perfect. Now, we have 2 panelists that were so excited to join us. They jumped on stage before I made their announcement and gave the information about them. But thank you guys for waiting. I'm going to do that right now, and then we could proceed. All right? So this panel of discussion is pretty much called Fostering Inclusion, Building Diverse and Equitable Workplaces. So this will focus on the importance of creating inclusive environments and the tremendous value that diversity brings to small businesses. This session will explore best practices for promoting inclusivity, addressing unconscious bias, and implementing effective diversity policies that reflect today's evolving workplace. Our panelists will share insights into how inclusive practices boost employee satisfaction, drive innovation, and contribute to overall business success. The attendees today, which is you guys, will walk away with practical advice on building a more diverse, equitable, and cohesive workforce. Now, I think my mic is off, but I'm still going to keep talking because my voice is loud. Can you guys hear me? Okay. I'll wait now, so please, I'll wait for a couple of seconds for them to actually adjust the chairs so we can have the remaining panelists approach the stage. Thank you. I think my voice is back. Okay, perfect. So please, we already have, I believe we have Wendy Sukher already on the stage. So please give her a round of applause. She's already on stage. And sorry, I was supposed to announce you your name. Darian, please give Darian a round of applause as well. All right. So now I'm going to introduce the remaining panelists. Andrea Barrett, community advocate and founder of the Diversity Agency. A round of applause for her, please. Laurel Strohs, Senior Manager, Idea and Wellbeing Strategy at Cooperators. Wilna Stewart Franklin, Community Relations for UPS Canada. And Anukul Sharma, Futurepreneur CFO and a champion of DEI. So please, once more, guys, welcome them to the stage. Please, one more time, just louder. I know we don't have a lot of people, but your voice and your claps are appreciated. Thank you so much, guys.
All right. I think we got this. All right, we are on. They say people cannot live on bread alone. We are your lunch today. We will hopefully give you some good nuggets, some good things to chew on. I know already from our pre-meeting there is some meaty, delicious things that you're going to hear today. So thank you for being here during, I know, typically lunchtime. I saw some of you sneaking in some granola bars, some chips. There's a booth with chips at it. In case you didn't know, there's a Chips Ahoy booth out there. So this is an exciting day. And if you need socks in your life, they've got lots of socks out there. So both Amazon and Constant Contact offering free socks, which is great. I think one of the most interesting and provocative questions here is the business case for diversity and inclusion. And I know right away we got some people who want to jump in and talk about, hey, give us the business case, give us your Dragon's Den, Shark's Den, whatever you want to do case, because I think that's usually the number one piece is there a business case for DE&I?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like it's working. Thank you for that question. I think that's a really important question, and specifically for small, medium-sized businesses, which is a lot of folks here today. I think, in short, there is a strong business case for diversity, equity, and inclusion. A small example I can think of is when businesses don't survive without customers. That's the basic need for any business, to have customers, to have clients, and to get the clients, you need to understand the needs of your clients. So one of the best ways to understand the needs of your clients is to have that representation and the diversity in your own team, in your own senior leadership team, to really kind of reflect on what is it that the people are looking for. And I think, it's rather than just being a moral imperative, like now more than ever, in this age of globalization, it's really important to understand your clients' needs. So I think that's what I would start with, yeah.
And let's go right down the line. This is great.
Okay, so I think it's important for everybody to understand that there's a difference between diversity, equity, and inclusion and something like affirmative action. So affirmative action is about a checklist. It's about checking off, I have this many women, this many people of color, this many, this many, this many. And you do it because you feel like you have to. With the DE&I, diversity, equity, and inclusion, we're talking about a desire to work with people who have different life experiences. That's what diversity is. Diversity, all of us up here, it's diverse, not because of our gender, because of our race or our colors, but we're diverse because of the life experiences that we have. And I think it's important also to understand that equity doesn't just mean that we're going to pay everybody the same starting wage. Equity also means that you're giving your employees equal opportunities for advancement, equal opportunities for training, equal opportunities to receive mentorship. And inclusion, of course, means that everybody can join us, that there are no blocks to having people join us. So I don't understand why that wouldn't be a benefit for a business, because you're getting a variety of experiences and viewpoints and voices at your table. You're giving everybody the opportunity to learn and grow, and when you do that, you have people that want to stay with your business, people that want to stay and help your business to be better. And of course, by including everybody, you are, again, just widening the scope, not just within your employee group, but you're also being able to broaden the scope of your customer base, because you have people that have that experience, that have that viewpoint and that insight to help you broaden your customer base.
All right, Wendy.
Yeah, I think I would just add to it with a couple of examples. I mean, the reality is small medium enterprises in Canada are having trouble attracting and retaining talent with the skills that they need in general. Like all the surveys show that that's one of the number one impediments to growth. And if you are fishing in a small pond, for example, in Toronto, half the population's racialized, half the population's women. If you're focused on white men, it's a pretty shallow pond. So, it's important from talent perspective. It's important for the other reasons as the marketplace is also becoming diverse. Having diverse employees ensures you have products and services that meet the needs. We know that small businesses that are, for example, led by immigrants are far more likely to export. We know that export is a key driver of growth. We also know that great minds don't all think alike, and in fact, having different perspectives makes a difference. And one of my favorite examples, have any of you been to Billy Bishop Airport in the last little while? Anybody? Maybe not. You have. Okay. So one of the best examples was a bunch of VCs were listening to pitches, and one of the pitches came forward and they all went, meh, no, doesn't make sense. The pitch was for pantyhose that do not run. Women in the audience, potentially life-changing for nearly half the population. The company was SheerTex, turned them down. H&M is now invested in them, and they're all over Billy Bishop Airport. They have TV ads and so on and so forth. So you miss opportunities if you don't have the pulse of your customers. And the final thing is governments, investors, and other stakeholders are now really looking at organizational practices before they make investments, before they give grants. The whole area of environmental, social, and governance issues is becoming a big deal. So, as was said, it's about business. It's not about being woke.
And Laurel, Wendy touched on something about recruitment and talent. Once we bring that talent in, what does it look like to promote and encourage an inclusive workplace?
Thank you. I was going to talk about pantyhose, but because I happen to be in that airport. And my daughter's like, what are pantyhose? And I was like, well, I hope that's something that you never have to experience. But it's nice to hear that with equity in the workplace, that there's developments in the way of women's fashion even that are women-led. And I think that's what we often hear is, well, what are the business benefits of DEI, and why are we, bringing all these individuals into the, standard white male-dominated industries, and then what happens? And that's the talent question. Well, then what happens? Well, then individuals aren't able to bring their whole, or the word we often use is our authentic selves to work, because they face barriers, because there's a glass ceiling, and that glass ceiling looks differently depending on what your diversity dimensions are. And so what can we do to help support that? Well, back in 1970, Xerox started the first employee resource group because of the civil rights actions. And again, a very white male privileged CEO said, I don't understand what's going on, so what's the first thing that I can do? And went out and started speaking to the racialized individuals in the workplace to better understand, well, what are some of these barriers? What are some of what's happening in the workplace that we can do to start to improve factors? And so for me, when I think, well, how do we help retain individuals? We don't have all the answers. I never say I have all the answers. But what I can do is create the mechanisms and the systems in place to help co-create solutions to better improve the condition of employees in the workplace.
Andrea, you got something for that?
I do.
Yeah.
So let's just go straight down to the bottom line. Business case for inclusion. we now are selling not only to our neighbors and our people in our neighborhood, we're selling around the world. We have a global customer base. Your workforce needs to reflect your customers. Wendy just talked about a great example about pantyhose. If you are an organization where there aren't women making decisions or women employed there, you won't know anything about pantyhose. If you know who spends a lot of money on personal care products? People who look like me. We spend a lot of money on our hair and our beauty regimen, and we spend a lot of money. People ignore the spending power and the buying power of black women. If there are no black women, black people, people of color that work in your organization, that are part of your marketing team, that are part of your board, you're losing market share because there is somebody else who's doing this. Global customers, you are selling products right around the world, provided you can pay for the shipping. It's important that the ideas and the innovation within your company reflect the demographic and the customers you want to work with. Where do you think new ideas come from? Where does innovation come from? I recently read a study, I think it was put out by StatsCan, that more immigrant women are becoming innovators. Immigrant women are the ones innovating and creating those new ideas that you can then attach price tags to. It is so important as a society that we are diverse and inclusive, and as business owners, it's very competitive now. You are now competing with anybody in your neighborhood and companies across the pond, right around the world. It's important to make sure, again, as a society, you're doing the right thing and giving everyone an opportunity to excel and work with you, and also that you are putting your best foot forward, being as innovative as possible, so then you can stay competitive.
It's amazing. If only there was like a shipping company that could ship stuff worldwide. If only.
Do you know one?
Oh, man.
No, I was going to say, UPS has a booth right out there because we do have a lot of programs, not just here in Canada or in the US, but around the world, because we are a global enterprise ourselves that started off as a small business. But we have a women exporters program, so we're helping women overseas, helping them to ship their products. And we know that those women are creating not just creating, oh dear, the word is like leaving me, but they're helping to uplift their communities, right? We know that in third world countries in particular, that women are the ones that raise the children, and they are the ones that keep the communities together. So we have a women's exporters program for them. We have small and medium business programs for actually anybody, whether you're an immigrant, a Canadian, a woman, a young person. We have lots of programs for you. So go check out the booth. That's my 2 cents.
And staying on that.
The phone charger.
Yeah, you had phone chargers too for, I don't know if they're still there.
I need one, my phone is...
It's a good one. Staying on that, can you address unconscious bias?
Yeah.
Tell me about that, tackling that, and then Wendy, I'm going to pass it over to you to also tackle that same question.
So I think Andrea, one of the things that you said really stood out to me. When we think about who has the solution. So a lot of times we're sitting in our offices, and I don't necessarily mean you or myself, but people tend to sit in their offices and think the person who has the answer is the person with that 4-year degree, the master's program, whatever it is. They might completely overlook an employee that has worked there for 10 years in the trenches and understands what the issues and the problems are that they are looking for a solution for. So that right there is an unconscious bias. I think that people sometimes equate things like unconscious bias with racism or with misogyny, and that's not always the case. So that unconscious bias about education, the unconscious bias about your age even. You're too young to have a solution. You're too old to have a solution. And those are things that we just have to completely take off the table. I think that when you are perhaps hiring, a good rule of thumb is to have a panel of people with a variety of backgrounds and experience to help make those selections. Or even when you get resumes, take off the name. Don't look at the name and assume, oh, this last name means that they are super smart, or this name means that they're probably lazy. Just those little things there that can really impact, and again, like you said, Wendy, can remove the opportunity for your business. You can close a door, and that person can go to a competitor and really give them just some excellent insights, some incredible innovations, and you've missed out because you made an assumption about the person's education, about their experience, just about who they are in general based on things that don't even really matter when it comes right down to it.
I think the issue of unconscious bias is also tied to the issue of privilege. And, you know, again, I'm going to play to the women in the room because there seem to be a fair number of them. But, you know, some of the examples of microaggressions that women experience are, for example, in meetings, a woman will say something and it's not reacted to, and a little while later a man says exactly the same thing and everyone goes, "Oh, what a great idea." It's called the echo chamber, and there's really good research that just shows that men tend to listen to other men, and frankly women tend to listen to men as well. Men don't much like working for women, and lots of women don't like working for women, partly because we have such deeply embedded assumptions about the gendered nature of leadership and what leaders look like. We have deeply embedded assumptions about who entrepreneurs are. I mean, you just have to look at what's going on south of the border in terms of the election, and I will let you draw your own conclusions. And then when you layer on issues like race or indigeneity or disability and so on, we tap into a lot of assumptions that are really shaped by the media and history and all sorts of things. So I think it's important to recognize we all have it. We all have bias, and a lot of us also have privilege. And privilege isn't just based on the color of your skin, although that does play a role. I've never been followed around, for example, in a store. I've never been pulled over by police for no reason whatsoever, and there's really good research to show those things are more likely to happen to you if you are Black. There are lots of things that I have not experienced because I'm white. However, privilege takes lots of other forms. So if you had parents who were born in Canada who both spoke English, who were middle class, who could help you with your homework, it's a really different experience than if your parents were immigrants and your dad had to work as a cab driver and your mother as a cleaner because those were the only jobs that they could get, and you had to work 25 hours a week to put yourself through university. That creates a really different set of circumstances. And so, for example, in things like hiring, I have a friend who came up with an algorithm. I love algorithms, hate math, love algorithms, which was accomplishment equals talent plus opportunity plus resources. And so someone who is very privileged has talent, but they also probably have a lot of opportunities and a lot of resources, like my kid. On the other hand, if you're trying to understand talent, you start with accomplishment and you have to subtract opportunities and resources. So my kid's smart, my kid's talented, but there are probably lots of other kids equally or more talented that simply didn't have the same opportunities or investments that she had. So that becomes very important, really making sure that when you look at somebody, you're thinking about context and experience. And just a small anecdote, Harvard has an implicit bias testing free online. Have any of you seen that or tried it? It's a little test, and what it does is try to figure out what your associations are when you make decisions under pressure, okay? Since 1992, 91, 92, before most of you were born, I've been working on issues around women in technology because that was my experience. When I did the Harvard implicit bias test, it showed I associate men with technology and women with arts and social science. And those biases are so deeply embedded that if I don't stop and think, I will tend to devalue a woman engineer compared to a man. So all of us have those biases. You know, I'm a lot older, probably the oldest person in the room, than many of you, so I'm a function of the environment that I grew up in, as all of you are. But we have to become more self-aware, and we can counter those biases if we think about talent and accomplishment and what the factors are that get people to where they are.
Amazing. Laurel, I'm gonna bring it over to you on policies and the joy of policies, and I want to hear about Futurepreneurs policies as well when it comes to implementing effective policies in the workplace. What have you done? Is there any that you can share? And same with Futurepreneur, what are policies you guys have implemented?
I think, am I on? Do I get turned off?
Just keep here.
Thanks. I didn't even do a mic drop, and my mic broke. So I think, you know, when we all met and we're talking, it was like, oh, policy's dry. But I'm like, it's such an important part of an overall diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy. So it's really foundational. You know, you really need to spell out the accountabilities that you expect individuals to strive to and people leaders to be accountable for. But more than that, what does accountable mean in an organization? So if you want an authentic policy, you have to stand up for it. Because I've worked for many organizations, they have these great anti-racism policies or anti-gender violence policies, but then we know that things are happening, and the mechanisms to report it, they're just, nothing is happening. So they haven't created that inclusive culture of safety where people say, hey, you know what, this happened to me. And I've worked in a lot of organizations that say have contact centers, and so they are managing microaggressions on the phones, or they're managing microaggressions on the floor, and they don't feel that they are empowered to speak up. So regardless of having those policies in place, for whatever reason, the culture that is existing is not enough to support individuals to feel safe in speaking up. And so I strongly feel that as leaders, we really need to live and breathe those policies. We need to speak to them. We need to speak to our employees. We need to create those mechanisms so that employees, if they're not feeling safe speaking up to their managers, have something else that they can speak to. At Cooperators, where I'm currently working, the cooperators, we have something called a Speak Up hotline, so that if individuals aren't feeling safe in a different environment, they have the Speak Up hotline where they can report something that's happened to them, they can digest it, they can articulate it, and then we'll have the subject matter experts come and support them, whether that's HR, whether my team gets consulted, to ensure that they have that safety net to talk about some of these challenging situations, because they are not always easy. So when I think of strategies, and DEI strategies, we have three. We have a well-being strategy, we have a DEI strategy, and then we have our reconciliation strategy. I think policy is a very strong supporter of those strategies, but having clear, accountable actions to back up those policies is what will really change culture.
Mic check. Yeah, I think I'll echo some of what you just heard. I'm forgetting the saying how exactly it goes, but there's somewhere along like culture eats strategy for breakfast or something like that. I think that's where where Futurepreneur has had a lot of success as well. Like, it's first and foremost, it's the culture of transparency. It's the culture of being open-minded. It's the culture of learning and understanding that it's a journey. Diversity, equity, inclusion, it's not a destination. It's not that you will do these 5 steps and you'll follow these policies and you will be the DEI champion. Like, it's a constant journey. It will take years of learning. So I think it's first and foremost it's being that. It's like for the leadership, for the board to show that transparency, the openness, authenticity, having lived experience in your senior leadership. I think to achieve that, being transparent is really important, and you will hear me say that word over and over again, but I do think that really matters, is that for Futurepreneur, we published our statistics on our website, that that we have Indigenous representation, Black representation, people of color representation, women representation on our board, on our senior leadership, and on our broader team. So I think that, to me, is really important. I would say even more important than a policy document. And I think policy is really important as well, and it needs to be, the only thing I'll add on that is that it needs to be a living document. It needs to be a living document, needs to be revisited, and I think even though, as you've heard, representation is really important everywhere, but I think it's even more so important when it comes to talent and culture. So people feel that they can actually reach out and share their experiences, and that a lot of times will inform your policy.
Amazing. Andrea, jumping off of that, what is the role of leadership in fostering that world, that culture that was just talked about?
It's top down. So we have all these ideas and these initiatives, and let's do this, let's do that. It starts at the top, and then it goes down. I think some of the mistakes that some organizations make is that you leave it up to your staff or your team to come up with the ideas, and then you hope it trickles up. It doesn't work that way. It's top down. I had the opportunity to be on the board of an amazing organization. It's called the Culinary Tourism Alliance. So we are responsible for keeping tourism growing and vital in Ontario. And we have implemented a top-down approach. It starts with the board. We go through the policies, and then we act upon them. We make sure we have great hiring policies, and that we are encouraging culinary professionals from different communities and backgrounds right across the province to come and join the organization. We don't just want you to be a member, we want to make sure the board is reflective. We are part of the 50-30 challenge. We want to make sure that we have appropriate representation of genders and people from different backgrounds as a part of the board, as a part of the management team. And then when we're looking for new members, where are you advertising? Where are you doing your outreach, making sure that you're going to new places. When people are recruiting new board members, you need to fish in different ponds. You need to go to new places to reach out to new people. So I really believe it starts at the top. You need buy-in from the board, buy-in from the management team, and then that trickles down into the organization.
Can I add on to that? Sorry, I know you're probably going to ask something, and apologies for jumping in, but you are just 100% correct on this top-down, and I love the fact that you said that you show on your website where your people are, and it's something that we do at UPS as well. But the thing that kind of connects those two things for me is that when you are looking to recruit talent and they are wondering what kind of company you are, they're going to see your stat that says 50% of our employees are blah. But if they look at who is running your company and they don't see themselves, it doesn't matter what your stat is. So there are plenty of companies, plenty of organizations that are doing the more affirmative action type checklist. I have this number of people. But none of those people are showing up in the places that matter. None of those people are showing up in positions of accountability, or they're showing up in positions of power. So you can check the box and say, yes, I have women, I have all genders, I have all colors, races, religions. I have all of that. But if they're just sitting there in the trenches doing the same job year after year after year, your business is never going to get better, because you've not included those viewpoints, that history, that experience in the places where it counts. You're not going to be able to grow because you've left the same one-dimensional type of leadership in place. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is about having three-dimensional, or let's go 4HK even, leadership. It's about having a 360-degree view of the world, your business, your people, and the impact that you can have.
It's amazing. Okay, we got 5 minutes here. We're gonna do a popcorn through the panel. This is like blue sky, but also practical. We're sitting here a year from now. Give me one thing that you would love to measure and that we can all measure to measure the impact of inclusiveness. What's one that we can practically measure? Maybe it's qualitative, maybe it's quantitative, but each of you, if you could build a checklist of things to measure that are beautiful. And maybe we'll actually do it in a year from now. We'll sit down together and we'll do this panel again and look back.
I'll start.
Yeah, thank you.
I think I love surveys. I think it's important to ask the people you work with how they're feeling, how it's going. So make it an anonymous survey, but just get raw, honest data and raw, honest facts. How are we doing? So you don't want an automatic pat on the back. You want to really ask, how are we doing in this area? How are we doing with reaching new customers? How are we doing with promoting from within? Do you feel supported? Do you feel valued? Surveys.
I like it. Bring it to the people.
Okay, yeah, I love listening to people. I love the concept of co-creation. I love the concept of going out and getting that qualitative feedback. One of the actions that we're taking under our reconciliation strategy is an Indigenous Advisory Forum. So getting that feedback, we get the feedback from our employees, but we also want to go out to the community to say, hey, what are the unmet needs that we can help work with you to co-create solutions within the financial and insurance industries? Because we know that individuals that are living on reserve have different access to services such as insurance. So what can we do to partner with communities across Canada under the call to action number 92 to help really build, co-create solutions so that we can then better serve the community? And that to me will also impact our employees as well to have what is it called? Real conciliation. So, really taking action out there in the community and getting that feedback and ensuring that it's effective.
I know you probably only like 10. You're like doctor, research. You probably got 13.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Thank you. So quoting Drucker as well, what gets measured gets done. So my view is that what I wanted to say earlier is that the best EDI strategy is one that is your corporate strategy. So rather than having an EDI strategy over here, you embed an EDI lens in everything you do. If your corporate strategy looks at people, partnerships, and customers, you apply an EDI lens to all those things. So in the same way you have, most larger companies have dashboards where they track all of those things. Your dashboard needs to have disaggregated data on your employees, on your leaders, on your customers, on your procurement. Where are you putting your money where your mouth is? So that's more than one, but it really is the principle of measuring, setting targets and measuring against.
Yeah, I love a good measurement as well. And I think when you're looking to see how diverse you are as a company, do an audit. Take a look at the employees that you have, pull out their profiles, and take a look and see who it is that you've employed. And as you're going through that audit, take a closer look and see what have those employees done while they've been in your employ. Is there potential for advancement? Is there somebody who maybe has just recently got a degree and you didn't know about that? So audit your employees, audit your staff, audit those that are in your inner circle, and really take a look to see if they are just mirrors of you and what you think, or if they actually do have a different voice. And another way to see whether or not the impact of diversity, equity, and inclusion in your business has benefited your business is to take a look and see what your impact and what your reach has been since you've been taking a look at your practices.
Yeah, I think for me, it's both qualitative and quantitative. I think quantitative, employees are your biggest assets. Doesn't matter you have 2 employees or 2,000 or 2 million. Like employees are your biggest assets, and I think it's important to do the quantitative. This what were mentioned: surveys, do an audit. I think qualitative, it really matters. There's a representation on each level of the organization. I think, did the leaders show up as their true, authentic self? Did they share their lived experience, which then allowed other people to kind of also share their lived experiences and show up as their true selves. So it's a measure of both of those.
It's amazing. This is the chance for Q&A. You might have some burning questions you want to ask the panel in general or someone specific. So I think there is someone roaming with a mic. We got a hand up. Someone may come to you with a mic. They may not. I may come down to you if I'm... Oh, they're grabbing a mic. They're getting a mic. It's being passed like a baton. This is the Olympics, SME style. Here he's coming. He's coming in for the final leg of his run. And it is handoff. There we go.
Thank you. Hi, to the panel. My name is Vikramjit Singh. I'm a big advocate of DEI, belongingness, etc. Because also I'm in the field of recruiting. So my question to you is that a lot of times you see that, let's look at a case where a company in manufacturing has a lot of male employees and they want to improve the ratio of genders. For example, they want to hire some female staff, right? But now when they post a job requirement which says females only, they would be violating the equal opportunity clauses in a lot of cases. So I believe there is a systemic dichotomy which disallows you to actually have a divergent or a mix, a real mix of people. If we say we should not, then we would need to hire only for merit-based people and not by gender. So there is a difference in how people would work. So I would like to understand the panel's view on this.
I can start. So in Canada, there's a concept of equity. Equity is not the same as equality. Equality is treating everyone the same. Equity is treating them fairly. And in Canada, we recognize for designated groups, there's been recommendations to increase it. Women, Indigenous peoples, racialized people. There's been a recommendation that we break out the Black community separately. Persons with disabilities, and there's been a recommendation that we break out the 2S LGBTQ plus community. What equity means is recognizing historic disadvantage, recognizing that genocide against Indigenous people, anti-Black racism and the history of slavery, discrimination against racialized people, and so on and so forth, have created inequality that is really fundamental and embedded in a lot of systems. And so one of the principles of employment equity is, in order to correct historic disadvantage, companies can, and this is embedded in our legislation and our human rights code, companies can have targeted hiring. Now, I'm not aware of a lot of cases where a company would say we're only hiring women. I'm more familiar with cases where a company would say we particularly welcome applications from women, racialized people, Indigenous people, and so on. But the principle is the recognition that there has been historic discrimination against each of those groups, and therefore we have to take action through truth and reconciliation and so on to correct those historic wrongs in order to level the playing field. So I think it's important to recognize that rights are not a pie. Like, because someone is getting more doesn't mean that you'll get less. In general, respecting people's rights and addressing equity benefits us all.
So as somebody who works for a company that has a ton of warehouses, I kind of get where you're coming from. A lot of times people think that the people working in our warehouse are all these burly men with thick necks. That's not what it is. Our hiring requirements at UPS are, what are you able to lift? If you are going to come and work in our warehouse, what are you able to lift? And that determines where you work. So if you can lift 50 pounds unassisted, woohoo. That might put you in our sort aisle, or that might put you in our small sort where we have all these mail bags that can reach up to 40 or 50 pounds. So we're not stating anywhere within our hiring forms or in our interview process, we're not looking at your gender, we're looking at your capability. So when you're hiring, or whoever it is that's hiring for their warehouse, instead of just making the assumption, our unconscious bias, that men are the only ones who are able to perform these duties, they need to look at what the capability is and ask the people applying, what are they capable of? I hired a deaf gentleman about 10 years ago who still works for UPS, and people were very concerned about the fact that he was hearing impaired. But we made it work for him, and he's doing great. 10 years on, you know, that tells you that what we did for him worked for him, and he gives his loyalty to his job, and he's an incredible leader. So just, yeah, my advice: capability.
It's amazing. We got room for one more question here. Any other hands up? If you would like to ask private questions, I'm sure some of the panelists will be here after. Oh, we got someone waving. I love this. You are getting the baton.
Thank you. I appreciate this panel. I work in disability inclusion, so I find that a lot of times the subject of disability is left out of the conversation. I think it's very important, and I really enjoyed hearing you say that an audit is something that we should look for companies to do, because in the conversations that I have with businesses, there are still a lot of myths around hiring people who have a disability, and a lot of companies are already doing so without even knowing that. So another important piece of the inclusion part is disclosure, and making an environment where people feel safe enough to be able to disclose that they have a disability, so that when they do those audits, those numbers are actually lower because they already know they're employing those folks. So thank you.
Thank you. Laurel wants to close it off. She's got a mic drop moment for all of us here, guys.
Well,
this
I
is
know.
it.
I haven't broken the mic yet.
Someone's going to catch
So
it for you, though.
I wanted to touch on that because, you know, when we were creating our DEI strategy at Cooperators, it's actually an IDEA strategy. So it's inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility, to help us better understand the unique experiences of individuals with accessibility needs. And we are engaging next year in an accessibility audit, not from the physical standpoint, because we know we're AODA compliant, we know the physical environment is compliant. What we're thinking about is what are the other challenges that people with accessibility needs are facing in our specific culture. And so our accessibility audit is very much going to focus on employee experience, so we can gain that feedback and then better act on that feedback as partners of the individuals who are having accessibility needs and having challenges in the environment.
It's amazing. Yes. Well, thank you for attending this. Thank you for whether you skipped lunch or you brought in granola bars. Thank you for investing in you. So this is a round of applause from our panel to you, and thank you for returning that applause back over to our amazing MC.
Thank you. All right, thank you, guys. Please give them another round of applause. Thank you. You can just put the mics there. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, sir. Please give our panelists another round of applause. Thank you. Obviously, diversity is something that's actually needed in our business world. So just to hear them advocate for diversity and in being in an equitable environment is something that's a challenge. But obviously, eventually things will definitely get to the point where we don't have to have stereotypes or unbiased and biased decisions when trying to employ the right person for your workforce, your jobs, or even a co-founder or even a co-business partner. All right. So next, I'm going to introduce Darcy Richard, who is the VP of SMB Marketing at Bell. He's going to share insights in his keynote, which is called Unlocking Big Business Potential. how Bell is empowering small businesses. In this presentation, Darcy will discuss Bell's transformation from a telecommunications company to a technology leader, highlighting the latest investments, innovations, and partnerships aimed at equipping small businesses with enterprise-grade capabilities. As a recognized leader in the telecommunications sector, sorry about that, I'm still a little hungry, so I'm going to say that again. Telecommunications sector, I got it right. Darcy brings a wealth of knowledge about the challenges and opportunities that small businesses face in today's digital landscape. He is passionate about leveraging technology to empower entrepreneurs and drive economic growth. Please join me in welcoming Darcy Richard to the stage. And while he's coming to the stage, please give him a round of applause, and a chair will follow as well. So we'll wait for the chair first. Darcy, just give us a second for a chair. Are you going to need a chair or no? No. All right. He's good to go. So please, guys, welcome to the stage, Darcy Richards.
Thank you very much. Is there a clicker for the presentation?
Yes, there is right there. Yes. Thank you.
Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah? Thanks very much, guys. Oh, that's that one, wrong one. Good stuff. Thank you. I'm actually quite hungry as well, so I'll try to get you out of here quickly. Thank you, everybody, for welcoming me here today. My name is Darcy Richard, French-Canadian name. I am an Anglophone, but if anyone has questions in French afterwards, you can stop me in the hallway and I'll do my best. I'm here today on behalf of Bell. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I want to kind of manage that up front. There's lots and lots of places where you can get deals on Bell services, but that's not what this today is all about. As was mentioned in the intro there, I'm going to try to give a bit of perspective on what Bell is trying to do to help small businesses behave more like big businesses. There's functionalities, there's tools, there's capabilities that are out there that have previously been reserved to the domain of large enterprise clients. Our teams have been working together to try to make those accessible to small businesses of all sizes. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. First off, the core of everything is our network. I want to remind everybody, when you see these trucks along the side of the road and you see these big spools of fiber, that's there by design. We're trying to provide improved connectivity to the entire country. We're covering about 6.5 million locations across the country right now with our fiber services. We're very proud of that. Whenever there's a natural disaster, whether it's flooding or anything like that, our technician teams are able to get the network back up and running as fast as possible. First and foremost, I think that is something that small businesses count on, and we're quite proud of that. So that is the underpinning of everything we do, but as I talk today, we're going to talk about how we're trying to take it up a level. Over the last year, we've been trying to support the small business community in a few new ways. We've got a new partnership with the Ontario BIA Association, where we're trying to support them with a lot of their grassroots initiatives to promote, digital Main Street and activities that are happening at the grassroots level. Total Mom Inc. is a company that supports female entrepreneurs. So they've run a bunch of pitch competitions, they've run some incubators, they run a handful of things. We've supported them. And we're seeing good results. I think it's really helping people realize that Bell is there to help support small businesses as they grow, and we're not just there to try to sell wireless services. Our retail distribution, this is a core tenet of Bell's go-to-market approach. We've had a lot of distribution, and over the last year and a half, we've grown even more. Staples, we've got an innovative new partnership with Staples, where businesses of all sizes are going, and they're transacting with us, they're getting questions about business. This has actually been our best month ever in Staples. October of 2024, we've hit new highs in terms of the number of interactions that we're having. So Small Business Month has been a success for Staples and Bell working together this year. And then product innovation. We've done more product innovation over the last year than we've done in the previous 15. We've brought Canada's fastest internet, fastest Wi-Fi speeds to small businesses. Previously, those speeds were reserved for consumer customers. We've invested to make sure that that's accessible in business locations as well, and we're proud of that. I'm going to talk about a technology that's unique to business. So this is something that was never available before. If anybody has ever visited, I'm sure you have, you visited Starbucks, you visited a McDonald's, anybody that's got a guest Wi-Fi functionality, you've probably gone through some kind of a login process in order to connect to that Wi-Fi. If you go to your local coffee shop, they probably don't have that experience. They have a Post-it note on the wall that says, hey, here's the password to access my Wi-Fi. What Bell has done is we've launched an innovative, extremely easy to use app experience that lets a small business behave like a big business. So with this business Wi-Fi app, it's literally plug and play. It's on your phone. And what you can do is you can create your own customizable splash page. So if you're running, Joe's Coffee Shop, and you want a splash page when that person tries to connect to Wi-Fi, you can do that. You can have your logo, you can have your branding, you can have email capture, where when somebody is trying to log into Wi-Fi, you're actually collecting their contact details so that you can market to them later. You're also getting marketing analytics of the traffic that's happening in your location. So you can actually see how many people connected to my Wi-Fi today and how much is that up or down versus last week, last month, last year. You can see the profile of people that are browsing your Wi-Fi. Are they browsing on Instagram? Are they browsing on Facebook? Are they looking at Google? That helps you with your marketing efforts and where you want to focus your marketing dollars. This is a functionality that's completely free. We're not charging for this. This is built into every core internet package that Bell sells right now. Anybody that's activating a new internet service right now is able to access this. I'm going to show you a video just so you can see a little bit why we're so excited about it, but this is a great example of us trying to take big business functionality and make it available to small businesses.
For any small business, fast, reliable connectivity is crucial. But a platform that also delivers intelligent productivity, security, and analytics, that's next level. Now, you can power your small business with a platform designed specifically for your needs. The Bell Business Wi-Fi app with pure fiber, Canada's fastest internet, is the perfect solution. It goes beyond just solving Wi-Fi to offering a growing suite of value-added services to help keep every corner of your business securely connected. Plus, you have access to tools and insights to help you manage and control it. As a cloud-based platform that increases customer and employee satisfaction, the Bell Business Wi-Fi app delivers. There are 3 zones to keep your business, employees, and guest devices separate, so you can run your business with ease and enhanced security. The Secure Zone is a separate network to keep your sensitive devices isolated from other devices on your network. The Employee Zone includes workforce management features to ensure your employees are supported and engaged. With the Guest Zone, turn guest analytics into opportunities and set up a guest login portal that can be customized to fit your brand. And for all 3 zones, Shield offers AI-based security to help protect your business from online threats, quarantine troublesome devices, and block content that may add potential liability. Regardless of the type of business you own, you can benefit from our app with a solution that's finally sized right. It's time to take your business further. Take advantage of the Bell Business Wi-Fi app and Pure Fiber, the world's best internet technology, when you have Business 5 internet with Bell. Discover the Bell Business Wi-Fi app, the perfect platform for small business owners with Canada's fastest internet and Wi-Fi.
Perfect. So I'm sure people have questions about that. You can find me in the hallway afterwards. My colleagues from Bell are also here. If there's questions about any of these functionalities, we're happy to answer any questions that people may have. I wanted to talk a little bit about what we're doing with partnerships as well. So when I talked at the start of the presentation here about the technologies that we are trying to bring down market to small businesses, we've partnered with a handful of partners who we think have something really special going on, and we're trying to make that work for small businesses. When you look at Environics Analytics, some of you may or may not have heard of them. This is a company that offers an incredible data set, and when it comes to data mining and being able to know, what are the traffic patterns of people that are walking in and out of a given neighborhood, what are the demographics of a given neighborhood. This is a company that, it's a BCE-owned company, Environics, but we've been partnering with them to try to make those services available to small businesses. If you check out our Small Business Month offers on our website, you'll see what's available there. Webware. There was actually just a presentation about 45 minutes ago in the main hall. Some of you may have seen it. We've partnered with a company called Webware. They're a Canada-based digital marketing company. Incredible product suite. When you actually look at their value prop and what they're offering, they offer a digital marketing service that's basically an all-in-one. So you can build a website. It'll also run your CRM, it'll run your targeted marketing efforts, and it's AI powered. So it learns as your business grows, and it learns when's the right time for you to be reaching out to a customer, what's the right offer for you to be pitching to a customer. This is a fantastic product. We've seen it working in a number of verticals across the country. We've been partnering with Webware so that Bell customers are getting special access to preferred Webware rates. And there's a Small Business Month offer that's taking place right now that we think is very compelling. I'm going to talk in a second about what's been going on with Bell Ads for Business. But before I do that, I also want to highlight the partnerships that we have with Aeroplan. Bell Business members get a special Aeroplan offers as well. Again, just something that we're trying to do to make sure that business partners are getting value. Bell Ads for Business. I talked about this before. So Bell Media has built a self-serve platform that lets small businesses run any scale marketing campaign that they like. Like the dollars can be as small as $200, $300, $400, all the way up to hundreds of thousands of dollars if you want. And what it is it's a self-serve platform that gives you access to buy premium ad inventory. You can build a campaign, you can track your campaign, it's all digital, and you can know who are you trying to go after and how much are you willing to spend to go after them. It's extremely user-friendly. I literally used it for my son's hockey association. I volunteer on the board at his hockey association, and we were trying to do a registration drive through the summer. We set up like a targeted campaign where we were going in South Mississauga, and we were trying to push digital ads to people that were browsing the internet in South Mississauga. I never thought that I'd be able to do something like that. As a volunteer for a local hockey association, running a digital marketing campaign was something that was previously out of reach. But this platform actually enables that. And as I said, it enables you to do it with an extremely small budget. So regardless of how much you're able to spend, this company gives you access to it. And it's leveraging Bell Media data, which when you think of it, the Bell network of companies that has set-top boxes, wireless devices, all of these touch points across the country, that data helps you target the right people at the right time. I'm going to close off by reminding everybody that what we are trying to do and what this was all about today is we're trying to take big business functionalities and bring it down market. I talked about Bell Media and that Bell Ads for Business and what we're doing there. I talked about webware and the functionality that we're trying to bring to market there. And then that Wi-Fi app that I showed, which was previously out of the realm of small business owners, it's now available to literally every business in the country. So really appreciate people taking the time to listen today. We do have special offers that are available if you wanted to click through on the QR code, but we'll be available in the hallway if there's questions afterwards. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Hands last. Rashad? Yes, Rashad. Okay, thank you. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you. And I apologize, your last name, I didn't know it was Rashad. I thought it was Richard. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the next keynote speaker. I would like to welcome Larry Keaton, the president of NPC, for his keynote on cybersecurity and the impact of AI, a new era. So just some information about Larry. Larry will pretty much dive into how artificial intelligence is transforming the landscape of cybersecurity, posing significant threats to small and medium businesses. He'll discuss how cybercriminals leverage AI for more sophisticated attacks and the implications for critical data security in 2024 and beyond. Please join me in welcoming Larry Keaton to the stage. Larry Keaton? Oh, he's getting ready. When he comes to the stage, please give him a round of applause.
Check. You got a flipper for my slides? Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
Sorry about that. They were getting me set up.
Please give Larry a round of applause. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Good, good. I'm good, thank you. So let me see what I can do here for you. I am going to try to make understandable the impact of artificial intelligence on cybersecurity threats for especially small business. Let me see my slides here. Do I have slides? Maybe. Oh, there they are. That's us. That's us. So, firstly, and thank you for that kind introduction, I've been in what we used to call data security. Now we call it cybersecurity because that just sounds cooler. For 40 years. I started a company called Keating Technologies in 1987. I'd been working in a technology company before that. That company's brought about $2 billion in technology and services to Canadians and primarily small business. Everything from US robotics modems to Palm Pilot to you name it, and we probably got involved in it at a national level. About 15 years ago, I was doing work with our provincial and federal government on privacy. And kind of as chairman of the Minister's Technology Advisory Group for Ontario, I was looking at the problem of kind of what was coming. Cyber threat was increasing dramatically. What was especially small business professionals and small businesses going to do to guard themselves from it? The Royal Bank has lots of resources, lots of capability to defend. And candidly, they do a pretty darn good job of it. But for smaller business, it was going to present a challenge. So I created a company called NPC Data Guard, and what we do is we build secure computers for a monthly fee for especially small business professionals. So it's all secured, managed, and monitored, but I'm not here to do an ad. We're here, we have a booth, please go see us. I'm here to talk about what you can do and what you should be aware of because of these cyber threats. In 2020, I actually merged NPC into Canada's largest privately held IT services company, a company called CompuGen. So while we still service small business in our division, we're in Canada's, one of Canada's largest and most prestigious IT services companies. So that helps a lot with depth, and it's worked quite well. I'm just going to cover the threat overview, what you can do about it, and if we have a few minutes left, a little bit of Q&A. I think I was scheduled for about 30 minutes, so we should be pretty good here. Firstly, the primary attack methods that small business suffers from haven't changed. Okay, phishing, getting some kind of clever inducement to get you to give up your login credentials, to click on a link. That hasn't changed. Malware, which is ransomware and all those viruses you get that allow them to steal information off your computer, same principle. Spoofing, credential stuffing. If you use the same password on 2 different systems and they breach one system, they have tools that can then try your email and that password on many other systems to find out where else you used it. That's called credential stuffing. So that's a problem, obviously, hasn't changed. And social engineering attacks. Just finding other clever ways using texting, forms of baiting on the phone, even phone calls, to get you to give up information that lets the bad guys into your systems or into your bank account, which is obviously a problem. AI is presenting a much larger problem for us. While those methods haven't changed, it's like putting gasoline on the fire. And it's a fairly serious one. In my 40 years of working on various levels of technology and some involvement in AI over those 4 decades, without a question, for me, this is the biggest sea change all at once we've ever had to deal with. Now, don't panic. Not yet. Because it isn't quite there. I do another talk on what a couple thousand years of innovation has done for humanity and how it's helped us evolve and how it's improved the quality of our life almost everywhere. And while I was preparing for that talk, I went into an AI engine and I said, I want a picture, a monochrome picture of one of the best and most prolific over thousands of years man-made inventions that gave us some leverage in business. And that, of course, is the wheelbarrow. And the AI engine came back with that picture. And I said, well, that's cool. That's kind of the first generation one. And you got one thing wrong. You got the stick that holds it up at the back in the wrong place, and it's kind of defying gravity here. So we got to fix that. But I want the one-wheel version. I want the version that we got behind it that's got one wheel out front, the 2.0 wheelbarrow. And this is what it gave me back. Okay? So not a very practical application of a wheelbarrow wheel. You can see it's still making a lot of mistakes, but it's learning incredibly fast. In May of 23, somebody sent me my biography, my short biography, that they got out of an AI engine. And it was about 30% right. We reran exactly the same prompt, exactly the same question in September of 2023, and it was 99% accurate. I could use it immediately as a short bio. So these problems are going to go away. We estimate we'll stop seeing this within the next 24 months, where AI just makes a mistake. Now, I'm already reading that the trillion parameters, these are all little pieces of information that an AI engine like ChatGPT 4.0 can use, are hitting memory limits in the servers. The level of technology we have, we're already starting to bump our head at the top. That's going to slow it down maybe a little bit. But the bottom line is this. As the previous speaker just said from AWS, a brilliant company that we love to do a lot of work with, It's an incredibly powerful tool for business, and it's an incredibly powerful tool in the hands of the bad guy. This was one of the first phishes I saw that came to me that was generated by an AI engine. So I got that email on the white part of that slide on the, what is it, your right. And it didn't look like any fish I'd ever seen before. I couldn't tell for at least a couple of minutes that it hadn't come from my own company. And the QR code that was on it took the scanner of that QR code to a very malicious site. Now don't worry, we've put another QR code over top of it just for safety because some people are taking pictures of my slides and have tried it, so that's not the right QR code. But that's the kind of phishing attempt that is getting into the system that is really troublesome for small business. How do you train that person on the front desk that's only been in your office for 4 or 5 months, still trying to do a great job, to watch for something like that and don't click on it or don't use it? When it's custom tailored with your logo, your names, and it doesn't have bad English and it doesn't appear to be anything but a legitimate email. That's what AI is doing. It dramatically improves the capability of the threat actors. Everything from automated victim assessment, it can go out and find you now, and because of the nature of what you're doing, you might be a higher value target to them than just the average small business. So they're getting very clever about who they're focusing their resources on. Coding improvements. We've seen attack code, this malware, that is what we call nation-state quality. And that's the first time in history. You know, if teams in North Korea or China or Russia wrote code and we knew they were part of the government, they were nation-state sponsored, the code was very good, very clean. Stuxnet, things like that. Now we're seeing it out of the ordinary attackers. They're putting their attack code into AI engines, and it's tightening it up, cleaning it up, and making it a lot better. So all kinds of capabilities are coming out of what AI can do that the bad guys are starting to use, all right? And I've seen a few folks here taking pictures and maybe even doing a few notes. You're fine to do that. If you'd like a copy of my slides, you're welcome to them. You can use them as a training tool or just a review tool. Just drop by our booth here and leave your card, say, I want Larry's slides, and you can have them. One of the biggest things we're facing right now, and I'm doing a public webinar on this on November 13th, is deepfake audio, photos, and video and what they're capable of doing. Anybody want to hazard a guess which one of these was AI generated? It's a trick question. Both of them. So you can't see it on that projection as good as I see it on this screen or as on my computer, but these are photorealistic at a level they're indistinguishable by the human eye from a real photograph. It is not possible anymore. We passed that marker years ago where you could in some way distinguish visually the difference between one of these fictions. These two fellows never existed. This is a fiction made up in the mind of an AI engine. And we passed the point some years ago where you could tell the difference between this, and if those happen to be real people, they're real pictures. That's a problem. Because for identification, for the credentials they may steal from you and create false identities, it's harder and harder to figure out exactly what happened. In fact, for one of those folks, I asked for a number of variations on the picture at different ages because the project I was doing at the time, sometimes I advise government. I had the pleasure this year even of speaking at the National Press Club next to the White House on regulating AI and what we need to do to kind of keep some control around it. So I asked the AI engine, give me some variations. Those took less than a minute to create. All different ages and styles of that gentleman that was on the first slide, so that I could make up a Facebook profile as an example and put some history in it. Now I can take those pictures and put them in various scenarios with other AI engines and give that fictional character a life. That's problematic as we fight these attacks on our businesses. That particular site at the time I started working with it had 2.6 million generated fake people. So this is what we're kind of up against. Additionally, if you're in next size companies, if you've got hundreds of seats to thousands of seats, some of what you're seeing on this screen will be of a concern to you. AI engines are already scouring the internet and they're looking for security misconfigurations, unpatched systems, zero-day vulnerabilities, we call them. And it's giving the bad guys great power. Workflow, even to the point where they launder money and dispose of the assets of cybercrime. They're better at that than the cyber criminals themselves, these AI engines. Threat actors have been very clever. There's no question about it. AI just makes them more effective. Okay? So what to do about that? How do you defend? Well, the first thing is, and this doesn't matter if you are literally one or two people working together in an office or 20,000 people. These same three principles I've been talking about for a long time apply. Firstly, you need a risk management program. If it's just the two or three of you, it might just be an agreement or a written policy. What would happen if we got breached? What do we do every once in a while to check to see if we got good security? Obviously, if you're 25, 50, 100 people, you'll want something a little more substantial. You'll want a risk management document. You'll want an incident response plan. You'll want a policy on who can load software onto their computers. Some of the basic things. Okay, if you want some of those policies, by the way, we have blank forms of them. We're happy to provide them. They're no charge. So policies and plans is the first most important thing. Staff training and awareness. So once you get a little bit of policy set, now we got to talk about it and talk about it frequently. How do we put this all to work in a way? How do we stay aware? Even though those attacks are going to get harder and harder to distinguish, you want to be absolutely certain that you have every advantage against the bad guys. And that might be just knowing, we don't even do that kind of a thing. Why am I getting this email? Or why did that phone call come in just like that? So that's really important. The last thing is technology investment. One of the problems I have is folks say, well, I'll just train my staff and I'll do the policy stuff and I won't make as big an investment in technology. Well, consider the source here. I'm a technology sales guy at my core. So I kind of feel like, you should buy some technology. But the fact of the matter is technology got us into this problem and technology is really the only thing that's ever going to get us out. So these things work together without question. But laying off on your technology investment, that's why when I designed this many years ago, I made the technology wheel a little bit bigger. Because that's where you do have to protect yourself. I rarely go into a company of under 500 where I feel they're making the level of investment that's commensurate with the challenge. So give that a lot of thought. And for a single person operation, for a very small business, those can be incredibly modest investments now. And I'm going to show you how my industry has changed the way it sells technology. And it's changing very rapidly to make the best security in the world affordable. And it's not just from my companies, it's from other companies too. So those three pillars are what you always have to keep in mind. How are we managing, those balls in the air properly for our size of business? If you're in a little kind of a next-sized company, I've always liked what Cisco did here on this chart, talking about executive leadership, policy and protocols throughout the company, and implementing the tools to minimize risk. The larger the company, the more they think in terms of minimization because of the inevitability they feel about these attacks, especially coming from AI. The Secretary of State in the Obama administration said something publicly that had been said kind of many times before, but he popularized it. He said, when it comes to cybersecurity, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Now, we should think like that. We should always have a little bit of paranoia that our business is going to be the one that gets hit. But technically speaking, it's not true. I work with dozens and dozens of companies. Some of them are clients, some of them have just come to me for my advice. Sometimes they're in government, sometimes they're in military. They've never been penetrated. They've defied the statistic because they're managing the 3 pillars and doing it very effectively. They're what the bad guys call a hard target. And you can be a hard target of 2 people. Make yourself a hard target. It's not a guarantee, but statistically, you can defy gravity with good security. And that's what you want. You want those statistics on your side. When I designed this little sketch in about 2008, I was looking at businesses and kind of the mess of IT that they had. This is what you want to get to. This is the footprint you want as a small business, okay? You do not see a little server in a closet in this picture. Those things are a risk. You don't need them anymore. We manage hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tenants for clients in Microsoft 365 and in other tools, and we've never found, and we deal with companies of all sizes, one that says, well, I still absolutely have to have my local server. Right up to CAD and engineering companies that have huge bandwidth and file size problems. Get yourself out of those small local servers. Get your local infrastructure as tight as you can be, because the cloud has already surpassed your ability to secure your own server. Or your little drive device sitting on a desk. That's even worse. Because you pick up and walk away with that drive and your business goes with it. The good news is that you, and I'm just going to close up here, the good news is that you can go out and purchase technology today that's the same level of security that the federal government and the banks use and pay $29.95 a month for it, or whatever the price is for the tool you're buying. That is amazing to me. And something else has happened. When I first drew this and talked about the secure cloud and where it was going to be an advantage for people to put their information, it actually has come to look more like this, where you have several little clouds you're working in. I just got a call last week from a company. They're about 80 people. They're in a very sensitive area of work. Almost everything they have is valuable in terms of information. And their CRM was attacked. Well, it was almost a non-event because they had very smartly separated their CRM activity for their salespeople from the core information in their business that is in a separate cloud service. If it had been all in one server that the bad guys got into, keys to the kingdom. So multi-cloud is really powerful. And it happens naturally. Salesforce, QuickBooks, those kind of tools are all separated. And I'm kind of a strong believer of it. The good news for you as small businesses is how we sell technology and how we've done it over the last 50 years is changing dramatically right now. And you see it and feel it. You're subscribing to more things today than you ever have. And it can be a little bit frustrating, I know, and you get too many subscriptions and you got to manage those even. But the reality is, my industry created the biggest do-it-yourself workforce in history. What other product did you buy but a computer that you took back to the office and then you did a whole bunch of stuff to make it work? Or you took it home on Saturday night if you're a solo professional and you were loading software and trying to decide what antivirus to buy. All that is changing. Just like we can get that server in the cloud, we can buy our endpoint computers as a service, we get our software as a service, and that's the direction you want to take yourself in. Make good choices though. Pick good vendors. Spend more time than a click deciding on who you're going to trust with your processes and your data, and you'll be fine. So to recap, AI has changed the game. Every size of company, 2 to 20,000, has to be concerned about how much technology they're putting to work to protect their business. Defense in depth is the best. Don't rely on any one tool or any one process. Get layers and layers. When I architected an NPC device, I put in 4 or 5, 6 layers of security. We use dual level encryption on every drive. It's hard to manage, no question. That's why we do it as a service. So make good choices about how you buy technology, who you buy it from, and where your data is stored. I remember years ago, I heard a fellow from IBM talking about building a really massive, what we call data lake. It was a data warehouse, actually, massive. And he got up and he said, you know, one of the things that we do now is make security a primary consideration in design at the beginning. And that's a great idea. I worked with our Ontario Privacy Commissioner on a program called Privacy by Design. And that is the way to do it. Build it in out front. That's the best time to do it. And he said, and by the way, when we look at security and the importance of that, even though we want to own the customer and we want as much revenue as we can get out of them, we do not think anybody should go it alone. And I thought that was pretty smart. Now, with AI threat, no one can go alone. You have to get the support services around you, the tools around you. If you're relying on that little, local IT shop, God bless them, they're great organizations, some that do brilliant work on security. It is not possible for them on their own to do everything you need to protect your business. Make sure you're pushing them to go out to other better services, and you see they're becoming a bit of an aggregator and supplier of world-class services to you, not just trying to do it all on their own. Okay? I can't emphasize that enough. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time and attention. You're welcome. Yep.
Please give our keynote speaker a round of applause. Thank you so much. So as you can see, this is actually a beneficial summit because we're learning about the impacts of certain type of threats to our cybersphere, so to say. So obviously, this is Cybersecurity Month, as well as celebrating Small Business Month. And that's why we have the Small Business Summit 2024 brought to you by CanadianSME. So we're just going to take a couple of minutes just to have our next speaker get her microphone on, and then we'll welcome her to the stage. And before I do so, I'm going to give you a little insight about her and what she's going to be discussing today. Okay. So we now have Jane Michelle Clark, Director of Strategy at Cloud Managed Networks. She's going to be presenting how best to protect your business and business assets against new physical and cyber threats. Jane Michelle will discuss the evolving landscape of cyber threats, targeting small to medium-sized businesses, and share essential strategies to protect your assets effectively. You'll learn about the latest tactics used by cyber criminals, insights from the dark web, and cost-effective measures to secure your business while allowing you to focus on growth. So please welcome to the stage Jane Michelle Clark. Round of applause, please.
Thank you. Which one's the clicker?
Yes, sir. Anyone who's you can take this.
Forward, backwards.
Give it a test right now.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for that introduction, and thank you all for joining us this afternoon. My name's Jane Michelle Clark, as was just told to you. Normally I would have had Sam Ronan with me here today. However, at the end of, he's had a personal situation. At the end of the day, if you've got questions, one of my colleagues here, Erickson, was be able to help you out. One of the things I want to talk to you about are some of the headlines we've been seeing. We have all seen the stories. This is not news to us. We've had some updates since any of these headlines was published, including Calgary's library on October 11th. Not a new story. And when we heard from our previous speaker, you know that this is something we need to be careful of. However, I hear it all the time. It's not going to happen to me. I'm too small. I'm just a new business. We hear this all the time. In fact, research conducted last July says that 55% of Canadian companies with under 15 employees think they are too small to be hit. I also hear the comment about nobody knows who we are from larger companies. That whole obscurity fallacy is really that, just a fallacy. Those bots don't care if you're a little bitty person, if you're a big company, they're working through the night, and what they're looking to find are those little gateways into your network. We just heard that from my colleague a few seconds ago. If you've got a smart plug, you've got a smart fridge, you've got any of those other devices that you are connecting into your network, guess what? They don't have that same level of security that you've put on some of your other endpoints. Those devices give the bad guys a little opportunity for them to be able to get in. And once they get in, if you don't have enough separation between some of your key data points, you're not putting firewalls up where they need to be, you're at absolute risk. So let me give you a few scary stats for those of us who sometimes have our heads in the sand like the famous ostrich. Last year, 16% of Canadian businesses, according to Stats Canada, were impacted in some way, shape, or form by a cybersecurity incident. I don't know why they call them incidents for the amount of impact that it has on our business if things go sideways. It's far more than an incident. They also said that the proportion of Canadians experiencing these things over the age of 15, and I think most of us are in this room are, has grown exponentially. We're seeing too, in terms of the amount of money that has to be paid. Small to medium-sized businesses, yes, they've been spending a lot of money. Let's look at the real stats though. Last year, only about 12% of companies that were actually ransomwared. That's a lot of companies. And of those, not everybody paid the ransom. But of the ones that did pay the ransom, and most of them were small, 84% were under $10,000, but we had some over $500,000. According to the CTV News report that came out last night, Canadian companies spent $1.2 billion because of cybercrime. And it's not the cost of the ransomware. That's small in comparison. Most of your money is going to be spent on identifying the problem, remediating it, and then trying to get your business up and running again. And if you don't have everything well backed up, not just a backup, but something off-site, the old 3-2-1 rule, 3 types of backups, 2 of them off-site, 1 standard that you keep as your protocol. It's still out there, but now we're looking at how do you not just have the backup, but what can you do to make sure that you can actually restore your systems afterwards, because it doesn't always work. So that cost is the major cost when you've had a cyber incident. And we know that not only are we seeing more increases in terms of what the bad guys are doing to get after us, but we're having huge problems now with people figuring out through social engineering how to get into your company and to be able to access data that way. And unfortunately, the bad guys are starting to target Canadian companies. So I'm always asked, should I be concerned? What's really out there? Well, let's look at it. If you get a torrent browser, and do not go out and get it because the RCMP is going to have something to say. If you start going onto the dark web, you will be tracked. But all you need is a torrent browser and an Onion extension to get to sites like this. So here on this particular one, I can't, my clicker doesn't have a little light on it, but if you look at it, you can see, okay, how many credit cards would I like to buy with this amount of credit left on it? I look at it and say, okay, not a credit card, great, that's okay. We can go in and give you some PayPal accounts, we can give you some eBay accounts, things that you think are secure. The bad guys have a way of being able to let criminals and quasi-criminals, people that are just trying to make a quick buck, go in and bid on and pay for PayPal accounts. You could also lose your identity very easily. So here's one, if you want to become a US citizen with a green card, it's going to cost you $5,000. Not a lot of money when you consider the benefits. Don't want to be a US citizen, that's okay. And this is really scary in terms of the difference in the value for $25 Canadian, that's the most recent one. You too can become a Quebecois woman of a certain age. It's that easy to get out there. And what we're seeing are big targets in terms of healthcare and education have always been there, because what better way to get an identity than a child who has yet to apply for credit, or someone who's just died and that information's not all out there. And unfortunately, the bad guys are looking for it. But now they've turned their sights, as I was saying, on smaller businesses, because you guys don't always, we don't always protect ourselves as well as we could. And here's what it's like, that moment when you realize that your data's out there. And it happened with my kids too. They used to work for Chapters Indigo. They got a thing recently saying, hey, you know what, sorry, all our employee data got breached. And sure enough, one of my kids checked and she's had to change all her credit cards. That moment's awful, but scarier still for companies like us is that every single month there are companies going out of business because of the cyber crooks. Last year it was 11 a month, and now we're up to 250 per month. I was speaking at a convention on safe communities not long ago, and one of the police chiefs responsible for cybersecurity came up and talked to me. He said, no, your numbers may even be low. And I'm going, oh my goodness. North American, and in particular Canadian small to medium-sized businesses, are typically very well managed, and we've also got lots of data. We're doing a really good job of tracking all that data, so it makes us very attractive targets. And think about that smart plug I was talking about again. We've got all kinds of vulnerability, lots of gateways for people to get in. So here, let's take a look at what you can find online. Buckeye packaging. This is stuff I've taken from the dark web. Here it says, look, you know what? Here's everything that you have to do with this business. What they're doing is they're not just going in and getting the data. It's far worse. They're looking at your proprietary processes. They're figuring out how you manufacture stuff. They're looking at your supply chain and getting all that access and what you've been paying for. Say a ton of metal, whatever it is that you needed to manufacture your item. And now they're taking all of that and putting it out there on the web for a bad guy to come in and now manufacture your products using your suppliers, and worse, giving them your customer list so they can now go out to your customers and say, hey, we've got exactly the same product to the same standards at a third the price or two-thirds the price. And as I said, companies are going out of business because of it. Or they're going out of business because some of that information was now leaked and they no longer have the competitive advantage. And if you look at the words on the top of that, it says, all data for sale. Contact us with your order. We will only sell data to third parties if the owner of said data refuses to pay. And it happens. Look at this one. This is another one. Global mining, their whole product category available online. So you've got to think this is happening day in and day out. Hour in, hour out. Because the guys that are the bad guys, the cyber crooks, they are no longer hoodied little guys hiding out in their mom's basement. No. They traded in those hoodies for Hugo Boss suits, and they're parts of very well-organized large corporations that teach their people how to hack. They've also got ChatGPT tools out there that lets the average person become a hacker in a matter of minutes. And it's almost like an MLM program, multi-level marketing. They get paid to bring in other people. And the access brokers, the people that are like real estate broker except for data, purloin data, those numbers have increased dramatically. So it's a little bit scary. And if we run a business, then we've also got other reasons that are keeping us up at night, because you have credit cards, many of you. So the credit card people, the PCI DSS legislation is really strict. We've got legislation in terms of what happened, the PIPEDA rules, what happens in terms of that privacy getting breached and you're responsible for your client's data and credit card information being out there. The fines are high. The fines can be as much as 4% of your global revenue if you're a major corporation, but don't worry, they'll cap it at 20 million bucks. But on the good news front, if there is one, they've got a lot of things that will determine just how big a fine you're going to get. If you are working with a third-party company to help you determine the best way to move forward and starting to identify your holes, they'll be looking at it in terms of what you've done to respond to it. Do you bring in a third party to help you remediate? Have you done other things initially to make sure that you're not in trouble? And what mitigation strategies you have. As I said, if you're working with a company already, and they've already done some penetration testing, they've done a security audit, which today a lot of insurance companies are requiring to be up to date for them to renew your cyber insurance policy. If they see that maybe there were 10 things you had to do, and you've done 2 of them, and you've got a timeline for the other ones to be executed, your fine is going to be a whole lot less than if you'd never done the pen testing, the security audit, and hadn't taken any steps to move forward. So at the end of the day, we always urge clients, and I'll say this again in a few minutes, talk to your cyber insurance company, look at the policy, look at it very closely to make sure that you are compliant, and then make sure that you put the training in place. So, things that you can do. One of the things that we find has been responsible for a lot of breaches is because multi-factor authentication is not put on the admin's access or the developer's access. It needs to be on various places throughout the organization, on the portals, on the servers. I talked a few minutes ago about having backups. Use a professional program like Veeam or somebody else to be able to ensure that you've got your backup happening with redundancies there. That multi-cloud, having different partners, having your stuff in different places makes a whole lot of sense. Putting together a good breach response plan, practicing it, making sure that things are going to be okay. If you want to scan this QR code, you can download one that we've put together. It goes through all the different steps that you need to take. It takes a look at some of the things that you can do. And one of the big pieces of advice I'd like to give you is once you've got your breach response plan in place, including who needs to be contacted, and that'll be a long list, including the police and your insurance company and whoever the spokesperson is for your organization, print it out, because once you've been compromised, you cannot access your stuff anymore. So print it out where everybody's going to be able to see it. So you put in place your plans, you practice your protocols, and you make sure that you do test them regularly. And then I'm not going to go through all of these because they were covered by the speaker before me, but I do want to talk a little bit about least privilege. One of the things that we see in terms of protocols is that organizations typically give all their employees access to everything. They don't need it. I hear, yeah, but I have nothing to hide. That's not the problem. They get into one person's laptop through a phishing or spear phishing initiative. And now that person can go anywhere in the company, so can that particular virus. It will hop, skip, and jump deeper and deeper into the organization. So they give people access to what they really need. A lot of these things were covered before, so I just want to jump down to 11 to say make sure that as part of the protocols and the training that you make sure that people understand they cannot go onto the dark web. Give them training in terms of how to avoid accidentally, not that you can accidentally install a torrent browser, clicking on something that might take them down that road. And then the other thing I want to look at is we're seeing, as I said, a 24% increase in terms of companies' data getting breached because of problems related to physical security. Now, I wish somebody had told me this ages ago. I remember when our office shared a floor in the Forest Hills building at Don Mills and Eglinton with OMVIC, which is the motor vehicle people. I came out of my office one day and I heard this noise and I wasn't sure what it was about, so I went to investigate. And in our copier room, I found a guy I'd never seen before copying his car papers on our photocopier. I went, wow. Okay, so our building does not have badged in things. We had a desk at the front. They just came up in the elevator and then you'd have to knock on our door to get into it. If we'd had something a little more sophisticated, it probably would have been easier. One of our partners is Verkada. Verkada is exceptional when it comes to security systems. And they've got all kinds of different things. So you could have an access system that will enable you to get into your door pretty easily. And these are all cloud-based. Now, a lot of small companies will think, okay, I'm going to have an on-premises solution. It's going to be a lot less expensive. Yes, you've got an expensive setup cost with the hardware, but then you're just looking at remote monitoring. In March and April of this year, there was a Harris poll conducted with over 1,500 IT security leaders. And 92% of them came back and said, the future of physical security lies in the cloud. Why? Multiple reasons. One, very easy to scale. Two, you've got a lot of flexibility and ability to integrate with your other applications, including building security, so it makes it a lot easier to automate some of the processes. Another reason is because it enables you to avoid the expensive cost of the upfront hardware, and yes, those monthly fees, they'll probably add up to about the same in the end, but it's going to be a far more reliable system. We started looking at it. As you'll hear in a few minutes, we are a manufacturer-agnostic company. But we choose to work with Verkada. In fact, we are one of very few Canadian platinum partners. Why? Because not only is it an exceptionally good system, very easy to implement and highly cost effective, but it is cloud native. It was born in the cloud and its business models reflect that, and we can talk about that at another time. But because it is cloud-based, it makes it very easy for you to use, very easy to integrate with any of your applications and to put in place solutions that let you monitor it remotely. So let's look at some of the things they do. You can have access to your building. Well, you've got that little fob in your pocket. You just have to walk up, the door's going to open. You can have things on your phone the same way. But you can also tie it into face recognition so that they see the person coming, the door's going to open because you're an approved face. The advantage of this is that they cannot hand their fob off to somebody else to gain access at another time, or if it gets stolen from their purse or pocket while they're out. Every user gets their own application, but with this, it can be tied into other systems too. So when you onboard somebody, all you've got to do is have one little, now they're going to have access to multiple systems at the same time. The other thing that's pretty good is if you've had an incident, they can go back and check and take a look. So suppose you have had an incident. They're going to be able to go back and say, listen, we've got all this data, we've been storing it for months and months and months, and you're thinking, oh my goodness, I know what happened on October 14th, but I don't want to search through it. You don't have to. They just have to say blue baseball cap, pink shorts, and then the system is going to go through and find every incident of that person. The system will also let you do other things. It'll have it so that you can monitor license plates if you need to. On our previous example, one of the ones I was going to mention was that because of the facial recognition and the ability to integrate it with other systems, if, say it's a school, and the non-custodial parent shows up to get the kids. Not a good situation for that school board. What will happen is the Verkada system will say, sorry, partner A should not have that baby to take home. And I'm saying baby because, once they're below a certain age, they're all babies. And the doors will automatically lock until and the principal's given an alert and can go down and investigate. Say, hey, yeah, it's totally all cool that mom, dad, aunt, uncle, whoever takes that child today. But the system has protected them. Same thing here. Thanks to AI, it's going to look at predictive things ahead of time. It's going to be unusual behavior. We're seeing things, people doing things outside the doors or leading up to the doors of this building and send an alarm, automatically trigger the police if that's what you've had put in place. It can look at other unusual things, lost packages, all kinds of tools that are available to you. But one of the things that I love about it, and one of the reasons why we choose to work with Verkada, is because you can tie in your sensors, so you've got vaping concerns, alarms can be set. You've got noise concerns, so vandalism, is that happening? You've got something else going on in your company that's not a normal sound, it's going to send a trigger, and all of these things are interconnected and very easy to integrate. We don't have time to go through all of this right now with you, but if you want to get hold of us afterwards, either reach out to my colleague who's here or get hold of us. We can give you a free demo and 30-day trial. This is an email address you can use, so samr or info@cloudmanage.ca. So some of the other things that we want you to remember to do, look at your cyber insurance policy. Go back and take a really good look at it so that you remain compliant. And then the only other thing that can help you is to hire a managed services provider to save you some time and money. I know what it's like because I've run my own business for years and years, and we all wear so many hats. There was a time when I jokingly said that on my business card, instead of president, it should say chief cook and bottle washer. So any of you in that senior position, you know what it's like. We're always trying to increase our operational efficiencies, and these days, we've got so much on our plate at the same time. And if you're at the top of it, it can feel pretty lonely. Having to run and make decisions. So if there are things that you can take off your plate, if there are ways that you can find to be feeling a little more supported as you run your business, why not reach out? Because typically when you hired a managed services provider, not only do you save time, that you can now invest in your business to help you focus on the things that are really important to growing that business, but you end up saving money too. We are, when it comes to cybersecurity, our company is great in terms of all the things that we do, from network provisioning, developing apps, but the thing that is a real focus for us is cybersecurity. If you go onto our website, you can take a look at, we produce a lot of content, blogs related to cybersecurity, how to protect your business, things that a CISO should know. You can see on our YouTube channel a couple of videos, including one where I went and talked to a whole bunch of cyber crooks. I got to tell you, they've got a really weird perspective on what's good and what's bad in terms of what they should be and able to do. We also develop content for the United Nations General Assembly, and you can see that video there as well. So who are we? I keep saying, come and talk to us. If you get yourself into trouble, you get breached, who do you call? You don't call Ghostbusters, you call us. Why? Because we're going to be able to have somebody within 30 minutes, even if you've not been a client before, on it and helping to stop the problem from getting worse and then be able to remediate it, and if necessary, help you work with your insurance company afterwards. We've been in business for 26 years now, and in that time have grown substantially and are continuing to grow. We work with companies across the country, small companies, some startup companies, and some much larger ones as well. Do a lot of work in the retail space. You may know one of our clients. I'll show you a few in a second, including October's very own, and it's Drake's birthday today, so shout out to Drake for that. But we are a certified provider of managed services. We also have a huge focus in terms of SME bundles. I'm going to show you this QR code again in a second, but I've put together some bundles especially for the small and medium-sized business. It's done with one of our partners, but we've got all kinds of other bundles as well. The reason that a lot of companies come and talk to us is that we look at problem solving a lot differently. We say, where are you going as an organization? What are the things that are important to you? And what is your strategy for moving forward? Because there are those of us that are business strategists, business consultants, beyond, and we're not IT people, we're not salespeople, we're going to be able to help you in terms of looking at that and then say, how do we use technology to help support that growth? The other thing is we have a passion for the small to medium-sized business despite the clients you're going to see on the next slide. And in fact, at the end of the summer, became the first company in the world, which is a pretty big deal, to have become to receive Cisco's SMB designation. It was a pretty big deal. There was a lot of auditing that went through that process, black belt training that had to happen. And first and foremost, it had to be clients saying that yes, they've helped us grow our business and showing how. And in terms of helping these companies, we'll do everything from soup to nuts when it comes to IT, so we can help you determine what is your best architecture moving forward, what you need in terms of software solutions to help you, how do you make that network grow and be as robust as you can. We look at it from cloud to edge, to network, to endpoints, and to people in terms of helping you with your protocols. But one of the things that sets us apart is that we don't just do the IT piece, which you would think a lot of companies would do. We also do the other piece in terms of helping you with ERPs, developing applications, developing the APs that will let everything integrate, and a whole lot more besides. Some of the partners with whom we work, I'll just put them all up. We've got Cisco. TP-Link is an inexpensive alternative to Cisco. We work with all of the big players that you'd expect, including people that have been on this stage today. All right. And because of that, we've been fortunate enough to work with clients of all different kinds. We work with 36 actually now at the school boards. We work with some small companies too. Vantages only has 15 employees in the 2 cities in which it operates, and they do event management. We've worked with large companies. We've worked with small companies. As I said, we've worked with startups. A lot of experience in the retail space, a lot of experience in terms of helping you figure out what is the best way forward and how to protect yourself from the bad guys. So I promised you I would show you the QR code again. Here it is if you want to take a picture of it. And the only other thing I want to say before we go is that our clients have a lot of nice things to say about us. And the one that I like the most comes from Tom Renault, who's the IT manager at Windsor-Essex Catholic District School. He says, we're a go-to trustworthy partner. We would love to be your go-to trustworthy partner. And with that, I thank you. Did you finish on my thing? Could you start my slides?
Thank you so much, Jane. Please give her a round of applause. And now, you guys still feeling okay? You guys still energized? That doesn't sound energetic. Are you guys still energized? All right, great, great. So next up, we have Mark Feeney, VP of Cooperators. He's going to be presenting a keynote on resilience and growth in small businesses. Mark will discuss how, after the closure of over 120,000 small businesses during the COVID-19 pandemic, those that remain have demonstrated remarkable adaptability. He'll highlight Cooperators' commitment to supporting small businesses through personalized insurance solutions and community impact. So please join me in welcoming Mark Feeney to the stage. Please give him a round of applause.
It's right there. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Frank. And after that introduction, I don't really need to say a whole lot more, so I appreciate that. That'll make it go a little quicker. I've been with the Cooperators now for 36 years, and I don't know how many of you in the past have used your profile picture for, very much close to 36 years. This is the first time I've had to update mine, and I got to tell you, I'm not happy about it. I am Mark Feeney from the Cooperators, and I am really happy to be here today. We love to work with small businesses, and I love to get the energized and enthusiastic feel that I get from working in rooms like this all the time. So it's been a great day for me so far. I hope it has for you as well. It has been challenging times for Canadians, and small business owners, they're no exception to that for sure. It is an absolute credit to your talent, your resilience, your innovation, and really your fortitude to stay in operation over these times. Frank already mentioned it, over 120,000 businesses closed their doors over the COVID pandemic. But those that stayed, they had to adapt, they had to change, and they had to innovate, and they had to do so very quickly. We're all gathered here today, though, because we believe it's time to shift from just staying afloat to really thriving and looking at it as a time for growth. In terms of what we offer at the Cooperators, we actually manage 65,000 investment accounts. We insure 303 businesses that are just like yours, 42,000 farms, and 250,000 employees and employee groups across Canada. Not to mention, we also have millions, literally millions, of auto and home insurance clients as well across the country. By the way, we are a solely Canadian organization. We're not really a small business by any means, but we understand them. And my role is specifically working with our advisor group, who are all small businesses like yourselves with the same challenges as you have as well. Within our advisor group, we have 275 advisors across Ontario. We have a national network of 530 advisors. We're a very large enterprise, but it's built by small businesses working cooperatively. In terms of who we are as a larger organization, we're a large, profitable, very stable organization with over $65 billion in assets. And we provide financial solutions and security for Canadians and their communities. You know what? We find it's important to us to give back, and we give back $12.2 million in 2023 alone. We are very, very focused on ensuring our business operations are sustainable and resilient, and we have become Corporate Knights, one of their top 50 for the last consecutive 15 years as a leader in most sustainable organizations. Number 1 among insurers, number 2 in the financial sector globally, and number 3 overall in Canada. We really succeed because we listen to what our community needs. We provide personalized advice, we help manage risks, and we help lower them to build resilience. It's what differentiates us from our competitors, and quite honestly, it's that personalized service that really drives it home. My role is to help continue to build with those 275 different small businesses, and I help reduce their risk and work with them on how we respond to our clients' needs. I help them grow and upscale their businesses. In the last 3 years, we've added $1.3 billion to our wealth portfolio. In the last 4 years, we've actually increased our commercial business portfolio, which is where we serve you, by over 88%. want to talk a little bit about risk, and the prior two speakers both talked about risk and how small businesses really need to watch for and manage their risk. And I know it seems odd that we would be talking to entrepreneurs who are in and of itself risk takers, why we would talk to you about risk, but your high risk tolerance doesn't mean you take risk needlessly. The majority of small businesses don't succeed. We know that. Between 60 and 80%, and really it's whatever stat you're reading, but the majority of small businesses we know don't succeed. You can't know what you don't know. It takes community and partners you can rely on. I want to talk a little bit about one of our stories. We had an advisor out in Perth County who was doing, just your regular building evaluation for a local farmer. And they had a retail store on the property, which many farmers do these days. A small venture, but it was grossing close to $100,000 annually. And our advisor noticed that there were no fire extinguishers there whatsoever. Now, the advisor could have re-rated that policy, could have sent it into underwriting, could have called the fire marshal. But instead, they came back the very next day and brought a number of fire extinguishers. Not only did they bring the fire extinguishers, but they demonstrated how they were to be used for those clients. The very next week, that advisor got a call from that farmer. There was an incident involving his 16-year-old daughter. That daughter actually was there, though, when that advisor did the demonstration. She was able to contain the fire, and everyone is okay. For a farmer, their lives and their families' lives, their homes and their businesses are all one and the same. And that's the same for so many small businesses as well. A small gesture of goodwill here saved their store, their dairy operations, their equipment, livestock, family home. They would have lost everything. His daughter, a young girl, 16-year-old girl scooping ice cream, and other employees could have been hurt. We may best be known for our auto and home insurance, but we're a holistic partner for wealth and financial services as well. We know how inflation is hurting Canadians. We're helping group benefits clients on disability due to accidents or illness every day. And we're also talking to grieving families whose life insurance policies have helped keep the roof over their heads as well. We see the big picture of risk and loss, and we believe in community. It means we know what the right thing to do is. It's not always easy to do it, but it's sometimes harder not to do it as well. Anyone who has been able to keep an independent business operating over the past 5 years does deserve a round of applause. And some businesses have certainly even thrived. They've looked at disruption as an opportunity. They've shifted to digital experiences. They've shifted to remote work, added in e-commerce developments. A number of new businesses which opened in Canada, it actually only dipped by 5.4% during 2020, which was the worst of the COVID years. Many small businesses acted quickly because they had plans in place. And resilience is all about planning, the differentiator between those that thrived and those that didn't. They planned for resilience. They knew how to protect what mattered and where they could afford to take the risk. They had a mindset that looks at crisis as an opportunity. Despite the high amounts we've seen of both crisis and opportunity, many haven't learned as well. We hear that over half of small business owners report that they have done no more additional planning than they had pre-COVID. We are encouraged, though, to hear that younger companies are placing an increased importance on strategic planning. And just because things are stable now doesn't mean you can afford to be complacent. Don't be one of those businesses without a business plan. Don't be one of those businesses without a financial plan. Successful entrepreneurs know what the risks are that are worth taking and what costs are worth the investment. For many small business owners, their personal finances are integrated with the businesses, and the risk of not planning is horrific. We had a client in Newcastle, a bakery in Newcastle, and they went for a competitive insurance quote. It was $400 less than ours, but it was from an online vendor. And we can't outcompete those guys on price, but we sure can outservice them. Our advisor walked our client through both policies in great detail. The competitive quote was full of complex conditions and loopholes. If they had ever filed a claim, it would have never received any payment, and their policy would have been voided without a penny ever returned. We won their business because we took the time to review their specific needs and provide that personalized service. We want to make sure that the business was truly resilient. Wouldn't you bet she was kind enough to give us a call a couple of months afterwards as well to let us know about a neighboring town bakery that unfortunately did not take or get that level of service. There's also an opportunity to really embrace risk. And when you know exactly how much time, energy, and resources you have available to spend, that disruption can become an opportunity for your business to meet an unanswered need. And we really applied this as the cooperators to our own business. Our clients and communities were without flood coverage. And how many in this room were actually impacted by the Toronto flood earlier this year? I know climate change, the impacts are ever increasing, and some insurers actually refuse to provide certain protection like flood in certain areas. And that's to reduce their risk, but that doesn't actually help the business owner at all. We believe that building community and client resilience builds our own. The Tomorrow Strong endorsement gives clients money to invest in making their property more climate resistant. Things like hurricane straps, fire-resistant roofing, etc., all which helps lower the overall pool of risk as well. We heard an awful lot about cyber risk, and I know probably everybody in the room has now experienced some form of attempt, at least, at cyber risk, either via email or text, or your CRA demands their money now and your visa's been hacked. Cybercrime, it is skyrocketing, and it's costing trillions each year. 18% of Canadian businesses were impacted. And the thing about it is it's very low cost, and it's a low cost, low risk endeavor for the criminal. It's highly impactful to business. Independent business and individuals are the low-hanging fruit. And they're counting on you as a small business owner to be too busy to really take notice of what you're opening on your email or what you're opening on your texts. They're hoping that you don't actually scrutinize the messages, so you click to open. I want to tell you another little story about another situation we had, and it was a daycare client in Oakville. And they were working with a contractor. They were actually adding a new space, and a message came in requesting partial payment on a contract. So they immediately e-transferred $35,000. Their bank wouldn't provide any compensation. The bank actually said the error was caused by her, that it was a human error. But 82% of all cyber breaches are due to that human element. 100% of successful phishing attacks like this are because of the human element. That clause is how the bank continues to reduce their risk, but again, human error exists. These are the kind of risks that small business owners might not even be aware of. And I mean, for me, this was a daycare. I wouldn't consider them high up on the cybersecurity risk factor, but they were there. Small business is the backbone of any community. And it's not because you sponsor the local hockey or the local soccer team, things like that. It's because you care about your clients and your community. I encourage you to use this opportunity for growth as an opportunity to build long-term resilience of your business. Invest the energy now to explore what you don't know. Embrace risk without gambling blindly. You can protect the things that matter most, whether that's assets, operations, or your family's financial future. Just because you're independent also doesn't mean you have to go it alone. Make use of the network opportunities here today to build up a peer group. We look forward to building community with you and watching your business grow. I would also ask you, please come by and visit us at Booth 19. A bunch of our advisors are over there, and we're great people. Come and chat with us. Thanks so much for listening today.
Please give Mark a round of applause. Thank you. Amazing. So we actually have another keynote speaker by the name of Prem Sarat Acharya. I'm just going to give you a little bit of information about him before he proceeds to the stage. Now, Prem Sarat Acharya is the Director of Strategic Growth at CSM Tech, who will present Scaling SMEs with Data and Gen AI for Functional Transformation. In this keynote, Prem will pretty much explore how small and medium-sized enterprises can harness the power of data and generative AI to unlock new growth opportunities. He'll discuss strategies for improving speed and efficiency by leveraging granular business data and eliminating redundant tasks. Join us to discover various use cases and opportunities that data and Gen AI present for enhancing the experience of customers, suppliers, and employees alike. Please welcome to the stage, Prem.
Thank you. Yeah, I need a clicker. Just a moment. Good afternoon, everyone. We have probably heard a lot about, what's going on in the area of data and Gen AI today during various talks. The entire agenda of my presentation right here, right now, is about giving you guys a lot of comfort around, how Gen AI needs to be deployed across organizations, organizational functions. Basically, giving you some sort of an idea regarding what a deployment roadmap should be for SMBs. Well, I don't need to state the obvious. You all know how Gen AI has progressed in the last 1.5 years, ever since GPT became what it became. I would rather, focus today a bit about current advancements and what is being talked about as the next sort of, frontiers in Gen AI implementation. One is, of course, on the side of agentic AI. So what used to be large language models designed for specific tasks are now evolving into agentic AI in terms of the fact that these are agents, AI agents, which can not only do the LLM piece of the work, but also perceive and essentially plan tasks which they want to execute. So think of it as, what RPAs or robotic process automation tools used to do. Something of similar nature will be done by agentic AIs going ahead. RAG, retrieval augmented, systems and generative LLMs are something which is being developed, and a lot of systems, particularly from IBM, from Oracle, are coming up on this particular area. So how does Gen AI tie up to functional transformation? Essentially, across the front office, middle office, and the back office. What is it that various functions in your organization need to think of in terms of use cases to deploy Gen AI is something that we will take a look at. That's because of the fact that somebody said earlier that leaders need to lay out the plan. It has to be a top-down approach rather than, leaving it to your workforce to figure it out as to what you need to do. So what we will do is we will touch a bit upon the interplay of data and Gen AI, how data is crucial to Gen AI, and then we will look at a lot of different use cases which organizations can probably look at. So today, the challenge is in terms of not finding the right tool for deploying a Gen AI model. Rather, it is on ensuring the aspect of data quality, data governance, data observability. Somebody rightly pointed out earlier that, what is it that we need to do to ensure robustness of AI models? Well, the underlying data is what defines it. Was there a proper data sanitation process? Was there a proper data migration process? Was there a proper data extraction process? Was there adequate time devoted to training and cross-training the AI model? So today the challenges are on the front of not spending adequate time on treating your data to make it robust for your Gen AI model to be robust. Data aging is something, which is a challenge in terms of the fact that imagine I probably would be working on a data set which is like 6 months old that gives me some insights on my model. But by the time I'm going live with my data, the model, what it predicts and what is happening real time on ground or on field is something different. That majorly happens because of the, because of the data aging factor, because data ages. What is valid today might not be exactly valid 6 months down the line. Data absorbability. Multiple data sources. When you are talking of an AI model, it is consuming data from a lot of different sources. Structured, unstructured, semi-structured. So which of these sources is an accurate data point? Which of these sources is not so accurate? That is something that we cannot really figure out on the go. Unless you have, a data observability model in place which constantly looks at data from all these different sources. Infrastructure costs in terms of high GPUs, that's an obvious impediment to what small businesses are facing, and that is where probably cloud solutions are one way to go. Basically, it is consumption as required, and as you move up the consumption ladder, you can essentially buy up more GPUs on the cloud itself. That's a economic way of buying GPUs. Privacy concerns, security concerns, of course, are there. Like the previous speaker also spoke about, inaccurate ROI. How do you ensure ROI out of your AI deployments or Gen AI deployments? ROI need not necessarily be just on the basis of cost cutting or cutting down on your workforce. What I see ROI is, let's say I devote roughly 2,500 hours in a year to work. Is there a way that I can use Gen AI and essentially improve my efficiency, become a force multiplier? Can I be able to work for 4,000 hours? Can I add 1,500 hours by using my Gen AI? That is where the ROI is. That is how ROI needs to be looked at. So, of course, on the side of ROI also, SMBs especially need a lot of consulting and guidance as to how they derive ROI out of their Gen AI deployments. But what leads to this is a solution which lies in leveraging a proprietary framework approach. Build your own framework, build your own Gen AI models on that framework, treat it on your own data, consume your own data, do it securely on a framework, and follow the pipelining process, which essentially is about data ingestion, cleaning, exploration, training, and deployment. Now, this might be a time-taking approach, if you have to show something in terms of Gen AI deployment, well, it is very, very lucrative to, just go and buy some license-based models which probably do some kind of a work for you. That is very quick. But of course, the fallouts are in terms of data quality, in terms of the decisions that you'll be taking using those AI models might not be accurate and might not be contextual to your organization and your function. When you do a framework approach, framework-led development approach, it generally takes about 2 to 3 months. But what happens after 2 to 3 months is that you are in a stage where you are confident of getting into a POC on some use cases. Once you do a POC, you will be always in a position to identify whether this particular AI model is working out for you or not. If not, there further is a cross-training process which takes probably a month more. So in about 3 to 4 months, you would be ready with a robust model which works accurately on your data and provides you results securely and basically something that you can rely upon. I just spoke about all of this. I don't need to really, go through each point in this particular slide. I cannot, place more emphasis on how critical the bedrock of data is to ensuring how your Gen AI model functions. So, for the next few slides, what we are going to see is, and I'm not going to, touch each of them in detail. This is just for clarity, because sometimes writing it down leads to a lot of clarity. Various departments in organizations can probably look at some of these solutions which have been written out here. These are use cases that those particular functions can look at in terms of Gen AI. For example, when it comes to marketing, sales, advertising creation, content marketing, research, of course, language translation, these are things, your CRM pipeline building, all of this, so these are activities which marketing departments can look at. How? Of course, using LLM as a service, using LLM models for fine-tuning, RAG chatbot development, data analysis, continuous, pipelining, improvement, and all of that. Recommendation systems. So these are a few things that, marketing teams can look at. When it comes to IT management, again, writing queries, looking at predictive maintenance, security incidents recording and all of that, IT documentation, these are use cases for IT teams, internal IT teams. Supply chain and procurement, contracts, order fulfillment, demand revenue forecasting, stakeholder engagement, financial transactions, these are things which can be done in terms of AI use cases. Again, just listing them out, because something to refer to probably for later and something to probably think of in terms of what your organization or what your function wants to treat in particular. HR functions, recruitment process optimization, cost mapping, recruitment experience, onboarding experience, these are things where AI can help. Finance, transaction monitoring, cost and trend analysis, anomaly detection, financial planning and monitoring, these are the typical AI use cases. Master data management, these are things that we are seeing evolve in the financial domain as well. So how can we help? CSM Tech has been a digital transformation services company for the past 26 years. Globally, we are close to 1,600 employees. We are a CMMI level 5 company, SOC 2 certified, ISO certified. And we have been dealing with, large transformational stories for the past 2.5 decades. From experience, I can tell you, we were very early adopters into Gen AI. In fact, not Gen AI, rather I would say AI and ML. Back in 2016, 2017, we used to do sentiment analysis use cases, which were typically functioning on a lot of different AI ML models. We had done a lot of work on, static AI chatbots as well. When Gen AI, became what it became, probably 2 years back, that is when we went into this approach of developing a framework, which I was just talking about. A framework-like development approach, which lets you develop your own models on your own data. So today, if I have to talk about, what we have been doing in terms of this platform, now these are just some screenshots of this particular platform. Now, what we do is we do data pipelining on this platform. We create pipeline of tasks which an AI agent is supposed to perform. And then, of course, this is deployable on your servers, on your cloud, wherever you want it, on-prem or on cloud. So what it does is it lets you build AI as a practice within your function or your firm. What that does is allow you the flexibility to work on your own models on your own data. Now, if I have to show you some use cases, which we have been developing for the last 1.5 years. Now, we have been a big provider on digital solutions in the mining space, surface mining space. So we have been working on an AI model, on a Gen AI model, which predicts, various leakages and pilferages which happen in a typical mining value chain. We use the SaaS VI platform and a couple of IBM tools on this. This has been developed using our own orchestration platform and using these pre-trained models. What it does is, it essentially predicts the ore or mines, production in a particular season. And then, it is able to tell you as to, what will be the trend of production probably in the next couple of seasons or the next couple of years. And then, of course, you can always match it to your current data and see how accurate it is. Typically, till now, we have been able to achieve around a 95% accuracy on this. So this is about the analytics on mining. Similarly, we do a lot of big use cases on agriculture as well. This is an assignment based out of India. we have actually implemented a satellite-based imagery model for a state in the eastern part of India, wherein you can actually look at the crop production based on satellite images and will be able to validate whether this is a farmland or not a farmland. Similarly, this is a use case based out of an implementation in Africa. So Ethiopia, faces a lot of problems in terms of wheat rust and leaf rust. Those are two things where they have a lot of trouble in the agriculture space. We have been able to develop a model for these guys, wherein they are able to predict the movement of the disease on these crops and are able to essentially draw out maps on this kind of a model. This is the dashboard, which shows you as to how many surveys have been done and what are the expected results. Similarly, there are other use cases in terms of OCR and vision AI as well. So look at this, so this again is a use case wherein it is able to identify whether people on ground are wearing the required safety gear or not. The people who are not wearing the required safety gear, the AI model is able to just visualize in terms of marking them as red. Same use case. So all of these are use cases which we have been working on, and some of them, of course, last year was all about a lot of POCs. This year, a lot of these use cases have actually moved into production. In fact, one of the exciting stories which I would like to speak about right now is one of the things that we are doing in New Jersey. So there is this company, which essentially provides inventory for all these condos and new homes which are being built. And what they wanted is to have a predictive maintenance AI model. This is something that we have developed for them. It is currently in production, and they went in with the framework-led development approach. What they did is that they told us, hey, we are okay with your approach. What we would like to do is build a foundational AI model in the phase 1, which maybe has an accuracy of about 70-75%. We are good with that. But the model, should be trained on our data. So once we were able to achieve that in a period of like 4 months, what we did is we went on to phase 2. Phase 2 had real-time IoT integration, and that is where the foundational model became even stronger. Today, the model is accurate to almost 98%. So it is able to tell you that, hey, your HVAC system is probably due for service in like 3 months, or your HVAC system might fail in 6 months' time to probably get some diagnostics done. So this is something that we have been developing. We are working with the Indiana University on a large clinical validation LLM project as well, wherein we are consuming large data sets and building a clinical validation data LLM for them. That's going on really well. There are use cases, where we have been able to put in our AI solutions into help desk, service desk, a lot of HR use cases as well. And of course, when it comes to the biggest of AI use cases, which might be in the space of MDM or master data management, that is when you consume a lot of different data sources, lot of different disparate data, and then try and build your AI model on. This is also something which we have been typically working on with IBM. Then we have vision-based AI use cases, which are in the space of industrial automation, agriculture and environmental monitoring, healthcare imaging, then basically for smart city planning as well. This is something which is currently in production, and we are working on it in terms of urban planning and land management use cases. So why partner with us? Like I said, we have been in the game for very, very long, and especially in the AI game as well. Our expert resources have essentially been trained on a lot of different AI tools, AI technologies, be it IBM Watson or maybe Oracle Fusion AI. Then come to the strength of our global delivery model, which we can leverage to have a proper managed services team for you. Create high-value opportunities, but create them gradually. Nobody really wants to spend $1 million on an AI use case right away. Rather, what is required is an understanding of the fact that start small, prioritize your use cases, which are relevant to your business. Maybe start with simple chatbots. Start with simple conversational AIs, which are dealing with employee interactions or dealing with your customers. Once you build confidence on a couple of AI use cases, nothing really stops you from ramping up that investment. So let's not talk about $1 million project. Let's probably start very small with a $20,000 or a $10,000 project, something that can yield ROI for you and something that can help your employees use your AI models. Then, of course, our process focus, a lot of focus into how we deal with project management, how we go about deploying these models, how we ensure ROI, and how we consult with you at each of these phases to understand you as to how your business needs are evolving and what we can do best. Please visit us for more information, and in case you need further clarification on any query, please feel free to write to me. My email ID is, I'll just go back to the first slide so that it's more understandable. I know I have a bit of a complex name. Wow, that's a lot of slides. So my name is Prem Sarit Acharya. The email ID is the first name prem.acharya, the last name @csm.tech. Feel free to write to me in case if you have any queries, and let's talk about your projects, what you want to do in terms of Gen AI. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's give Prem another round of applause. Now, Prem, are you going to be here during the course of the day? Are you leaving right away? Okay, so yeah, definitely. I know he gave out the email address, but you can also reach out to him and talk to him directly. He's going to be networking and schmoozing, while the celebrations and festivities takes place. So now we're just getting the stage set up for our last panel discussion. So I'm just going to read extra slow to give enough time for us to actually set up. How's everyone feeling? This is the last panel discussion. You guys have been great so far. How are you guys feeling? Oh, wow. How are you guys feeling? Okay, we need that energy because we're going to be mixing and mingling pretty soon. So thank you, guys. We're just going to get everything set up right now. So we're very excited to present our last panel discussion, like I mentioned, and this covers leveraging AI for small business growth, unlocking opportunities and efficiency. Now, this panel will explore how AI can drive growth and streamline operations for Canadian SMBs all over. Join our esteemed panelists, Angela Podolsky, managing partner at Quantum Smart and founder of Kinesix. So once I mention all of the names, they're going to come onto the stage one at a time, and please give you a round of applause. So that was Angela's description. Natasha Walji, managing director at Google Canada for Google Customer Solutions. Chris Greenfield, managing director of 111. Cree Govender, SMB area lead at Microsoft Canada. Cameron Allen, partner, account manager, Intel Canada. So these are our final panelists. Please give them a round of applause. Now these esteemed panelists will pretty much share with us, you, the audience, real world examples of AI in action. Now learn how to improve customer experiences and explore strategies to overcome challenges. Yes, Chris Greenfield, yes. Yes, I did cover Chris Greenfield. You guys heard me cover his name, right? All right, thank you. All right, so right now we're going to learn how to improve customer experiences and explore strategies to overcome challenges in adopting AI. So once again, please welcome our panelists to the stage. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, and great to be here with you. And before we start, I really want to give a huge thank you and a round of applause to this crazy team. They've been slaying here all day for this to happen. So let's give them a real good thank you and applause. It's very funny for me to sit and listen about AI because I'm also a behavior analyst. And when I hear people talk about AI as almost they talk about a human. AI does this, AI does not do this, we work with AI. And it's almost, you're actually talking about an individual, right? And that's the whole reality of AI today. It becomes such a big part of us, cultures, businesses, growth, everyday life, that we need to better understand it. How does it help our businesses? How does it incorporate? So we have a fantastic panel here to help us create this discussion. So at first, I want to start with a question about how does AI help our businesses and how does it incorporate? So Chris, I would like to start with you and the efficiency that AI brings, and how do you find it incorporate in SMEs, and how does it help them?
Yeah, I think AI can do it can see, it can hear, it can speak, it can't smell, it can't feel, and it can think. So if you think of any of those things that you do or people do each and every day, AI can help you increase the efficiency, increase productivity of that, so humans can focus on what they're best at, which is creativity, innovation, putting illogical things together to create something new. And that's typically how we love to use AI at 111, but it's also how we talk to the use of AI with small and medium-sized businesses as well.
And where did you see it help in efficiency? Like, do you have an example to give to the audience, a specific idea?
Yeah, I for sure do. So I've been at 111, which is Canada's leading technology accelerator. And I was there, I think I started about 7 months ago, and the first 6 months was fixing the chaos, uncertainty, the zero process implementation, about 44 different contracts with different members. It was quite a bit of chaos. What we did is we actually utilized AI tools, everything from Google Workspace that was available to Zapier, HubSpot, et cetera, really to kind of integrate all those systems and automate a lot of the process. So it's a good example of where we actually stood back and took a look at our member journey and our partner journey, which is our sponsors. And we found where all of the inefficiencies were, all of the time wasters were, and we came in and brought the tools together and automated them to come up with a much more efficient system.
Great. Natasha, I want to move to you because you also help companies to help them be better and implement and utilize AI to be more efficient and more effective. So can you share your insight on that?
Yeah, and great examples, Chris, and thank you for using Google Workspace. So yes, definitely.
It's a
perfect segue. Perfect. So in terms of AI tools, and how I think about it, first of all, there are big and small ways to use it. So I think in small ways, I just want to encourage each of you to do simple things that will help improve your workflow and productivity. And one of the simple examples I always share is in Gmail. And so over the summer, I got back from vacation. I came back to, 300 or 400 emails. And then somebody on my team reminded me that I could ask Gemini to summarize all of those emails and highlight the 5 action items I needed to take action on with a special notice to my boss. And so I did that, and it actually summarized it beautifully. And it reduced my stress and saved me hours of time. And so that's a very small way that you can use AI. Now, we're also using AI in very big ways, and one of the areas that I focus on is actually sales and marketing. And so we've been thinking a lot about this and how to level the playing field for SMBs when it comes to marketing, because many of them don't have large marketing teams. So one of the products that we've developed at Google is called Performance Max. And Performance Max effectively allows you to set a goal around ROI. So what is the ROI that you want to generate? Give us your creative assets. If you don't have them, we'll help you generate that too. And then what Performance Max does is it places your ad across all of our Google products to generate that return on investment that you're looking for. So it effectively operates as a marketing team, but it's an AI-powered marketing product that enables you to advertise, reach new customers, and generate an ROI.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I think every SME, small, medium-sized business, we all, in different ways, struggle with marketing, right? Even large organizations are like, oh, marketing. There's so much to do in marketing, right? It never ends. So it's really great to have a tool or a person, because it's breathing, living, to help us with that. I want to move to Cree. Just another segue here. If you can talk about data-driven decision, and how do we, using AI, we think we're more efficient, we think we're doing more things, you think that those things, ROI, bring more results, but how do we really can pinpoint if that's actually happening?
Yeah, that's a great question. And one thing's remained true for a very long time. I've been around tech for many decades, and the folks on stage will probably nod their heads when I say this. There was a saying we used to use, which was, data is the new oil, right? And that was many years ago, but it still remains true today. For you to really leverage the best out of an AI implementation, pretty much any implementation within an organization, your data foundation has to be solid. There's no getting away from that. There is no silver bullet or an elixir that will solve for that. What modern day tools provide, however, is that used to once be the domain of large enterprises in terms of tools that would help you wrangle your data and create data lakes and so forth. We now have tools that are more ubiquitous that allow for that to happen at a significantly lower price point and without a lot of technical complexity. Tools like Fabric that reason over the data estate and bring that together, and that then gets served up through your AI implementations. So when it comes to these use cases that you speak to and where data plays a critical role in that, it really is the force that's then feeding the AI implementation or set of use cases, be it fraud detection, be it customer sentiment and analysis and next steps of proposals. But ultimately, it's the data that is the fuel for that.
Okay, any tools, specific tools that you think about for that?
Well, I'm within the Microsoft landscape, right? So the tool that comes to mind for me is Fabric. It was predecessor to that was Synapse, but that has since been replaced by Fabric, and it's largely ubiquitous across our state. It plays across multiple data domains, very easy to implement and get stood up pretty quickly, especially for organizations that have data that are living in different pockets and that don't necessarily have that harmonized. Really brings it together pretty quickly.
Great, thank you. Cameron, I know you're also playing in that space, and I want to make sure that you can give us your tips and thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you for having me back again. Let's take it a step further. I don't know if oil is necessarily, now it's air or water, right? Data is so critical regardless of the size of your business. And one of the other speakers in the keynotes earlier today mentioned, regardless of the size of your business, you should be capturing some form of data, whether it was a credit card tap or a credit card insertion. That's a level that you can utilize in your business and how you go to market. And so I think when it comes to data capturing and managing it, the thing we want to encourage everyone to do is get in the water. Regardless of at what level, get a toe in the water and start using something down that journey. To your point as well, there's so many options now, free options that are available to start experimenting with. The one thing that we always push when people ask me in the AI space, okay, what is the one AI app that I should be using in my business? And I can't give you a specific example because it really depends on what your business is and what you're trying to achieve. The stance that we take at Intel is the killer app is choice. There are so many choices at your disposal now, so I'd encourage you to do your research, find one that fits your business. If I have to give an example, the one I always kind of call out, Julius is a really great free AI analytics tool. You can feed it your data. I'm glad to see pens jotting, thank you. But that's one example of literally hundreds that are out there. So I would say regardless of the level of data sophistication you have, start capturing your data, start utilizing it in any way, shape, or form, and start down that path.
I think that's a great point because each business is unique. And although we have several companies here that are excelling at what they do within the same area, each company is so different. So at Quantum Smart, we do understanding of the environment, the business itself, the roadmap of the company. And we look at, okay, what do you need? Because what one person is the same thing as health, right? What works for me, maybe being a vegan, I'm not, but if I were to be, maybe works for me, but maybe for you, eating meat, what works for you, right? And it's the same thing in business. Each business is different. You have to understand their environment. You have to understand the needs, where they're going, what style they're in. So, Chris, you also play in that field, and that's a good question for you to also understand, for the audience understand, explaining us why is it important to understand each business and how to apply AI, and back to the ROIs. Like, how do you capture that?
Yeah, I think at 111 we have almost 50 of Canada's top scale-ups, and my job is to provide them guidance and advice, and 89% of them use AI in their daily workflows. And I think, as these guys say, is everybody's using different tools. They have different platforms that they're familiar with. And they have different workflows and processes that they go through. I think it's important for every business to stick with something they're familiar with. The tools that you're already using, pretty well everything from QuickBooks to any of the Microsoft, Google, or Intel solutions. Did you like that? Yeah. All of those actually have AI systems or plugins, and then you're probably using multiples of those systems, so being able to tie those together with tools like Zapier or anything like that is really, and the thing is it is very hard to navigate. One of the things that we do at 111 is we have peer groups, so that you can talk to your peers about what they're using, what are they finding that's working well. But what we tend to do is first start off with, where are you wasting most of your time? Where are you spending most of your time? And it's typically unproductive time, it's administrative time. And then taking a look at specific tools that they're using, whether or not there's a solution for that. So.
Great insight. I want to move it to a little bit different area. So we say how to implement them, how to use them. But then we have a whole aspect of culture and people, right? So we have this fast going train, super fast, and hitting all those people. And all those people in our companies are different ages, different generations. Some born into it, some, like, I didn't know what a cellular phone is till half of my life. What is the computer? How do you now implement AI? So I want to address the culture. So for example, in Quantum Smart, what we do, we almost on a monthly basis, we look at who's using what. And if that person using it frequently, we bring and we have a session, a short session with everybody else to inform them about this tool. And then if we have several people looking at that tool and they're using it, it's like, for example, project management, then we start looking into, do we bring that tool and how does it incorporate in our business and does it elevate our business? So I want to bring it to a culture, Natasha, for example. How do you implement it? Deal with the people, how does it integrate fear, scarcity, excitement, all above?
Yeah, it's such an important question. So the first thing is that I spend time with a lot of SMBs, and some of them are quite scared of AI and are not sure how to implement it in their organizations. But I always tell them that you're not competing with AI, you're competing with other businesses using AI. So that's the first thing. The second thing, I think, is to start somewhere. So I think it can be overwhelming if you're not sure where to start, but if you start somewhere, that can be, and I always think about Atomic Habits and James Clear, 1% every day. I think that's the best way to start, is pick something that you're going to unlock where you're wasting the most time, whether it's sales and marketing, customer operations, wherever that might be. Start there and get into a culture of experimentation. Work with the right partners that you trust. There are many out there in the industry. And lastly, data beats opinion. So I think we have all these preconceived notions about how AI will work and how it will actually translate to driving our business, but data is so important to actually drive the insight and understand where you go next. So I often, with my customers, when it comes to sales and marketing, that's the area I focus on. We're often laser focused on how much profit, how much revenue are we driving for the business, and let's run multiple campaigns using AI to say which ones actually perform better, than decide where to go deeper. So those are my kind of areas of focus.
Cameron?
Yeah, I think everyone was listening to my keynote this morning, so I appreciate it. No, I agree completely. I think from a culture perspective, to build on what Chris was saying, it's doing what you know and implementing it for what works for your business. To go out and say, oh, I need to do X, Y, and Z because someone on a panel told me to, doesn't necessarily make sense. I think it's about finding the right applications, and it is challenging. I think we all need to acknowledge the time we're at in history. This sounds a little bit too maybe pretentious, but I think back to the example of, at one point they said, oh, you know, you need to learn math because you're not going to have a calculator in your pocket, right? We all have calculators in our pockets and much more. And eventually it will get to a point where AI becomes so synonymous in your business, it will be second nature, it will be secondhand. There will be generations, I think about my daughter and my future grandchildren, they're not going to have this struggle because it'll just become seamless. And so it is difficult for all of us in this room right now because we're the ones going through the integration. And so I think finding something that works for your business, finding it for the specific users. And when I spoke this morning about the AI whitewash, it doesn't necessarily mean buying an AI application or a program for everyone in your company. Maybe you find the 2 or 3 people that would benefit from a Copilot license, Gemini license, people that would benefit from a different application and get very niche and targeted in your use cases. And that way you're not just trying to dump AI on your company all at once. You can parse it out depending on the personas and kind of build it slowly 1% at a time, because it's not going to be all at once. And I think we do need to recognize the fact that this is a very significant inflection point in culture, corporate culture that we're all going to need to mitigate and navigate through together.
Do you want to add something? Everybody's
I always do.
Go for it.
Go ahead.
Yeah. There's a really interesting phenomenon that's happening right now, and it's this rise of bring your own AI. So there are 2 camps that we have. We have those organizations in SMBs that are embracing this, and then you've got shadow AI that's happening as well. So like outlawing AI as a practice doesn't work, because from what we've been reading through all of the work that's been done by McKinsey, etc., 80% of SMB employees are using AI tools either knowingly or unknowingly to their organizations. So you've got to have an AI strategy. When it comes back to this aspect of culture, you've got to understand the underlying culture. It's not being driven from the top down. It's actually a bottoms up revolution. It's like the day that we ended up with a mobile device in our hand and the ability to check our emails on it. Right? That was driven by the people. So for you to really be able to drive this as a cultural phenomenon, you need to understand that, work with your people and create safe harbors for them to experiment in pockets, because it's also a talent attractor and retainer right now. When you think about the culture you want to have, people are thinking about what are the sets of skills they need to build and experiences they need to have that really serves their future selves. And if you don't have that, or you don't have a posture, you run the risk of losing talent and not being able to attract talent, which ultimately filters back into the culture of your org.
I love that. And the reason I love it is because 30% of the jobs our kids are going to have haven't even been created yet. And so you have to make them comfortable with this environment of uncertainty, this environment that you're not going to be in a job with a pension, 30 or 40 years later, because your job's probably going to change so quickly. What we kind of do sometimes is, when we don't know where to start or we don't know what to do, is we've typically built AI agents, which are basically minds or brains that we've populated with a ton of data about the company, everything from financial statements to plans to presentations to innovation strategies. And we just dump everything in there. And then we ask it where to start. What do you think we should do? Or how should we approach this? And it's actually really cool what comes out of it, but we don't always listen. we still use human judgment and human creativity, which are two other things that we really should be starting to teach our kids more about.
Natasha, I seem that you wanted to add something.
No, I just love what Chris shared. I was thinking about that this morning. The job I have did not exist in high school. And I was actually having a round table at work, and I said to them, one of the most important skills is learning how to learn. And I think not just if you're in the workforce today, but also for the next generation as things adapt. And one of the areas we've just been leaning into is just skilling and training as well in Canada. I think Intel and Microsoft are doing the same, but we have career certificates that we've launched looking at the kind of high need job areas in Canada and around the world. We just launched AI Essentials. It's available online. But again, upskilling to kind of meet the needs of both your internal employees, but also consumers are demanding it. I was also just thinking about rising consumer expectations and thinking about the next generation. Many of us have grown up in Gen X, right, millennials. The next generation is Gen Z, and many of us have children that are alpha. And so if you think about all those generations and them growing up, becoming consumers of the future, we really need to meet their needs as well, and leaning into AI is one way to also meet their needs and expectations.
Absolutely. And I think, to your point, we're also encouraging that communication and putting people together, and people that don't know about it and don't know about it to talk and try things and explore. There's a playground, right? Together and play in a playground. So I think from AI, we have multiple places we implement AI. We implement AI in marketing, sales. We implement AI in efficiency, so project management, internals, proposals, all the other great stuff. But we also have another way we implement AI in businesses, where we use AI to create new products, to create new services, to be more competitive. And that's something we didn't touch yet. So I will leave it open. Who would like to touch about how companies like here, small and medium, can utilize AI to build their business? Not to sell, not to be more efficient, but actually create products to sell to other people.
I can go first. Yeah, no, you can go in order. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I think going back to the skill sets, and I was having a conversation in the halls with one of the attendees here. Getting good at prompt engineering will help you build a lot of the legwork. And so again, reiterating the fact that you can't separate AI from the user. It requires human input, and so you're only going to get, the phrase is garbage in, garbage out, good in, good out. So I think if you can come up with, whether it be blog posts or video posts, you can have a bank of prompts that will create a lot of content for you and take, let's call it 80% of the legwork out. So you're going to get, and this is an efficiency comment, but you're going to get content that is mostly created. You have to review and refine and put your spin on it. But I think using prompt engineering in any of the number of tools that are out there will give you time back to go build and create things that you didn't have the time for before. One example, we work with one customer who uses Adobe After Effects, and in the new devices that they're using, what used to be an 8-hour render is now 8 minutes. So that's a full workday back to go create, and that's time back in your hand. So I know that's an efficiency comment, which we didn't want, but I think the reality is AI doesn't necessarily need to be rocket science. Sometimes the efficiency and productivity gains is the biggest benefit, because 8 hours a day is something we can all use and hopefully be fruitful with.
Go, Natasha.
Yes, that's right.
No problem.
So I was going to build, so just a big +1 on the prompt engineering and asking the right question. I think that's an art, and things we'll get better at over time. We have 3 free AI-powered tools that I think will be helpful for creating products and services and knowing where to sell them. So the first one is Google Trends. It's a freely available tool that can give you a sense of, in a category, what are the emerging trends by province, by city. You can find it online, so it's Google Trends. The second one is Market Finder. You can upload your URL, and it can tell you where in the world you've got category interest, brand interest, and then where you've got product market fit, and give you a sense of which markets outside of Canada you can serve. And the third one is actually Google Analytics. And Google Analytics is something you can put on your website. It can tell you the path to purchase. You can learn a lot about your customer, where the source of traffic is, not just from Google, don't worry, from other platforms as well. It can also tell you where drop-off was on your pages, where customers were actually, which products customers were looking at the most, and which ones ultimately convert as well, which can all help fuel how you develop your products and services.
Yeah, and when it comes to the question you were asking in terms of like driving innovation, let's remember that the LLMs that exist today, doesn't matter whether they're Meta, Google, Microsoft, Grok, they've consumed all of the content that we've created, written, on the internet, video, everything. We're at the stage where the AIs are creating synthetic data now to train themselves, right? So think about that like a modern day genie in the bottle. Like imagine you had the modern day equivalent of that sitting right next to you. What are the types of questions you would ask? You wouldn't ask pretty basic questions. You try and provide as much context as possible. So if you're trying to ideate around something, like give it a task or a persona and say, act like a master inventor, and then provide as much context as you can and go into this conversational flow with that LLM and use it to tease out like the ideas from there. You can even ask it to self-critique itself and say, hey, out of a score of 0 to 100 where 0 is poor and 100 is excellent, how would you rate those responses? And then say, okay, what would you do to enhance this to pull it closer to 100? You know, things that you would typically do with a human being, like a really smart human being. That's one way to drive out ideation. Like I think IKEA has done that pretty much. You know, even if you wanted to leverage a methodology, you could say, act like an inventor that's leveraging De Bono's, you know, thinking hats as an example. So get creative. To your point, like leverage those prompts, like spend some time with that and get very deeply curious. And that's how you'll drive out net new innovation.
So I've spent 30 years teaching ideation and innovation models, techniques, you know, creative thinking, design thinking, critical thinking, strategic thinking, even Google thinking. I still own GoogleThinking.com, by the way, if you guys want it. But all of those were about stimulus. Stimulating the mind to think a bit differently, stimulating the mind to see patterns or opportunities. And how we use AI now is we've actually created a couple of agents where we put the 30 years of learning and expertise into a mind. And we use it to come up with ideas and innovations and thoughts. And it'll do it in it still does it pretty logically. You still need the human element to it, but utilizing AI for stimulus is an incredible experience. And I've been working with one company called Rethink, and they're out of California, and they have a virtual reality environment that you sit within. You don't sit within, you create an avatar, and it's an ideation brainstorming environment. And what they've added to it is AI that actually takes as the post-it notes, as the videos, as the images and everything come into play. Over here, the AI is starting to articulate out the solution. So if you're looking for like a value proposition, or if you're looking for target markets to go after, or you're looking at what product should we do next, it's actually formulating that in real time. So not only does it make you smarter and give you more time, but it allows you to spend time on the stuff we love to do, which is be creative, think differently, provide judgment. And then where they're taking it now is it's starting to articulate out design sketches for new products and things like that. And I used to run the innovation division at Canadian Tire for all the physical products. And man, would I love that now. Like,
I'm so sorry. It's okay.
Yeah.
There was just one cautionary piece as I'm thinking through this. Just be careful about what you put in there. Like people may be thinking about this and be like, okay, I'll go to ChatGPT or, you know, and I'll go and upload like, you know, a source file of what we're building in our company or your IP. Just remember that is, if you're using a free service, it's going to be used to train the model. Like, just read T's and C's. And even if you're paying for something, make sure you're reading that. And this is not a knock on X or anyone, but recently, like 2 days ago, like X came out saying, hey, we're going to use all your data that you're pushing into X to train our model, right? And if you're not astute and if you're not aware of what you're signing up to, your data could be used to train these models as well. So just be hypercritical of what you're using, when you're using it, and read the T's and C's.
And especially on that's a great point, I think, around in a business setting where you have your own IP that you are now giving to these corporations. I'll do the quick plug for Intel here. Why we're passionate about AI PCs is because it'll be AI at the edge on device. It won't necessarily need to be in the cloud. But I did want to go back to and really double click on the prompt engineering, because I think something that gets glazed over is people think, oh yeah, prompt, show me a picture of a funny cat, and they leave the prompt at that. A proper prompt can be 3 or 4 pages long, right? When you add the context and when you add, so to your question about what can we use AI to build our businesses with, I would write a prompt and say, tell me what AI I can use to build my businesses with. But that prompt should be 4 pages long with the context and the tone and the area of your industry. And I, again, would encourage everyone heavily to invest in prompt engineering for yourselves, for your kids. When we talk about jobs of the future, the people that can write concise prompts that feed that model and really tease out everything that you want to get from it, and then can re-engineer it and tweak it, those are the people that are going to go very far in the future. And so when you're talking about tools to build your business with in AI, ask AI, but make the prompt so that it knows what you're looking for.
I think we know exactly what the audience are going to do after this. They're all going to go home, create PDFs, so what am I selling? Okay, and for the last question, actually before that, the more we talk, the more this concept that, as I said, I'm a behavior analyst, that's my background. And I train companies in sales and executives and about behavior, emotions, and all of that. And very often, you had the disconnection between the technology and emotional intelligence or behavior. And now, more and more with AI, we're seeing that become one. And that's so beautiful, because as people, we need to understand behavior and emotional intelligence to communicate, to connect, to bring credibility and all of the other things, right? To have beautiful, flourishes relationships. And in the past, it was so disconnected, but now it's connected. And hopefully that elevates us and the technology at the same level, at the same speed, and in one direction, hopefully. As you say, coding and what it reads and what it observes is a different story, but hopefully we're all going in the right direction. And for the last question, I want to ask and kind of make it open as well. Where do you see businesses go with AI in the next year? Where should they go? And what are the challenges they may occur? Natasha, maybe I'll start with you.
Yeah, in the next year, I just think that the cost and accessibility of AI will be easier and easier, and AI interfaces will become easier. So in the next year, I feel like when we did our study actually with SMBs, 50% of them said that they plan to use AI or are already using AI. I think you said 90% of your portfolio companies. So I'd love that number to be 100%. And the reason is because AI has the power to transform every single business in this room. It has the ability to help you grow your top line revenue, to help you manage your cost, to save you time, and deeply connect with your customers. So over the next year, I think sales and marketing is going to be a big area of focus because it's a very natural touch point. It interfaces with all of your consumers. It also helps you grow your top line revenue. And I know on our side too, we're seeing about 80% of our customers are already using, for example, search AI tools in how they go to market, and I see that evolving in the next year to be closer to 100.
And a challenge?
Challenge, I think, is privacy and data security. And I was actually sharing this example earlier. It is so important that you are mindful of how you manage your customer data. I got a call the other day that said my credit card had been breached because a small business had breached the credit card data. I didn't know which business, but now every business that I work with, I ask them, are you securely storing this? So being mindful of that, it's really important. I think you mentioned this earlier too. where you are prompting, where you're uploading your data, how you're managing customer data. I think that's going to be really, really important so that you manage the credibility of your business and make sure that you're able to use that data in an effective way and use AI effectively.
So I'm going to start with the reverse in terms of where we're just touching off, because it's a natural build on from what Natasha had to say. But SMBs need to be critically aware of their security posture. Cybercrime, many SMBs don't believe that they're targets because they're smaller entities, but that's exactly why they are the targets. And almost 50% of cyber attacks are targeted against SMBs, and 70% of them don't recover from that. They do not open their doors again. So invest in a strong security posture, because you will need that as a foundational component before you start taking advantage of AI. Remember that it's going to reason over, if you do a full implementation, reason over everything within your estate. And anyone who breaches that will have accessibility, things that would take hackers sometimes months to get to through like intricate searches. They've got an all-knowing entity that they can interact with pretty quickly and get all of that back, right? So I'm starting with that as the first piece. Where do I see it going in the next year? Number one is going to be productivity. It's the most natural evolution for people. Help me condense this document. Help me write this better. Help me create a PowerPoint presentation, or stitch all of that together in an automated workflow. So that productivity boost is going to be immediate for SMBs, and also leveraging functions that they may not necessarily have as purified areas within their business. Marketing as an example, or sales. So those are the natural evolutions that I see start to come in over the next year. And I think customer service being the final one, because we now have the ability to have virtual agents that speak like we do, that is able to mirror a person's accent, their age, their ethnicity. So you create this deeper customer connection. And these are all highly available right now at a fraction of the cost.
Yeah, and I think it's very important to echo the cyber situation, because it's not that they just hit and they close, but even sometimes if they don't close, often once you hit and they know they're surpassed some levels and they are inside, even if you fix that bridge and you fix the problem, they tend to come back. Yeah. So once they know you're vulnerable, you become then the shining spark that they keep coming back to. So it's very important, to your point, before you go into AI and other many shiny objects that are out there, it's to put the bases in place to make sure that you're not more vulnerable and you're more protected, so you can build your business higher and higher. Sorry, continue.
No, I think that's important as well. I'll say, I think the phrase we always use is every single business in the world should take the mindset of it is a matter of when, not if. There's a 100% guarantee that you will be targeted at some point. To answer your question, though, I think I'll take a little bit of a different stance, or go down a different avenue from more of the emotional sense. And I think the biggest opportunity, as well as the challenge in the next year or two, is going to be choice overwhelm. There's going to be so much out there, and especially in a small business setting where you don't have massive IT departments to help you navigate it, it can feel daunting, right? And that's okay. So I would say find your network, find the people in this room, and share best practices, share what's worked for you, find like-minded people in similar businesses or industries. But I think it's going to almost be like a dot-com bubble, where there's going to be an AI application from everybody, and I spoke about it this morning, and you're going to be staring at 300 different applications to choose from, and how do I know what's the right one for me? So that's a great problem to have, but it's a challenge. I think the other thing we're going to see is this melding of personal and business. I think as AI really interweaves in our lives, you're going to get this closer symbiosis between your personal life and the way your personal AI and your personal data is used, and it's going to be harder and harder to differentiate between smaller businesses and the individual. So again, going back to the privacy statement, I think it's very important that you have that delineation. But again, I'm very much in the positive stance. I think this is going to be a good thing overall. It's going to provide access to resources that you wouldn't have for not being a large enterprise organization, and I think it's going to level the playing field in a lot of ways for small businesses to get access to things and be able to do things that would usually require massive enterprise-grade departments to do.
I'm just going to keep building on that and maybe get even a little more emotional, but and maybe a bit more human. I think I run 111, but I also am an advisor for a company named Clever, and what we do is we inspire and ignite human potential. And we use augmented intelligence to do that, not artificial intelligence. We see AI as a benefit or something to make you even more human or more productive as a human being, because you're focusing on what you're most good at. And so if you're looking at how to use AI in the future, I'd first look at yourself, and as a human, what makes you who you are, what are you better at than anybody else? I think there's a term, unique ability, that you have that no one else does, because everything else that everybody else does is likely going to be replaced by AI. So it's really important to know what you have as a skill or an attribute or emotional intelligence capability that no one else has. And that might be to inspire people, it might be to create, it might be to think differently. Who knows, maybe you're a great artist, or who knows what it is, I don't know. But I'd start there and then figure out how you're going to augment that skill with this thing called AI.
Great. Well, I want to say thank you for the panel, thank you for the audience, and we'll continue from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please give our panelists a round of applause. I hope you guys were able to take some information. Obviously, it is Cybersecurity Month, so it's so great to see that the panelists are here to talk about cybersecurity and, of course, the emerging changes of how AI will impact us in the future, and, of course, on personal and business levels. Okay, so we're just getting the stage prepared right now for our next speakers. I would like to actually just give you some information about our next speakers, David Sinkinson and Chris Sinkinson, co-founders of AppArmor, who will present their keynote on Startup Different, 3 big startup myths that all businesses should avoid. In this engaging session, Dave and Chris will debunk common myths surrounding startups that can mislead aspiring entrepreneurs. Drawn from their own experiences and real-world examples, they will highlight the top 3 myths to avoid, supported by compelling data and research. So please, let's give a warm welcome to David and Chris Sinkinson. A loud round of applause. Amazing.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Dave. He is Chris. We are brothers. Just going to get ahead of that right now. Have you guys been in this room for a while? Just like show of hands if you've been sitting for a little while. Yes? Maybe? Okay, here's what I'd like everybody to do. If you can stand up, just do me a quick favor and just stand up for me. Please, just stand and do your favorite stretch. Whatever you want, whatever you, I like. I'm personal to this. Yeah, just get it open. Don't be afraid. We're all business people here. I love doing that. When I did a presentation for Motorola Solutions, which is one of the companies that acquired us, and I'll explain that in just a second, I got over 500 people to do that at the same time, which is pretty exciting. So 3 big startup myths that all business should avoid. Again, Dave and Chris Sinkinson. A couple things we're going to do here. So first off, who are we in 2 minutes or less? You know, I wasn't thrilled with the applause to start, so you need to get to know us a little bit more. A couple of myths that bite. We're going to talk about getting big fast and effectively around early funding and how it can be problematic for businesses. Then we're going to talk about if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and then the alpha myth. So we'll have a lot of fun here today. We'll do a quick summary at the end, and we're going to try to keep it within 15 minutes, so let's do it. So in 2 minutes or less, so we are brothers. There's a quick shot of us. Chris is actually 10 years older than me. Who picked that? Eh?
It's just I'm shorter than you now, which outgrew me at some point. Yeah.
It was a great day for me. There's also a third brother there. He's not affiliated with the program. So my background is I was in campus safety. I actually worked at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. And that's actually part of a committee there called the Campus Safety Working Group. Chris here has been a serial entrepreneur for most of his life, and he had his own business kind of on the go. While I was at that committee, we did an audit of these blue light poles on Queen's campus, and we found that actually about 30% of the poles were broken. So needed to do something about that, and I was in the right place at the right time. So I pitched them on the idea of a mobile app where you could press the button to call campus security and send your position to campus security in real time. And that was back in 2011. So you can see that was a few years ago. It actually even worked on BlackBerry. So it really gives you context. Chris and I then did, so I should say too, Chris is the coder. So Chris was the guy who actually made it. So after I pitched this idea, we got it to the next level, and Chris made something that we could then show to the good folks at Queen's. Chris then at that time was getting his MBA, and I was getting it as well. A few years later, we then teamed up and put our companies together and created our product, which was called AppArmor. And you can see here we got a number of different examples on the screen, different mobile apps. We weren't one mobile app. We were a custom branded mobile app for every organization we worked with. So we actually had over 350 organizations that ended up working with us at universities, colleges, healthcare organizations, some large corporate entities, and more. So we had a ton of success there. How am I doing at the 2 minutes?
I think you're way over.
Oh, God. This happens every time. We were named one of the fastest 500 growing companies in Canada. We won some other fun awards, too. And then we were acquired for $40 million by an American competitor called Rave Mobile Safety. So it's a pretty fun journey. Over about 10 years, this all sort of happened. And then actually, about 14 months later, we were acquired again. This time, we were acquired by Motorola Solutions for just over $500 million.
We didn't get all that, though.
We did not. I didn't get a single billion, actually, out of the whole thing. So it was kind of crazy. Our company went from a bootstrap business, 2 guys from the small town, to being acquired by a company that had 250 employees, to then being acquired by another company with about 20,000 employees. So it was a pretty wild ride. And so I worked for Motorola Solutions. So to Chris, for about 3 months, we're like, well, this is so great. We're not going to do that. And so we were out of there. And now we're basically paying it forward, doing something called Startup Different, where we have a book and a podcast. And now we're here today. So let's get into the myths. So first is that early funding is always a good thing. So I'm going to take the first one, Chris is going to take the second one, and then I'm going to take the third one. So pop culture and VCs tell you that you need early funding to win. So let's set the table. And I know we're at a small business summit. You guys know how hard it is to be small businesses. But 70% of all startups fail between years 2 to 5. So here's a quick diagram of that. But funding does not solve this problem. The failure rate of backed startups hits 75% after 4 years. So it's not actually that good. You basically just end up working on the project more. In context, we went to the Collision Conference actually in 2013 and in 2024. And there were actually about 1,497 startups at Collision. When you do the quick math on this, assuming that they got $1 million each, you're talking about $1.2 billion in wasted funding. So it's a pretty real problem. So what does the data tell us? Early funding isn't validation of your business model. You might just be working at it for longer. That's pretty self-explanatory. The problem is you're relatively new to the market and you don't understand it well enough yet. Still, you have to make an enormous bet. You're leveraging your business equity, bringing in an investor. And by the way, I'll talk about how I don't purely hate investors. We'll talk about this in a second. But you have to make this huge bet. And then VC mentorship generally follows sort of a generic approach. This get big fast strategy, this rushing, this kind of intensity to getting to the market. But this doesn't work in many emerging markets. Sometimes your market needs time. Sometimes you need more time to educate it. Sometimes you actually need more competitors in sort of a counterintuitive way. So the opportunity cost is real as well. So in the first case, finding funding shouldn't be a core competency. And that's usually what happens for founders. They're going from funding to funding to funding to funding option. But the reality is that acquiring customers and being in the market and pushing towards profitability should be your first move. The second opportunity cost is that it's actually really, really hard to find funding. People think, oh, I'm going to go out, I got a great idea, I'm going to do this. Let's just assume your idea is great. It's complicated, especially in Canada. We swing way below our weight class from a venture capital perspective versus the United States, for example. And the average VC firm, for what it's worth in the United States, actually gets 1,000 applications per year. So this is extremely competitive and difficult to get that funding too. Now, quick caveat. I don't want to be an old man. I'm not an old man, but I don't want to yell at a cloud here. Some businesses do need early capital. If you have a product, if you're a CPG firm, if you have something like that going on, yeah, you might need an early boost of capital. But if you can avoid it, it's one of the things that will actually help you focus on the profitability of your business and help you be more successful. All right, Chris, you're up.
As you can imagine, Dave's the sales and marketing person, so he does 80% of the talking. I might get 20% in. This is one of my favorite myths. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Who's heard that saying before? Engineers, we love this. So it's about the tendency to avoid problems before it's too late. And we like to change that saying and say, if it ain't broke, it will be. Because legacy product issues will kill companies. We actually had this happen with some of our technology where the platform we were using to develop our mobile apps got retired, and we had to completely switch our platform. These are scary moments when you're running a business. So companies can change from innovation hubs to managers of legacy crises, and that's what happened to us. We call it your startup's dirty laundry, and Dave's got a great stock
I made
photo.
the PowerPoint deck, and I love stock art, so I just had to include something stupid. So
but it really is. It's this looming thing in the closet that you can smell, and you know it's going to become a problem at some point. So yeah, the engineers were often the most dogmatic believers in it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if you truly believe you can ignore your legacy product problems or tech debt, you're setting yourself up for failure. So keep an eye on this stuff. I've made that mistake, and I have learned the hard lessons from it. Avoid that mistake. And for startups, it really is, as you grow and scale your business, it's the thing that's going to stop you dead in your tracks. It piles up and it stops you from growing and scaling your business. So we had to write all our code one day, and that meant about 8 months we really couldn't develop anything substantially new. We tried to make the best of it. We tried to make lemonade out of lemons, but it was certainly set us back quite a bit. And for established firms, this everyday issue interferes with other priorities. And that was definitely our experience after acquisition, seeing companies 10 times the size of us, I think 1,000 times the size of us, still dealing with these types of issues. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it ain't broke, it will be.
I think, too, one important thing here that I don't want to miss as well is that when you have these issues, when you have big legacy issues and you ignore them, it actually makes small companies act like big ones, which is bad. Maybe you want to look big. That's different. You want to look big to certain customers. I get that. That makes sense, especially if you're in enterprise sales. That was my jam. But if you're in a context where you're acting big, which is you're slow to market, you're more bureaucratic, you can't deploy as quickly, you can't do those things, it's really, really difficult. All of a sudden, you're competing on big company terms as a small company. So it's a very serious competitive challenge and scale challenge as well. So don't ignore these legacy priorities. Sorry, I took more of your slide. I'm sorry.
This happens all the time.
Yeah, it's cool. All right, the alpha myth. So this one's always fun. It kind of speaks for itself, but you're probably picturing some kind of gorilla with a tie or a briefcase. So let's think about this. What do you think when we say business alpha? I'm guessing like aggression, right? Kind of like the big personality. Maybe you think I'm an alpha. I hope not. Well, maybe. We'll see. But here's the first page of Google image search. Okay? So this is what you get. You get kind of this intensity, this aggressive, this high performer, for themselves and the team. And sort of the ends justifies the means kind of character. I bet a lot of people here have somebody at their office. They're like, this is Gary, or this is Julie, or whatever. So turns out we're actually flat wrong about this, which is kind of funny. So in nature, alphas are actually empathetic, coalition building, and collaborative leaders. It comes from, and why is that? It's because a coalition is stronger than one big monkey. And it actually comes from Frans de Waal, who's a very famous primatologist, who actually wrote a book called Our Inner Ape that got so twisted by the media, particularly in the United States, that you had this weird focus on sort of like a survival as the fittest, being strong enough, that kind of thing. But the actual truth of the matter is that in Our Inner Ape, the book says that the monkeys that do the best are the ones that build bridges and are collaborative, empathetic leaders. And this translates well to business. It makes sense. Do you want a boss that invests in you, or the one that just barks orders. It says you have to come in on Saturday or whatever. So it makes a lot of sense. But they get stuff done, right? So the data actually supports that traditional alphas also generally underperform, generally, not always, I'll be clear, but versus empathetic leaders. One of my favorite articles on this topic is in Harvard Business Review, or HBR, Coaching the Alpha Male. So the more pressure an alpha feels to perform, the more he tends to shift his leadership style from constructive and challenging to intimidating or even abusive. So organizations become dysfunctional when people avoid dealing with a difficult alpha and instead work around him or simply pay him lip service. So it's pretty fascinating, right? Because that article starts off like alphas are the best, but then this actually happens in the middle of the article. They're like, oh yeah, but they have like some really big problems. So they tend to actually be toxic staff, creating kingdoms or disengaging other employees, creating a net negative effect. You are worse off if you have this kind of employee, even if it seems like they're delivering results. And Chris and I had our share of this kind of employee as well.
Yeah.
So unsurprisingly, empathy is the path to productivity and profit. So if you invest in your people, they invest in the business. That's got to be pretty intuitive, I think, to most people in this room today. And here's just to really hammer this point home, what does the data say about that? A recent survey from a global nonprofit that builds better businesses said that 61% of people with highly empathetic leaders report often or always being innovative at work, 76% often or always being engaged, and 86% able to balance their work and personal lives. And this is on top of other things, like they're way stickier employees. They're going to stick around a lot more. They're happier about their work. They believe in the impact they're making. There's so many different benefits of being an empathetic leader. So we got one quick bonus slide. So how do you become this like modern alpha? So I didn't want to just tell you these myths and give you no way out. So how do we lead like a modern alpha? 3 things. Can you hear me now? So listen and stay engaged with your staff. Don't look at your emails during one-on-ones. Ugh, this drove me nuts, especially after we got acquired. And it was like, you're doing the one-on-one, but they're not looking at the camera. They're looking over here. It's like, come on, give me a break. So be available emotionally. This is a business school training thing that I had to unlearn. But make yourself comfortable. It's okay to feel uncomfortable. So don't avoid the tough conversations. Sometimes you don't even need to offer solutions. My wife likes to say that I MBA her sometimes. She'll have a problem, and I start going, well, have you considered it? And she'll say, I'm just talking to you, right? So I think there's something about this where people just need to feel heard. Just be there for your employees. You don't even need to solve the problem. Just listen. And the last thing is it's not something you do. It's actually something you must become. Take the alpha principles into your daily life with family and friends. People will like you more, is the first thing, because you'll care more about them, and they'll tell. But it's also just something, you can't turn it on for work. You can't be like, now I'm empathetic in the office. So it's something to consider as well. So what have we learned today? Early funding can hurt more than it helps. If it ain't broke, it will. And we've got alphas all wrong. Be a modern alpha instead. Interested in more, you can check out our book, Startup Different, and also our podcast, Startup Different, wherever you get your podcasts. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you. No problem. We can give the mics over there. Okay. Thank you so much, guys. All right, so please give David and Chris Sinkinson a round of applause. Thank you for your insight. Thank you so much. And I'm going to give you guys my second last, how are you feeling? So how are you guys still feeling? No, how are you feeling? All right, because we're just getting started, guys. So I'm thrilled to share that we have successfully covered our agenda for our SME Summit 2024. Thank you all for being here today. Your participation was definitely necessary, it was needed, and it truly elevated this event. I'd like to give a special shout out to our panelists and our keynote speakers for being here today, for giving us the insight on successful tips and advice that can help us grow our business. Now, as we approach the conclusion, I have an exciting update to share. Our Business Mixer Networking event for small and medium business owners is taking place today right here at 4:45 p.m. in this particular venue. So don't sway away too far. For those of you who have tickets, we can't wait to see you back here. This event presents a fantastic opportunity to network, collaborate, connect with fellow entrepreneurs and enthusiasts alike. If you haven't secured a ticket yet, but would like to join us, you can purchase one at the reception registration decks. Please mark your calendars and set your alarms for 4:45 p.m.
so we can actually mix, mingle, network, and gain some helpful, insightful connections so you can help grow your business. This is Small Business Month, Cyber Security Month, so we're here to celebrate, and let's mix and mingle and just build as a force, okay? So once again, I want to thank you guys for being a part of the SME Summit 2024. We look forward to seeing you at our Business Mixer in about an hour, okay? So 4:45, for those of you that doesn't have your tickets yet, if you haven't purchased your tickets, please do so at the registration desk. Thank you so much for your participation today. We look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you. And I'm Frank the Emcee. So you guys want to hang tight? Oh, thank you. The mic's back on. We're going to be making an announcement of the prize winner, so please hang tight. It's not ready yet, or is it ready? You're bringing it? Okay. So it's for the, so they just allow it, right? 2 laptops? So we have 2 winners, 2 laptops. So hopefully one of the winners, or both of the winners, could be you guys here. Ooh, wow. Wouldn't it make sense to do this in the mixer because everybody's here? It would be good to do it in the mixer when they all come back here.
Because in the mixture, it's a gated one, so we will not go.
Wanna be like, oh, okay.
So invite Mahin to give the price.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, she's coming.
Okay, perfect.
You can say this name.
To be Pedro and James? Pedro and James? I guess you have to, oh, I guess you have to mix it again.
Mix it again?
Yeah, yeah. How you doing, man? You guys doing a good job, man. It's a lot of work, man.
Yeah,
Gosh,
it's
man.
very tiring work.
I can only imagine, man.
That?
Only the fill sheets will be.
And it's a Acer laptop, right? Acer laptop, okay. All right, so we want to announce the first winner of the Acer laptop, Stanley Dyke. Oh, Stanley Dyke, right? Give a round of applause. He won a laptop. Amazing. So she's going to come to you in a minute to actually present you with the laptop. Come up to the stage. You're going to take a photo with them, okay? All right, Stanley. All right. All right, congratulations, Stanley. All right, give him another round of applause. Congrats. Now we're just going to announce a second winner. Yeah. Let's just plug this. Okay. And now the second laptop winner is Alex Ho. Alex, going once, going twice. Nope, not here. Oh my gosh. It's
Lihan, Bejan, Litingo, Just read it.
Lihan, Berjar, Latingo. Lihan. Oh my God, second laptop winner. Give her a round of applause. What did he get? One each. Oh, after this, okay. After the good. All right, come on to the stage. Give her a round of applause. All right, so up next we have 5 $50 Amazon gift cards to present. So hopefully you guys are winners of those as well. Pedra and James. Oh, there you go. Congrats. Give her a round of applause. You won. Give her a round of applause, please. All right, next winner is Prerna Kevin Butler. Prerna, going once, going twice. Jennifer Wu. Is Jennifer Wu here? Going once, going twice. It's Wu, W-U. Okay, the next winner is Stephanie Novellis. Stephanie Novellis. No Stephanie? We have Krylo Mashenko. Krylo Mashenko. Tahiri Megatisi. Tahiri? No? Taylor Jin. Taylor. Oh, Taylor won. Round of applause for Taylor. Oh, nice. All right, Taylor. Nice. So that's one. Oh, that's good. That's good. Give him a round of applause. And our final winner is Sherhi Mashenko. Sherhi Mashenko. Going once, going twice. All right, thank you so much, guys, for being here. Please come back at 4:45 for the business mixer. It's 4:30 now? All right, so we now have 4:30 as a time, no longer 4:45. So please arrive earlier than 4:45. 4:30 will do. Thank you very much. I've been talking all day. Thank you. I've been talking all day. Thank you, guys.